Author's note. Thank you for purchasing Merciless, Book 11 in the V-Plague series. If you haven't read the first 10 books, you need to stop reading now and pick them up, otherwise you will be utterly lost, as this book is intended to continue the story in a serialized format. I intentionally did nothing to explain comments and events that reference books 1 through 10. Regardless, you have my heartfelt thanks for reading my work, and I hope you're enjoying the adventure as much as I am. As always, a good review on Amazon is greatly appreciated. You can always correspond with me via email at dirk@dirkpatton.com and find me on the internet at www.dirkpatton.com and follow me on Twitter at dirkpatton, and if you're on Facebook, please like my page at www.facebook.com/feartheplague. Thanks again for reading. Dirk Patton. March, 2016. Some legends are told. Some turn to dust or to gold. But you will remember me. Remember me for centuries. Fall Out Boy, Centuries. 1. What do you want? Russian Admiral Cherkov asked. Packard smiled a tight smile when he heard the question. All Russians off U.S. soil immediately. Full withdrawal of your military to within your borders and a cessation of all hostilities. If I so much as think I hear a submarine coming shallow to launch a missile, I'll rain fire on you until there's not a fucking thing left. And turn that goddamn plane around that's carrying Major Chase. I want him back on U.S. soil. Now. There was a loud click followed by a brief electronic squeal. What happened? Admiral Packard asked the comms specialist. He disconnected, sir, the woman answered. His face clouded over in anger as he turned to Jessica. Seaman. Load the next 4 targets into the system, but hold for my order, he barked. Aye, sir. Next 4 targets are loaded and holding for your order, Jessica answered smartly. Commander, the Admiral snapped. Are you tracking Admiral Cherkov's plane? Yes, sir, the man answered immediately. It departed McCord Air Force Base, near Seattle, 2 hours and 11 minutes ago. It was inbound to Oahu, but while you were speaking with the Admiral it turned. Currently, it is over the Pacific, 900 miles southwest of Seattle. Do we have any surviving assets in the area? Packard asked. Both carrier strike groups were severely damaged and are not combat capable. The aircraft they launched diverted to Alaska or California, depending on their targets, after delivering their strike packages. They are currently on the ground at Edwards and Elmendorf Air Force bases. Scramble them, Packard ordered. Aye, sir, the commander said, motioning to a chief petty officer to transmit an alert. Their orders? Splash Admiral Cherkov's plane. And force the one carrying Major Chase to land or return. Be sure they understand there's an American on board and they cannot engage the aircraft. Understood, sir. The commander turned and leaned over the CPO's station, quietly issuing specific instructions to be passed on to the fighter pilots. He finished quickly, all eyes turning to watch one of the large monitors at the front of the room. Within seconds, the 2 Air Force bases were highlighted with blue, pulsing dots. Only a few minutes later, 2 adjacent screens changed to show satellite views of both locations as Navy jets streaked down the runways and into the air. 2 squadrons from Edwards, in California, turned north. A large KC-135 tanker was already orbiting and they quickly queued up and refueled. Tanks topped off, they spread out as the pilots shoved the throttles to the firewall. Rings of white vapor appeared around each aircraft as one by one they broke the sound barrier in pursuit of the plane-carrying Russian admiral of the fleet, Cherkov. Over the frozen forests of Alaska, 2 more squadrons rocketed to the northeast, chasing the plane carrying the Major. Sir, the flight leader of the squadron in pursuit of Major Chase's plane is asking for clarification of his orders. If they are unable to force the plane to turn around or land, are they to allow it to continue into Russian airspace? Packard drew a deep breath and held it as he thought. He had started his career in the cockpit of an F-4 Phantom, flying bombing missions over the jungles of Vietnam. Had been within a month of forced retirement when the attacks had occurred. He'd battled Russian MiGs, flown by North Vietnamese pilots. He'd been shot down and spent 2 years as a guest at the Hanoi Hilton. More than anyone, he knew how difficult it could be to force another aircraft to do something when you couldn't use your weapons. "Put the flight leader on speaker," Packard finally said. A moment later, the roar from inside the cockpit of an F-18 filled the room at Pearl Harbor. The commander informed the flight leader that Singhpakfeld Actual wanted to speak with him. "Lieutenant Commander Hervis, sir," the commander said to Packard in a quiet voice, letting him know the pilot's name. "Commander, can you hear me?" Packard asked loudly, making sure the microphone could clearly pick up his voice. "Affirmative, sir." 5 by 5. "Commander, I realize the difficult situation I'm putting you in. Sending you into a hairy situation with your hands tied behind your back. However, you're a Navy pilot. You and your flight are the smartest, most capable, and best-trained pilots in the world. I am confident you will succeed in forcing that Russian bastard to land or turn around. I do not want you to lose sight of the fact that there's an American Army major on board that plane. He's one of us, and I'll be goddamned if the fucking Russians are going to get to keep him. However, you cannot fire on that aircraft and risk his life. Whatever else you can do is authorized. Am I clear?" "Crystal, sir," the pilot answered. "One final thing, Commander. You are not to sacrifice yourself or one of your men. We're not trading a life for a life. Do what you have to, but bring everyone home." "Yes, sir." "Understood." "Godspeed, Commander," Packard said, then made a slashing gesture across his throat to tell the comms specialist to cut the connection. It was quiet in the room for a few moments as everyone absorbed what the Admiral had just said. As much as they all wanted the Major safely returned, they recognized and understood the orders Packard had issued. Those of them that had been in combat also understood that the pilots would ignore their own safety to rescue their fellow American. "How long to intercept?" Packard asked. 88 minutes to Admiral Cherkov's plane, 2 hours and 3 minutes to the aircraft carrying Major Chase, the Tactical Action Officer, TAO, answered immediately. "What's the Major's location?" "The Russian plane is flying a Great Circle route, sir." From Idaho, they headed northeast. Over Canada to approach the pole and curve over northern Greenland to reach Moscow. At the moment, it's approaching the Northwestern Passage. Where will we intercept? Estimated point of intercept is over Baffin Bay. That's if they remain unaware of our pursuit and do not change their heading or speed. Very well. Commander, I'm going to step out for. Packard was cut off by a shout from Jessica, who was intently watching a monitor on her station. "Sir! I've got movement on the ground at target Alpha 7. Packard and the commander rushed to her station to see the screen. She was looking at an image from a satellite over Russia, zoomed onto a seemingly empty stretch of the vast steppes that stretched to the east of Moscow. At first, the Admiral didn't see anything, then a glint of light caught his eye. A large, multi-wheel truck was slowly emerging from underground, driving up a gently sloping ramp from where it had been hidden beneath the featureless terrain. A long trailer with a fat missile was being pulled into the open. "What's Alpha 7? He asked Jessica. "High probability nuclear, sir," she answered. The location was identified and tagged by the Defense Intelligence Agency 2 years ago. "Can you target and deliver a Thor payload before they can launch?" "Unknown, sir. I don't know the specs on the missile, so I can't estimate how long it will take them. But I can sure try." Jessica's fingers were already flying across her keyboard. In less than a minute, she received confirmation that one of the orbiting Thor satellites had locked onto the target and was ready to release one of its rods. "System calculates 11 minutes, 23 seconds to impact," she reported. "Release authorized," Packard said. Jessica sent the command, a few moments later confirming that the weapon was on its way to the target. Any other indications of preparations to launch? Packard asked the room in general. Several different operators answered that they weren't seeing any attempts by the Russians to retaliate for the previous Thor strikes. He shook his head, not understanding why only one missile was being prepared. On his order, the view of the Russian soldiers scrambling to launch their weapon was transferred to one of the larger screens. Everyone watched as the truck-mounted launcher slowly raised the nose of the missile. "Can you guess at a target?" he asked. "I'll try, sir," Jessica answered. She opened a fresh window and began running calculations. As she worked, the crew began inputting targeting coordinates into the missile's launcher. The admiral checked the countdown clock, wishing the Thor rod would fall faster. 7 minutes remaining. "This is just a best guess, sir," Jessica said, sitting back and looking up at Packard. "But based on the initial trajectory, it appears they're targeting us." "Only one? That doesn't make sense," Packard said in surprise. "Maybe, sir. I'm sorry, but it's very difficult to calculate with the missile still on the launcher. All I can do is extrapolate from the initial direction it is pointing and the angle of the launcher. I'm not familiar with the weapon and do not know its range or capability for in-flight trajectory adjustments." "Actually, sir," the commander interjected, "it does make sense if they aren't aware we've identified this launch site. With our degraded surveillance capabilities, if it wasn't being watched, that missile could be in the air and nearly on top of us before we detected it." The admiral fell silent at that point. Rooted in place, he intently watched as the Russians completed readying the missile. A check of the clock showed less than 2 minutes remaining to impact. One of the technicians completed his work, closing the access panel that protected the launcher's computer interface with the missile. He turned and sprinted away with 2 other soldiers, disappearing down the ramp beneath the ground. A single man remained, and he reached out with a large key. Inserting it into a lock on the trailer, he turned it 180 degrees. Several sets of restraining arms folded away from the body of the weapon. He had just completed the final step in preparation for launch. Turning away, he began running for the tunnel, stopping and looking directly up before he reached the shelter. To the people in Pearl Harbor, it seemed as if he was looking directly into the satellite camera. "What's he doing?" someone asked quietly. "The Thor rods are hypersonic," the commander explained without taking his eyes off the screen. "It's much closer than the shockwaves it's creating, but he still hears it coming. It probably sounds like the atmosphere is being ripped apart." The man suddenly looked over his shoulder, then sprinted for the underground shelter. Vapor and smoke began to appear, obscuring the launcher from view. An instant later, as the Russian reached the safety of the tunnel, a brilliant bloom of fire appeared and the missile streaked off the rails of the launcher. A second later, the Thor rod arrived. There was a brief, intense flash of light as it struck the ground and penetrated the surface. Traveling at greater than 6 kilometers per second, the 18,000-pound tungsten rod released all of its kinetic energy into a single, massive explosion. Jessica widened the view as dust and debris filled the air at the target location. A scale embedded in the display indicated they were viewing a 200-kilometer area of the Russian steppes. The concussion from the detonation raced out from the point of impact, picking up more dirt and blasting it into the atmosphere. A secondary explosion was briefly visible, then all that remained to be seen was the top of a dirty brown, mushroom cloud as it boiled skyward. "Confirm the missile was destroyed by the shockwave, sir," a console operator reported to the admiral. "Seaman, you have authorization to release on any location where it appears the Russians are attempting to launch. We may not get lucky a second time and be able to deliver a rod on target before they get a missile in the air." "Yes, sir," Jessica acknowledged, fully understanding the level of trust Packard was placing in her by pre-authorizing the utilization of the weapon at her discretion. 2. The Russians started going apeshit several hours into the flight. "I had no idea how long we'd been airborne. I'd been picked up by a Russian helicopter and flown to an airfield where I'd been transferred to a hulking Antonov jet. Once aboard and in flight, the exhaustion from the past few days caught up with me. Between the warm air from the cabin heater and the lulling monotone of the engines, I'd fallen asleep. I had been awakened when there was a loud announcement over a speaker bolted to the ceiling of the plane. I didn't stand a chance in hell of understanding the rapid-fire, emotionally laced Russian voice. Looking around at the 4 Spetsnaz soldiers guarding me, I could tell from their expressions that something significant had just happened. But good or bad? Good, for the US, I surmised a moment later when one of them leaned out and slammed the stock of his rifle into the side of my head. The high-impact plastic opened another cut on my already savaged skull and blood began running down my neck and underneath my collar. "What's the matter, Ivan? Bad news from home?" I grinned, earning a big right fist to the face. More blood. In and on my mouth. You'd think by the time I'd gotten to be as old as I am, I'd have learned not to poke the bear. Well, sometimes that smart-ass teenager that's buried deep inside just has to come out. The only officer present, other than the flight crew, barked at the soldiers. They had been getting to their feet, probably intent on beating me even more senseless than I already am. But the major's tone of voice didn't leave any room for questions and they resumed their seats and settled for shooting me dirty looks. Not the kind of dirty looks you might get from the bully in the locker room or on the playground. No, these were full-grown, very dangerous men. They didn't have anything to prove. When they stared at someone like this, it only meant one thing. I am going to fuck you up so bad your own mother won't recognize you. I probably should have looked away and not antagonized them further. That would have been the adult thing to do. The smart thing to do. But I was on my way to a kangaroo court in Moscow, after which my very public and painful execution would follow. I wasn't feeling very grown up or intellectual at the moment. Leaning forward to the limit of the shackles that held me to a seat, I spat a mouthful of blood on the deck of the aircraft. I'd hoped to get lucky and splash some of it onto one of them, but today wasn't my day for luck. I settled for grinning a smile, flashing my blood-stained teeth. I had no idea what the announcement had been. Maybe 2 of the words had made sense to me, and one of those was American. But they were riled up. Pissed. The Spetsnaz officer had pulled on a headset and was shouting into it over the roar of the engines. I assumed he was on the intercom, speaking to the pilots. The 4 guards had quit giving me the evil eye and were attentively watching their commander. They leaned in his direction to hear one side of the conversation. And it was spirited. For an instant, I wished Irina was with me to translate. Then I came to my senses and was thankful she wasn't. If she had been on this plane, she'd be on the way to the same fate awaiting me. The major shouted some more, then suddenly spun and ducked his head to see through a window on the starboard side of the big Russian plane. I turned my head to see what he was looking at as the 4 Spetsnaz leapt from their seats and rushed to the right side of the aircraft. I had no idea what altitude we were at, but expected it was somewhere close to 40,000 feet. Well above the clouds. The moon was nearly full and beneath us I could see an alien landscape of white cotton candy. Closer, much closer, an American F-18 was flying in formation with us. Its navigation lights flashed brightly, and it was clearly visible. Battleship gray paint with muted, black lettering. Navy. What the hell was going on? Not that I wasn't happy to see them, but what exactly did they think they could accomplish? The Spetsnaz major pushed away from the window and approached me, drawing a Makarov pistol. Fuck it. Better to die this way than on the gallows in Moscow. "Hi, Ivan," I said, earning another blow to the head from a Russian-made weapon. "You shall be quiet," he roared in English. He still wore the headset, the coiled cord stretching across the cabin to a jack mounted on the bulkhead that formed the flight deck. For almost a minute, he shouted into it in Russian. Then silence. I thought about saying something else, but honestly was a little woozy from 3 blows to the head. "American Navy pilot," he finally said. I looked up, thinking he was trying to talk to me but couldn't form a proper sentence in English. His eyes were locked on the F-18 and he held a small flashlight in his free hand. He was rapidly pressing the button on its butt end, the lens aimed at the window to my right. He was trying to get the fighter jock's attention. "Can you see me now?" he asked several moments later, moving the Makarov until the muzzle was pressed against the top of my skull. "Then you will go away or I will shoot this man. This is the soldier you want and I will kill him if you do not comply. Do you understand me?" I didn't think it was a good idea to move my head, so I cut my eyes hard to the side. The jet was still there, the pilot having repositioned so he could see through the window. I wished I could hear his side of the conversation with the pissed-off Russian. "Now! Or I will shoot him in the..." There was a sudden roar from the front of the Russian plane and the deck violently tilted to the side. The pistol stopped pressing against my head as the major and 4 soldiers were thrown across the cabin. Then the amusement park ride started in earnest. The Russian pilot pushed the nose over at a steep angle and from the sounds of the engines he'd shoved the throttles to the firewall. He began turning, corkscrewing as we raced for the clouds beneath us. The whole plane was vibrating and everything that wasn't securely strapped down was being tossed about like a small boat in a typhoon. Bodies crashed to the right side of the cabin, then a particularly wild maneuver sent them flying straight up to slam into the ceiling. They were instantly dropped back to the deck, none of the 5 men continuing to move on their own. I fared better, but only because I was chained to a seat that was bolted to the deck. It was still a hell of a ride, my stomach somewhere up above as the plane continued to descend. We were enveloped in clouds now. For the first few seconds, I could see nothing other than white cotton pressed against the window, but the moonlight didn't penetrate far. Quickly, there was only darkness at the window. Now that we were in the visual cover of the clouds, the pilot stopped trying to audition for a job as an aerial stuntman. The roar from the flight deck was growing louder by the second. I didn't know what was happening, and was startled when the cockpit door slammed open and one of the pilots came running into the cabin. He stopped short when he saw the bodies on the deck, his eyes passing over me as he surveyed the carnage. He only hesitated for an instant before diving for a locker. Tearing the door open, he pulled out 2 bulky packs which I recognized as parachutes. Oh shit! We were going down and the 2 pilots were getting ready to bail out. "Hey! Unlock me!" I shouted, moving my arms to bang the chains securing me. "Take these off." He didn't even pause. Didn't so much as give me a look. Rushing back into the cockpit, he slammed the door behind him. Panic set in now and I looked around the cabin. I didn't know what I was hoping to see. I just wanted to find some way to get loose before several tons of Russian steel crashed into the ground. Or the sea. I had no idea where we were. 10 feet away, one of the Spetsnaz soldiers lay dead or unconscious. He was a senior sergeant and the squad leader. He was also the one who'd used a key to unlock my shackles and reattach them to the seat when I'd been transferred from the helicopter to the jet. And I'd watched him slip that key into the breast pocket of his uniform. He might as well have been 10 miles, or 100, away. I was thoroughly and professionally restrained. Each ankle was held by chains looped around the braces that attached the seat to the deck. My arms were locked to a chain that encircled my waist and went around the back of the seat. I had about 3 inches of play. And that was it. I couldn't stand, and it wasn't even possible to reach the locks. Even if I had the key. There was a loud bang from the flight deck that caused the entire aircraft to shudder. My ears popped. The pilots had just blown the door so they could jump and the plane had instantly depressurized. The temperature quickly began dropping despite there being an interior door between the cabin and the open door. I had no idea how long I had. At the moment, the plane was probably on autopilot so the men could jump. But jumping from in front of the wing of an aircraft is a really bad idea. Generally, one of 2 things will happen. You enter the slipstream when you jump and are slammed into the leading edge of the wing. About half the bones in your body are broken, if you're lucky. The wind rips you away from the point of impact and you tumble to your death, physically unable to deploy your parachute. Or, you get sucked into an engine. Both of these scenarios are fatal for the jumper, and damn near as bad for the aircraft. Why these pilots blew out the front door to jump, I couldn't understand. There was a door behind me, behind the wing, as well as the rear ramp which could be lowered. Either of those were infinitely more survivable options than the one they'd chosen. All of these thoughts flashed through my head in an instant and I began slamming against the back of my seat, trying to break free. As if I were a prophet, there was suddenly a bright flash and thunderous explosion from the right wing of the jet. I couldn't see details of what had happened, but could tell there was a fire outside where the right, inboard engine had been. The plane shuddered again and I could feel the deck tilt to the right. How long before the fire reached the fuel tanks and a fireball consumed the aircraft? Or would the damaged wing fail first and shear off? Fear-induced adrenaline had been surging through me and after the engine explosion, another big jolt entered my system. Screaming, I planted my feet on the deck and redoubled my efforts as I slammed my upper body against the seatback. Maybe I could break it free from its mounting points. If I could do that, there just might be a way to slip my chains free of the seat and gain enough slack to use my hands. The chair wiggled under my assault. This encouraged me to keep trying. If there's any movement, there's an opportunity. Continue to apply enough force and eventually something will give. The problem would be if that eventually came after the plane crashed. Or went into an uncontrollable spin which would prevent me from reaching the locker at the front. Then there was that little problem. What if there weren't any more parachutes in the locker? And if there were, how long ago had they been packed? Would the chute even open, assuming there was an extra, and if it did open would it deploy correctly? There are a lot of things that can go wrong, and I forced myself not to dwell on them as I kept struggling against the seat. Step 1 was to break free and get the key out of the Spetsnaz pocket. Everything else was a late-night academic discussion if I couldn't get out of the chains. So, I kept pushing with my legs. Leaning forward the 3 or 4 inches the chain allowed before ramming against the seat back. On about the 8th or 9th try, it seemed as if the wiggle increased. Maybe a little. Maybe. But it was enough to encourage me. I kept struggling. Ignored the burning pain in my quads from maintaining constant pressure. Slammed back again and there was even more of a shift, and, this time, something snapped in the braces beneath me that held the seat to the deck. I was panting now. Breathing hard and my head swimming from exertion. Then it occurred to me that it wasn't just from my efforts to escape. My body was starving for oxygen. I had no idea what our current altitude was, other than lower than before. Regardless, the cabin was now open to the atmosphere, and the air was damn thin. And cold, too. Glancing at the window, my view of the world was still obscured by the heavy clouds. And they were glowing orange from the fire. There was no way I had much time left. It had only been seconds since one, or both, of the pilots had been sucked into the engine. There was probably only about that same amount of time left before the plane either exploded or experienced a catastrophic failure. Struggling to remain conscious, I battled the seat. With a bellow of rage and frustration, I slammed back again and was rewarded with another loud snap. The entire seat twisted sideways and tilted precariously to the left. Jerking side to side, I encouraged it to keep going, finally falling to the hard deck as it tore completely free from its mount. The door to the flight deck slammed open and frigid air roared through into the main cabin area. I looked up to see one of the pilots, wearing a parachute with goggles tightly strapped on his head. He must have been the one intended to be last out the door. The first guy had been swallowed up and this one had wisely thought better of exiting in front of the wing. Making his way towards me, he struggled against the tilted deck and the buffeting of the wind that blasted through the open flight deck door. I screamed at him to release me as he approached. Ignoring me, he made his way past and out of sight. Not taking time to curse him, I began contorting my body, trying to work the chain encircling my torso up and off the seat back. It was moving, only inches at a time, but I was making progress. Finally, with a supreme effort, I pushed it to the top and it came free. Each ankle was still chained to a brace, but with the seat torn loose, I was able to push down and slide the chains free. Scrambling across the deck, fighting against the force of the airflow, I reached the soldier's body. There was still a chain wrapped around my waist, my wrists shackled to it. I was able to move, but I could barely use my hands. Flopping on top of the Spetsnaz inert form, I fumbled his pocket open and jammed my fingers inside. I felt the cold steel of the key, barely suppressing a shout of triumph. Digging it out, I rolled to the side and reached for the lock that secured the longer chain. It was beyond the limit of my reach and I had to pinch the key between two fingertips to insert it. Twisting and bending my body, my flesh screamed in protest as the chain dug in. But there was no other way to reach the key and apply enough force to turn it. As I struggled, another sound started up behind me. At first it was the whistle of high-speed air moving through a narrow opening, then it quickly became another loud roar. The volume of air pouring through the door at the front of the cabin increased dramatically. The pilot must be lowering the rear ramp to escape. I wanted to look, but didn't have the time. As the ramp opened, the aerodynamics of the crippled aircraft changed again. The tilt to the side became even more pronounced and the nose lifted. Lighter objects that weren't secured began tumbling past me towards the open back of the plane. Between the pull of gravity and the push of the hurricane-force wind whipping through the cabin, every loose item became an airborne missile. Several things I couldn't identify bounced off my head, fortunately, none of them heavy or hard enough to injure me. The lock popped open and I had to twist the other way to release tension on the chain. Finally, the fucking thing fell away, the chain dropping to the deck. Snatching the key out of the lock, I released each hand, then removed the shackles from around my ankles. Free at last, I turned to the back in time to see the Russian disappear out the yawning maw of the rear door. Rushing forward, I ripped open the locker. It was empty. There had only been 2 parachutes. The plane jerked hard to the side, nearly knocking me off my feet. I savagely yanked open another locker which held some radio gear and 3 pairs of Russian night vision goggles. Knowing there was only one option left before I died aboard the jet, I slipped the goggles onto my head before turning and dashing for the back. I paused long enough to snatch a large, combat knife off the vest of one of the Spetsnaz. Gripping it tightly in my hand, I ran the length of the cabin, out onto the lowered ramp and launched myself into the darkness. 3. Colonel Blanchard paused to look around the bleak landscape. 24 hand-picked rangers surrounded him. They were starkly visible in their dark clothing against the snow-covered ground. Normally, the army would have winter gear, warmer and designed to blend with the environment. But things were hardly normal. In the distance, out of hearing range, 2 Black Hawk helicopters orbited. They were waiting to pick up the Rangers, or assist in the search if needed. Blanchard looked at the small tablet held by a sergeant who walked at his side. A terrain map of the area was on the display, a pulsing red dot on the opposite side of a low ridge. Katy Chase was their target. The red dot was where the computer had plotted the signal location for the CIA tracker embedded in her leg. The colonel was fulfilling a promise he'd made to Major Chase before the man had turned himself over to the Russians. But he was worried about exactly how things were going to work out. The woman was infected. Strong. Fast. And very unpredictable. No one had any idea how she was going to react when the soldiers cornered her. Blanchard's biggest concern was capturing the major's wife without harming her. Before he'd led the small team into the desolate countryside south of Mountain Home, Idaho, he'd dispatched a squad to Boise. Their job had been to find a police station and animal control. They'd found both, and brought back a variety of non-lethal weapons. He snorted at the oxymoron. How could a weapon be non-lethal? Despite the non-accurate nomenclature, he was happy to have all of his rangers searching for Katie equipped with instruments that would, in theory, allow them to capture her without causing harm. Walking close to him were two of the rangers who had gone into Salt Lake City with the major. When they'd gotten word of an attempt to find his wife, they had insisted on joining the search team. Now, both Chico and Drago were walking point. All of the rangers carried a net gun. The devices looked like a large pipe had been stuck onto the receiver of a shotgun. Four bulbous weights, encased in foam rubber, stuck out of the muzzle at angles to each other. They were attached to a 12-foot square net that was tucked into the barrel behind them. A large CO2 cylinder provided pneumatic pressure that would launch the weights when the trigger was activated. The net would be pulled out after them and stretched to its full width. If they were close enough to their target, within 25 feet, she would be wrapped up in the net and captured. Theoretically. Blanchard had his doubts that any of the rangers would be able to come close enough to Katie to use the devices. They were also equipped with taser guns, but again the range was very limited. Especially when they were trying to capture an infected female that could easily outrun or outleap any of them. And no one had any idea how effective a taser would be on an infected. They were still human and had to rely on muscles and a nervous system that would be disrupted by the electrical charge, but that didn't mean the physiological changes brought about by the virus wouldn't provide her some protection. All of the rangers came to a stop when Drago held up a fist the size of a picnic ham. He was looking down at the snow-covered ground at his feet. After a few moments, when he didn't signal for the men to take cover, Blanchard moved closer to see what he'd found. The big ranger didn't speak when the colonel stepped up next to him. Instead, he pointed at the tracks in the ankle-deep snow. Human. Moving fast, and made by small feet. At least small compared to the two men standing there looking at them. They headed directly for the ridgeline that separated the searchers from the point on the map where Katie had been located. In tandem, the two men looked up, eyes following the path in the snow until it disappeared over the ridge. Blanchard issued a series of commands by signing with his hands, and the rangers spread out into a long skirmish line. As they moved forward, no more than 10 feet separated each soldier. It took most of 10 minutes for the men to reach the crest of the ridge. Careful to avoid being silhouetted against the sky, each man dropped to his stomach to crawl the final few feet and peek over. Blanchard was caught by surprise when he recognized the shallow valley spread out beneath him. It was where he'd found the major and the two women when he was on his way to the front. The bodies of 4 Russian Spetsnaz were still where they'd fallen. Wreckage of an enemy attack helo was strewn across half the open ground. The snow was disturbed and churned up from where a helicopter had landed. It took him a moment, but he successfully spotted the dark smudge against the side of the opposite bluff that marked the entrance to the small cave the major had taken refuge in. Katie had come back to the last place she'd seen her husband. Was she trying to find him? Blanchard checked the wind, glad it was mostly in his face and wouldn't carry the scent of the soldiers to the infected woman. Catching the eye of the sergeant with the tablet, the colonel waved him to his location. The man crab-walked across the side of the snowy ridge until he was lying next to his CO. "Zoom in," Blanchard mumbled, nodding his head at the tablet. The man did as he was asked. A moment later the screen refreshed, the closely formed lines representing the steep face of the bluff filling the screen. Eyeing terrain features on the display, Blanchard compared them to where he expected Katie to be hiding. Satisfied the red dot on the tablet was within the cave, he slithered down the ridge several feet and began speaking softly into his radio. Orders issued, he and the sergeant remained at the crest as the rangers split into 2 groups and moved away. They would use the terrain to remain hidden from Katie's location until they could move into the valley, unseen. Blanchard would maintain visual observation of the area as they flanked the woman and were hopefully able to surprise and capture her. While he waited for the men to move into place, Blanchard pulled a pair of binoculars out of his pack and focused on the cave. He couldn't see into the darkness, and if Katie was inside, she was too far away from the entrance for him to see her. The snow near the mouth was trampled and bloody from the fight with the Russians, and he couldn't tell if there were any fresh tracks in the area. Finally, the Rangers came into sight. They were hugging the face of the bluff, approaching from either side of the cave. As they drew closer, those farther back began moving laterally into the valley. They were forming a line that would encircle the cave, then would collapse in on the target. The two ends of the pincer were about 30 yards from the bluff and nearly 20 yards apart when Katie suddenly burst out of the dark opening. She was moving fast, heading directly for the hole in the line of men. There were several shouts of surprise when she suddenly appeared. Several of the Rangers fired their net guns, but didn't have the right range and angle on the running woman. Drago was on the right side of the pincer, at the tip. As Katie charged, trying to escape, he leapt forward in an attempt to cut off the open path. She suddenly changed direction, and in a move that seemed impossible for someone as large as him, he shifted with her. She juked again, avoiding both a net and taser darts from another ranger. When she turned onto her new course, Drago pulled the trigger on his net gun. He was less than 10 feet away and had managed to position himself so that he was launching the restraint directly at Katie. With a thump, the weights were fired and immediately stretched the net taut at all four corners. Katie tried to avoid the trap, but as she attempted to make a cut, her feet slipped on the snowy ground. The loss of momentum gave the net time to catch her. It impacted near her middle, the weights whipping around and wrapping her in the heavy material. She began screaming, struggling to get free. The net gun had come from animal control and was rated to capture and hold animals up to 800 pounds. As strong as Katie's infected body was, it wasn't strong enough to break the bonds. Dashing forward, Drago fell to his knees next to the writhing woman and tried to wrap her in his arms. She was frantically twisting, thrusting her arms through the net and trying to slash his face. He succeeded in momentarily grabbing one of her wrists, surprised when she was able to break his grip. Chico and two other Rangers arrived, and working together the four men succeeded in subduing Katie. She raged at them, screaming and struggling against their weight as they pinned her to the ground. Another soldier ran up, slipping in the snow and falling. Getting his legs back under him, he pulled out a preloaded syringe of ketamine that had also been taken from animal control. Stabbing into Katie's upper leg, he depressed the plunger. After several minutes, Blanchard, who had run down when she was subdued, told him to give her another dose. "Are you sure, sir?" the man asked. "That first one was labeled for up to 200 pounds. "Another," Blanchard said, hoping he wasn't making a mistake. The ranger injected Katie's other leg. Several more minutes passed as she continued to scream and fight against the men restraining her. Her struggles had diminished some after the second dose, but the soldiers were still barely able to contain the much smaller woman. "One more," Blanchard said after 5 minutes had passed and Katie was still alert and fighting. The man gave him a look, but did as he was ordered. Almost immediately, she ceased battling against the strong hands that held her down. The ear-piercing screams became moans as her chest heaved air in and out. Within another minute, her head rolled to the side and her eyes closed. Cautiously, the four Rangers who had restrained her began releasing their grip on her arms and legs. "Fuck me, sir. How much was that?" Chico asked, rubbing hands that had cramped from grasping Katie's arm. "3, Blanchard said, staring down at the unconscious woman. "Enough for a 600-pound animal." "I believe it," Drago said, climbing to his feet. "I couldn't hold her by myself." "Not without hurting her, anyway." "Get her properly restrained and let's get out of here," Blanchard said. 4. It took 2 precious seconds for me to figure out how to turn on the NVGs after my feet left the rear ramp of the crippled plane. They came on, but all I could see was what I knew was already around me. Thick clouds. A second later there was a flash of orange light that enveloped me as it lit the clouds, then a shattering explosion as flames found the jet's fuel tank. The goggles dimmed automatically, then came back to full intensity as the flare of the blast died out. Turning my head, I looked around, trying to spot the pilot who had jumped successfully. All I could see were more clouds. How long before me had he gone out of the plane? My best guess was 3 seconds, perhaps 5 at the most. I kicked myself for not having started counting when he disappeared off the ramp. And just how high were we? How long would he fall before opening his chute? The clouds I was in meant nothing. They could have been high or low altitude, or anywhere in between. About all I knew was that before the pilot threw us into a downward spiral to evade the Navy fighters, we were at cruising altitude, probably about 40,000 feet. We'd reached the clouds in a hurry, so they had to be fairly high. Not too high, I reminded myself. I was breathing, and though I was very cold, my flesh wasn't freezing. I was guessing I'd come out of the plane at no more than 20,000 feet. That meant I would have a freefall time of over a minute, depending on the position of my body. But what about the pilot? How long would he fall before opening? I doubted he had much more than basic jump training. Just enough to make sure he knew how to control his fall and open his chute. If he stuck to what he'd been taught, he'd most likely open around 5,000 feet. And I had to get to him first. I emerged from the bottom of the clouds as this last thought went through my head, immediately beginning to search for the pilot. Finally, after a few seconds of panic, I spotted a shape below and to my front. I couldn't even guess how much lower he was. Pulling my arms tight along my body, I pressed my legs together and tilted over until I was falling nearly straight down with only a slight angle of descent. Quickly, the form in my night vision began to grow. As I got a better look, I could see that the Russian was falling belly down, arms and legs spread to control his speed and prevent spin. He continued to appear to draw closer in my field of view. And I started to worry about something else. If I came in too fast, I might not be able to slow in time and wind up overshooting my target. Once I was below him, I was screwed. There was no way I'd be able to slow my fall enough. All he'd have to do would be stay belly down until he opened his parachute, then he could dangle in the air and watch me blast a crater out of the ground. I also had to be careful not to pull out of my higher speed fall too soon. If that happened, I'd be above him and would have to try to fall faster again. Starting and stopping, wasting so much time that we'd probably reach the point where he'd pull his chute before I got my hands on him. I'd fall past, and have the whole crater problem again. I needed to flare to reduce speed just before I reached him. Slow my body so the impact didn't disable or knock me out. At the moment, I was falling nearly twice as fast as the Russian. An impact with another human body at our closing speed would make the hardest hit on a football field look like a gentle tap with a feather pillow. All of this went through my head as I continued to close the distance between us. This was actually something I had done at one point in my military career, but it hadn't been officially sanctioned training. It was one of those things that someone had, suggested. Well, it was more of a dare, so I'd done it. Jump out of a plane, catch another jumper in freefall and take their chute away. I think the idiot that had challenged me had seen it in a movie. Of course, I'd had a chute on my back when I did it, just in case, so there wasn't the risk of auguring into the dirt. My CO wouldn't have cared if I'd had a jetpack strapped to my ass. I'd landed in a world of shit. Nearly had my ticket pulled and kicked out of the army. The brass likes operators with big balls. They don't like ones with tiny brains. Now, I was in a world of shit, again, but at least I'd done this once before. Yeah, I know. 20 years ago. Dismissing all of this from my mind, I focused on the pilot. Made sure I had a solid grip on the knife I'd taken off the dead Spetsnaz. I'd have one shot at this, and if I made any mistakes, I was dead. At what I thought was the right point, I spread my legs and began moving my arms out to the sides. I wanted to bleed off some speed, but had to be careful to not change my body position too quickly or I'd get flipped over backwards. The rate of closure slowed and I tilted back some more, killing velocity until it appeared as if I was hanging only a few feet above the Russian. I spared a look at the ground, but it was still too far away to see in the darkness. Even with the NVGs adjusting my body's attitude, I closed the final distance to the pilot. As I came close, I entered the wake he was creating as he fell through the air and struggled against some slight turbulence. Then I was inside the negative pressure zone immediately above his body. When I entered this area where the air was calm, I suddenly fell faster than him, closing the final few feet and slamming into the Russian's back. I was prepared for this, snaking my left arm around his neck and striking with the knife. Careful to avoid the parachute or any of its straps, I plunged the long blade into his side and twisted it up. The struggle that had started when I'd locked my arm around his throat stopped after I gave the blade a final turn. Leaving it embedded in his corpse, I began fumbling to release the straps. It took more time and effort than I'd expected, or remembered, but I worked the buckles free. And nearly lost the parachute when I did. The large pack had very different aerodynamics than a human body, and when it came free it was almost ripped out of my hand as it slowed. The added drag, out of position, caused me to start a spin. The pilot quickly fell away and I fought to pull the chute to my body to stabilize my fall. It had been easy up until now. Free falling and joining up with another person who isn't trying to evade you is relatively simple for an experienced jumper. Getting a parachute pack with the wind resistance of a brick positioned and strapped on your body is a totally different matter. Every time I shifted it, I spun more. Sometimes to my left, sometimes to my right. Once, I was sent into a somersault and wound up falling back first. Panic had set in, but luck was with me as that was exactly the way I needed to be oriented. The chute wound up pressed against me by the force of the wind, and I was finally able to work my arms through the straps and fasten them. A few more contortions and the straps between my legs were in place and secure, and I gave everything a quick, hard tug to pull it as tight as possible. Glancing down, I cursed when I saw the ground. Much too close if I could see it in night vision. Reaching behind me, I slapped my hand around looking for the small pilot chute, before remembering this was an emergency pack. Fumbling on the chest of the rig, I found the large D-ring that would release the pilot chute and gave it a hard yank. There was a faint fluttering above my head as a small drogue filled with air and pulled the bridle. A pop preceded the main canopy deploying, then there was a hard jerk as I was suddenly slowed. Staring between my feet, I saw the ground swiftly approaching and grabbed the toggles and pulled for all I was worth to slow my fall. The NVGs didn't provide good depth perception, and it was longer before my boots hit the dirt than I'd expected. But not much. I hit hard, and only years of experience saved me from a serious injury. I pulled my legs up so my knees were bent and let my body fall into a roll the instant my weight came down. Rolling over twice, I came to rest on my back, staring skyward, tangled in the canopy lines. My heart was racing and I was breathing like a freight train, but I was alive. Now, where the hell was I? I could have lain there and pondered that question for a while, but a freezing wind was gusting. The canopy filled and snapped off the ground, starting to drag me along with it. Rolling to unwrap myself, I quickly began pulling on lines to spill the wind out of the fabric and collapse the chute. I had no idea where I was, but knew the tough fabric and all the lines connecting it to the pack might very well mean the difference between survival and death. Shrugging out of the pack, I got the canopy and lines stuffed back inside. Not neatly, it kind of looked like a giant bird's nest, but I wasn't going for style points. I made a slow, 360-degree survey of my surroundings. A stiff, frigid wind was blowing across a barren, rocky landscape. No trees, no bushes. Nothing other than bleak emptiness. Glancing down at the pack, I saw a strobe light that was flashing brightly. Raising the goggles, I confirmed that it was infrared when it was invisible to my naked eye. It hadn't been on when I'd been chasing the pilot in the air, so it must have activated when I pulled the release. I was reaching for it to disable the beacon when I heard the sound of a jet approaching from behind. Turning, I scanned the sky, but even though it sounded low it was still too high to see. Taking a chance that it would be one of the Navy fighters that had been trying to force my plane down, I held the pack high in the air, the strobe positioned so it would be visible from any direction. The jet passed, then turned and came back at a lower altitude. This time, it flew directly over my head, and I could see a faint outline in the NVGs. Not enough to identify the type or nationality, but I'd shown the strobe. It was too late now. If this was the US Navy, How long before they could get a helicopter to my location? Or could they? Just because there was a fighter up there didn't mean I was anywhere they could get a rescue flight into. I could hope, but couldn't count on it. While I was waiting, I needed to take care of myself. Survive. I stood there, listening to the jet's engines until the sound disappeared. Shivering, I reslung the parachute and turned another slow circle. This time, I was looking for the Russian pilot's body. There was a knife stuck in it that would come in handy. And maybe some other things I could use. But I didn't see it. Standing there, I turned until I was oriented the same way I'd landed. The wind was at my back, which meant I'd been pushed from that direction once I'd opened the parachute. The falling body of the pilot would have been affected by the same wind, but not nearly as much. He should be behind me. Facing to my rear, I started walking. Slowly. Stopping every 100 paces to turn a full circle and make sure I hadn't walked past the corpse. The wind was a fierce creature with claws like ice, tearing at my clothing and exposed skin. Sucking away my body heat. Making it hard to walk, forcing me to lean forward and expend even more energy as I fought for each step. On my 10th stop, I sighed after turning a complete circle and not spotting the dead Russian. Had I missed him, or had I not gone far enough? Normally, 1,000 of my paces would be very close to 1,000 yards. But with the weather, I knew I was taking shorter steps, not striding like I usually would. Deciding to continue for another 1,000 steps before moving laterally to search, I pushed on against the wind. And was rewarded on stop number 8. To my right, almost at the limit of the night vision goggles' ability to see, a large lump rested on the ground. 5 minutes later, I looked down at the Russian pilot's corpse. It had ruptured on impact with the frozen, rocky soil. Body fluids that had leaked out of the flight suit were already freezing. The knife had been jarred loose and I found it 10 feet from the body. 5. He's where? Admiral Packard asked the lieutenant running the Tactical Operations Console in Pearl Harbor's Combat Information Center or CIC. Ellesmere Island, sir. It's Canadian territory. Well above the Arctic Circle. But we don't know if it's him or a Russian. The last I was told, his plane was on course for Baffin Bay and a flyover of Greenland. Packard didn't sound happy, and the lieutenant wasn't at all excited about delivering unexpected news. This island borders Baffin Bay, sir. It's separated from Greenland by a narrow channel, just under 20 miles wide, the young officer said in a rush. Slow down, Lieutenant. Tell me what happened. Yes, sir. We intercepted the Russian plane over Baffin Bay. Ordered it to turn around. They refused. The Spetsnaz on board held a weapon to the major's head and ordered our pilots to back off. They didn't. One of them came in over the top of the transport and positioned himself directly in front of the cockpit, then went to full afterburner. Half of the windscreen was compromised by the jet blast and the Russian pilots began evasive maneuvers. We pursued, but couldn't maintain visual contact in the clouds. One of our pilots reported a small explosion and fire that he believed was one of the plane's engines. Not long after, the aircraft exploded. The flight dropped below cloud cover and an emergency strobe was spotted on the ground. They captured a shot of the survivor with one of the F-18's gun cameras, but the quality is too poor for identification. We're trying to enhance it now, but those cameras aren't made for high-resolution imaging. What do we have in the area? Packard asked. The officer spun his chair around and began working his console. Packard moved closer, peering over the man's shoulder as he worked. The closest carrier is the Lincoln, in the North Atlantic, but it's several days away, sir. But, we do have a sub patrolling the Arctic Ocean. Right here, the lieutenant clicked a mouse and a large circle was drawn over an immense, empty stretch of water. The Seawolf, sir. This is their patrol sector. Packard leaned closer, noting for the first time the large island with a blue dot marking the location of the downed man. Hopefully, it was Major Chase and not one of the Russians. There was only one way to find out. Get a flash traffic alert to Seawolf. They should be able to get close enough to launch a RIB. What if it's a Russian and not the Major when they get there, sir? Russians are used to cold weather. He'll be. Packard paused, rethinking the order he was about to issue. Scratch that, Lieutenant. If the survivor is Russian, tell them to leave him a week's worth of supplies and we'll get a message to their navy so they can go get their man. Aye, sir, the lieutenant tried to suppress his surprise. What about Admiral Cherkov's plane? No update, sir. The Admiral hadn't really expected anything to have changed. The Russians had detected the inbound American fighters and changed course to head over Siberia. There, they were met by a large escort flight of MiG fighters. Packard had turned the pursuing planes around before they violated Russian airspace. As much as he had wanted to pursue and engage the Russian admiral, he was trying to de-escalate tensions. It was only by the skin of their teeth that they had gotten the Thor system operational, and without it, he'd be handing the keys to the fleet over to Cherkov. Let me know as soon as you hear back from Seawolf, Packard said, turning and striding across the large room. The admiral paused behind an operator busily working a console. The man was tracking the large herds of infected still occupying sections of North America. Packard rocked slightly on his heels, thinking about the infected. The Navy had finally succeeded in identifying and tracking the satellites the Russians were using to control their movements. His initial impulse had been to destroy them, but had decided to not play that card yet. There weren't any infected in Hawaii, and the survivors who had evacuated to the Bahamas had cleared all of them off the island. At the moment, he didn't see any reason to worry about massive herds being moved around North America. There were no civilians remaining on the continent to be threatened, and only a handful of military. He moved deeper into the room, angling for a station occupied by Jessica Simmons. She had been moved out of the Cyber Warfare Center as a result of the loss of her security clearance and reduction in rank. She now occupied a console in the CIC, doing the same job. It didn't make sense, but it was how the military works. Seaman, Packard greeted her as he walked up. Sir. Jessica looked up and beamed at the man. You've heard about the Major? He's on. Ellesmere Island, Jessica interrupted. Yes, sir. I know. I'm keeping an eye on him. Well, at least I hope it's him. The area is socked in and all I've got is thermal. I don't know whether to be impressed or annoyed, Seaman, Packard grinned. Just doing my job, sir, Jessica smiled. And if you haven't been briefed, Captain Blanchard has successfully captured the Major's wife. Heard a few minutes ago, he said. Is he still planning to link up with the evacuees from Seattle? Yes, sir. The SEALs have just departed the research facility and are heading east. Over the mountains. They're going to link up with Igor, the Russian Spetsnaz, on the way, then rendezvous with the colonel in Boise. Both of them turned when a beeping began sounding from Jessica's console. She glanced at the screen and hit a couple of buttons. Uh-oh, she said. What's happening? Russian helicopter just tripped a boundary fence I set up on the surveillance. It's headed for Ellesmere Island. What? How? Where did it come from? Packard asked, not at all happy that the Russians must have a ship in the area but no one else had noticed. One moment, sir. Jessica's fingers flew across her keyboard. Views on her monitor rapidly changed, then cycled through several spectrums of light. She zoomed on a large blob, only a few hundred miles off the northern coast of Greenland. Ship, sir, she pointed. Best guess? Packard asked. I saw something about the Russians running some of their new helicopter carriers out of Murmansk. That's not that far away. Whatever the ship is, that aircraft is definitely a helo. Too low and slow for anything else that could be launched at sea. Jessica tapped the screen with a fingernail where a bright red blob was moving on a direct course for Ellesmere Island. Show me the Major. Or who we think might be him. Packard waved his aide over while Jessica adjusted the view. In moments, the man was standing next to the Admiral. See that helo inbound to where we think Major Chase is? See if we've got any assets that can intercept it before it arrives. Yes, sir, the man snapped, turning and dashing away. Right here, sir, Jessica said when she had tightened the view in on a single, red blob lost in an expanse of cold blue. If it's him, he got lucky. What do you mean? Packard asked as she worked the keyboard. As Jessica worked, a new layer was overlaid on the view. It was a shot of the large island taken without clouds obscuring the terrain. He came down here, about 3 miles from the Nares Strait, which separates the island from Greenland. 5 miles either north or south and he'd be on a glacier. 3 miles farther east and he'd have come down in the water. Packard stood staring at the monitor for a long beat. His aide returned while he was surveying the image. Sir, the flight of F-18s departed the area after determining there was a survivor on the ground. They are inbound to Alaska, and we can't turn them around until they refuel. Their tanker has developed engine problems and had to head for Alaska. It's flying slow and they'll catch up, but it will be over 6 hours before they're back at the target location. Sir. Look at this, Jessica said. Packard turned back to her monitor and leaned in. Something was on the extreme northeastern point of the island, about 20 miles from the red blob representing the survivor. Not visible due to the cloud cover, what she had found was clear to see on the overlaid image. Are those buildings? The Admiral asked. Yes, sir. And this is a runway scraped into the ice, Jessica said excitedly. Weather station? Jessica opened a couple of new windows on her terminal and began searching. She quickly found what she was looking for. Canadian military, sir. It's named Station Alert. Hold on, she said, manipulating the image. And those buildings are warm, sir. Maybe they're automatic, but I'll bet there are people in there. Commander, find out everything you can about this station. See if we have any way to contact them. And have the Lincoln launch a fixed-wing aircraft. They can put down on that runway. They should have some SEALs on board. If so, I want them on that aircraft. 6. After finding the knife, I tried to wipe it clean on the dead Russian's uniform, but the blood was already frozen to the steel blade. The wind felt like it was picking up and my hands were numb, barely able to function. I was still dressed warmly from being in the winter weather in Idaho, but was nowhere near prepared to be in what I was certain was a polar environment. It only made sense, as that was the quickest route to Russia. Up and over Canada, following the northern curve of the Earth to come down to Moscow. It was just a guess, but I suspected I was in Greenland. It took some effort, but I finally relieved the dead pilot of his flight jacket, but dismissed the flight suit. It had been soaked when the corpse had ruptured and was now a solid mass of ice. Shivering, I quickly shed the parachute pack and pulled on the dead Russian's jacket. Dragging out the white canopy, I worked on it with my knife, then covered my body as best I could. The added layers immediately helped, providing more protection from the wind. Needing to cover my exposed skin, I used the knife to cut large squares out of the fabric. I wrapped several layers around each hand, then a double fold to cover my face and head, only my eyes exposed. Better armored against the cold, I took the time to search the jacket. I was hoping to find a weapon. Few, if any, American pilots don't have some sort of firearm on them in case they have to eject into an isolated area. Even a small pistol can, and does, make the difference between life and death when you're in the middle of nowhere. But I didn't find anything. Sitting there with my back hunched against the wind, I thought about the situation I was in. Greenland, if I was right about my location, was sparsely populated at best. As far as I knew, what people there were lived in the warmer climes at the southern end of the island. While I didn't know where I'd come down, I suspected I was fairly far north. About as far from civilization as one can be. I laughed at myself for thinking about civilization. The world was dead. Even if there was a town nearby, there wouldn't be anyone that wasn't infected. But that was okay. I didn't need people. I needed shelter from the weather until the Navy could arrive and scoop me up. The F-18 pilot had definitely seen me. Yes, I was assuming it was one of the Navy jets. There was no way he could have identified me, though, and perhaps he even thought I was one of the Russians. But I didn't think that would stop Admiral Packard from launching a rescue operation. The only question was how long would it take them to get here? Hours? No, probably more like a day or two. At least that's what I had to expect and plan for. Had to survive until they showed up. That was going to be problematic. Even with the added layers to battle the Arctic winds, I wasn't going to survive in this environment for days. I needed shelter and warmth. Food and water would be nice too, but that was probably asking for too many luxuries. I'd settle for a nice cave and enough wood to light a fire. Standing, I stayed in place and turned a slow circle. The Russian night vision goggles weren't up to the standard of American units, but they were sufficient to allow me to see the shit sandwich I'd landed in. Completely barren, gently rolling terrain. Frozen dirt and rocks. No trees. No bushes. Not even some stunted grass to burn. I also failed to see anything that looked like a bluff or hill large enough to shelter behind. Everything was rounded over, like the wind was always blowing and had smoothed and polished the surface over the millennia. Well, as an old master sergeant I'd known used to say, sometimes a new pile of shit is better than an old pile of shit. Since I definitely didn't like the looks of the pile I was in, it was time to move. Not wanting to exert the energy to battle the wind, I started walking in the direction it was blowing. As I moved, it pushed on my back and tore at me. It found even the tiniest of gaps in my clothing, slipping in as it fought to sap my body heat. I was having to constantly adjust the strips of canopy that were protecting my hands and face. I'd only gone a few yards when I stopped and stamped my feet. I couldn't feel them. Going back to work with the knife, I hacked off more of the fabric. When I was done, I removed my boots and added several layers over my socks, then pulled them back on. It wasn't comfortable, by any means, but if my feet froze I wouldn't be able to walk and find shelter. I trudged across the frozen ground, trying to force myself to stay alert and watch to the sides. It was damn hard. Shivering, all my body wanted to do was curl in on itself to conserve heat. My head wanted to drop to my chest, and frequently did. Then I'd realize I was only staring at the ground directly in front of my feet and I'd have to stop and turn a circle to see what I'd missed. With no landmarks for reference, I lost track of time and was surprised when I reached a rocky shoreline. I thought I had been gently descending for some time, but was still surprised when the land suddenly ended at a steel gray ocean. Well, I assumed it would be steel gray if I was looking at it in the daylight, without night vision goggles. And there would probably be lots of whitecaps as the wind was howling. Standing a few feet from the water's edge, I made another circle. Slowly. Taking the time to carefully examine every terrain feature within range. To my right, the land was flat, gently sloping to the beach. Turning to the left, I smiled when I saw a low bluff that ran from the water up to a low hill. It wasn't much, but I knew that at the base, much of the wind would be blocked. Walking gingerly on the large, round rocks that covered the beach, I headed for shelter. The ground slowly rose on my left as I moved, and soon I was completely screened. The sudden absence of the wind was a physical relief. I was no longer fighting against the force trying to push me over and send me tumbling across the ground. And even though the air temperature didn't go up, the lack of the frigid wind made me feel warmer. About 50 yards along the base of the bluff, I came to a stop. The strobe. It was the only way any rescuers could hope to find me. Muttering a curse, I reversed course and slowly walked back into the full force of the gale. Turning, I trudged to the top of the bluff, not stopping until I reached the highest point. Removing the pack, I fumbled with numb fingers until the strobe was detached. Using the knife, I cut one of the parachute lines free of the canopy and used them to strap it to a large, flat rock. I took a minute to place it so it was higher than the surrounding terrain, then headed back to the beach. In the shelter of the bluff, I looked around for a place to settle in and wait. I was standing on a carpet of cantaloupe-sized rocks that had been worn smooth by the waves. The beach beneath them was a narrow strip that separated the base of the hill from the water by no more than 20 yards. Stepping up to the face of the bluff, I used the blade to stab into the exposed soil. It was frozen hard and full of rocks. The knife tip only penetrated an inch at the most before coming to a stop. I tried a couple of other locations, hoping I'd be able to scoop out a shallow cave, and found the same thing. Well, at least I was out of the wind. Putting my back against the vertical wall, I slowly sank down until I was sitting on the upper half of a large boulder. Sitting there, staring at the storm-tossed ocean, another thought occurred to me. Was it low tide? Was the level of the water already rising? Would my refuge soon be submerged? I had no way of knowing without keeping an eye on the surf. Casting about, I looked for something I could use to mark the highest spot it was currently reaching. But there was nothing other than rocks as far as I could see. Stiffly standing, I walked to the point where the ocean crashed onto the small beach. Bending, I gathered several rocks and stacked them into a short tower. In the process, a larger wave slammed against the ground and soaked my legs from the knees down. Saying a few choice words, I retreated to the base of the bluff and took my seat on the boulder again. I could feel the cold stone even through the multiple layers covering my ass. But I didn't have time to worry about that. Once I was back in shelter, the faint sound of rotor blades reached my ears. Standing, I turned my head from side to side and tilted it, trying to locate the source of the sound. I couldn't decide on a direction, but with renewed hope, I headed for the top of the bluff where I'd set up the strobe. Halfway there, the wind swirled and clearly brought the sound of the helicopter to me for a few seconds. That wasn't much time, but it was enough for me to tell this wasn't an American hello. Something about the sound, something that I've never been able to put into words, was different. I wasn't sure the rotor I was hearing was Russian, but I didn't want to find out the hard way. Deciding to shut off the beacon that would draw them directly to me, I surged forward in a stiff-legged sprint. 7. Alarms were blaring in the CIC as Admiral Packard rushed in. He barked in order to have them silenced, a moment later the room going quiet other than the calm, professional voices of the men and women speaking on various comm circuits. Admiral, the captain in charge of the CIC, stepped forward to meet him. We have multiple anti-satellite missile launches from a Russian cruiser in the North Sea. A pair of Akula attack subs have also engaged the Lincoln CSG, and there are multiple inbound missiles. Casualties? We're receiving an emergency beacon from the Seawolf, but other than that, none so far, sir. The Lincoln has had to scrap the rescue flight. They have a flight of Bear bombers inbound and defensive flight operations are taking priority. The anti-sat missiles. What are they targeting? They've tracked 6 of the Thor satellites, sir, the captain said. Simmons is trying to move them now, but they apparently aren't designed for anything other than minor orbital adjustments. Packard nodded and strode across the room to Jessica's station. The captain followed in his wake. Seaman, are you going to be able to move those platforms to safety? He asked. No, sir, Jessica answered without hesitation. If the Russian missiles function properly, we're going to lose the assets. More anti-SAT launches, sir. A senior chief petty officer called from an adjacent station. Sending data to Thor station now. Jessica's fingers were flying as she accepted the information and loaded it into her system. Talk to me, Miss Simmons, Packard said, impatient. 8 more missiles, sir, she said, then pointed at one of her monitors. Total of 14 Thor birds in geosynchronous orbit are now targeted. They are trying to take out all of the ones that are capable of striking Russia directly. How long before the missiles arrive on target? The captain asked. Less than 5 minutes for the first wave of 6. Just over 10 for the second launch, sir. You have all of the ground targets I gave you still locked in? Packard asked. Yes, sir, Jessica said, swiveling around to meet his eyes. Packard hesitated for a moment, which was completely out of character for him. He had always been decisive, not wasting time second-guessing himself. This trait had served him well in his military career, but this was a whole new scenario he'd never imagined he would have to deal with. He had weapons that were in danger of being destroyed by the enemy. Weapons that were the only thing deterring the Russians from launching nuclear missiles and utterly destroying the final vestiges of the United States. Nearly 2 million American lives hung in the balance, awaiting his decision. If he did nothing, they'd lose their ability to checkmate the Russians. All that would be left would be complete and unconditional surrender to avoid total devastation. But the civilians who were depending on him would survive. Maybe. Unless this was an opening gambit by the Russians. Maybe they were so pissed off by the rods he'd dropped on the Kremlin, the naval base and the nuclear power plant, that once the Thor system was neutralized they'd launch nukes to finish what they started. 3.5 minutes, sir, Jessica gently prompted. Packard took a deep breath and made his decision. Release on all targets designated in those 14 satellites, he ordered. And put a list of the targets up on the screen. Jessica spun and reached for her keyboard, her rapid typing sounding not unlike a machine gun. Messages flashed onto her screen, then were dismissed so quickly that the admiral and captain were unable to read what they said. As she worked, multiple lines of coordinates on another monitor began turning red. In less than a minute, all of them had changed color. Captain, Packard said without turning his attention away from Jessica's monitor. Issue orders to the fleet. Commence Operation Merciless. Yes, sir, the man snapped, turning on his heel and rushing to his command console. Clicking her mouse and typing a few commands, Jessica took control of one of the massive monitors on the wall at the front of the room. It now displayed the same list of target coordinates. As she continued to work, the name of the location appeared next to the string of numbers that were used by the computer to identify the target. Finally, to the far right on each line, a countdown to impact timer came to life. All rods away, sir, Jessica breathed. Packard nodded, looking over the list with a lump in his stomach. 147 targets within Russia were about to be destroyed. The death toll from the initial strike would be in the tens of thousands. But the resulting deaths of Russian civilians would be much higher. Within a few minutes, the majority of the Russian people would no longer have fuel to heat their homes, food to feed their families or clean water to drink. Taking a deep breath, Packard scanned the list again. All 27 of the Russian ICBM sites. The 9 remaining nuclear power reactors. Air Force, Army, and naval bases. Oil depots. Refineries. Natural gas pipeline pumping stations. Agricultural distribution centers. Food processing centers. Communication hubs. Heavy manufacturing facilities. Strategic targets such as bridges and hydroelectric dams. All would be either destroyed or damaged so heavily as to be unusable. But the attack didn't stop there. Now came Operation Merciless. Every American military asset still functioning was launching an attack on pre-designated enemy targets. Russian surface and subsurface vessels that had been shadowed by American attack submarines were sunk. Thousands of cruise missiles that were still in inventory were launched from around the globe. And the final wave. The one that gave the admiral nightmares. Hundreds of ICBMs roaring out of the ocean, launched by American ballistic missile submarines. Only these weren't tipped with a nuclear bomb. For weeks, the Navy had scrambled to replace the warheads with chemical weapon dispersion canisters. Each of these was filled with MX-489 nerve agent. This was the same chemical compound that had been used in the opening attack against America. The Chinese had paired it with the virus that had spread across the world like wildfire after the initial release. Russia had survived because of widespread vaccinations. But you can't immunize against the chemical nerve agent. As the ICBMs arrived over their targets, every Russian city with a population greater than 100,000, the agent would be dispersed into the atmosphere by a small, conventional explosion. It would be atomized by the blast and slowly drift down to blanket every street and building, and any person who was not indoors. Less than a drop was all it would take to turn someone into a raging horror, intent on killing anyone they encountered. In total, 164 cities were targeted. Some would only receive a visit from a single missile. Others, like Moscow with nearly 12 million residents, had dozens of ICBMs racing towards them. Within a few hours, Russia would be as dead as the United States. 8. Rachel and Irina stood watching the Gulf of Mexico's gentle waves lap against a white, sand beach. They were in Florida at Pensacola Naval Air Station. The C-130 transporting them from Idaho to the Bahamas had developed engine problems and the pilot had decided to set down and try to effect repairs. A couple of squads of Rangers had been on the flight with them and had quickly dispatched several small groups of infected that had attacked as soon as they landed. That had been several hours ago. Now, they were in a loose perimeter around the big aircraft as the pilot and a mechanic struggled with the stubborn engine. The area was mostly clear of infected, only the occasional male wandering onto the tarmac, drawn by the sounds of the working men. The ones that stumbled into sight were in horrific condition. Emaciated, severely dehydrated, and barely able to move. The Rangers, conserving their ammunition, would walk out and put them down with their knives. Growing bored, the two women had taken extra rifles and ammo and gone exploring. At the southern end of the main runway, a small track led through a narrow strip of trees before emerging onto a glistening beach. "It is beautiful," Irina said, staring at the blue-green water. Rachel didn't say anything, just slowly turned a complete circle to make sure there weren't any infected who had spotted them. Seeing nothing, she shielded her eyes and looked at the sea. "Are you all right?" Irina asked, picking up on her companion's mood. "Where do you think he is by now?" Irina didn't have to ask who she was talking about. Rachel had boarded the plane at Mountain Home Air Force Base after saying goodbye to John, tears running down her face. When the big loading ramp had closed, she'd completely broken down, curling into a ball and sobbing until well after takeoff. She'd finally gotten her emotions under control, but had remained quiet for the entire flight. "Probably somewhere over the Arctic Ocean," Irina answered. Rachel nodded and walked a few steps closer to the edge of the gently lapping water. "Why are there not big waves?" Irina asked, looking for a topic to distract Rachel from her thoughts. "I don't know," Rachel said in a far-off voice. After a few more minutes of silence, Irina sat down on the sand and began unlacing her boots. Removing them, she rolled her pants legs up to her knees and waded into the water. "It is warm." She smiled. "We should swim while they are fixing the plane." Rachel nodded, but didn't answer. Slowly, Irina walked out of the water and came to stand in front of her. "When I was 17, I was in love," she began, waiting until Rachel shifted her attention and looked at her. "I was in a special program in Russia run by the GRU. Children with higher than average intelligence and certain aptitudes were identified and taken from their parents. We were sent to a very special school. I was only 6 when I was taken." Moving next to Rachel, Irina sat on the warm sand and rested the rifle across her knees. "From the very first day, we were only ever allowed to speak English. American English. The use of slang and idioms was encouraged, and we were required to watch several hours of popular American television shows each day. An entire town had been constructed, an exact copy of a small town in the Midwest, and this is where we lived. We were made into Americans. Each of us had a surrogate mother and father that were former KGB agents who had lived among the Americans. They taught us too, as well as ensuring we had the proper attitude about our education. There was this boy who was 2 years older than me. He was the smartest, the best athlete, the best-looking boy at the school. His school name was Tom, but his real name was Vasily. All of the girls dreamed of being his girlfriend, but he kept to himself, completely dedicated to his training. But as I got older and began to look more like a woman than a child, he noticed me. Out of all the other girls, he noticed me. We began to talk, then go to movies together. And we fell in love. Perhaps it was only teenage infatuation, but it still feels as real as anything I have ever experienced. Then one night, I met him in the park and he was so upset. He was leaving the next morning for his first assignment. He did not know where he would be going. We held each other and cried, wanting to stay together even though we both knew that someday we would be called on to fulfill the mission we had been trained for since we were small children. We made love. It was the first time for both of us. When it was over, he asked me to leave with him. At first, I thought he meant to go on his mission with him. But he meant for us to run away. To sneak out of town and leave Russia so we could be together. What did you do? Rachel asked, taking a seat next to Irina. I said yes. I loved him. I could not imagine living without him. So we made plans, sitting there on the grass in the dark. We would each go back to our homes and pack some clothes. Half an hour later, we would meet near the north fence and slip out into the night. I went home and gathered my belongings, then snuck out of my bedroom window. He was waiting for me, and together we left the town. I still do not know where it was, and we were soon lost in a forest. Once the sun came up and we knew directions, we headed west. Eventually, we believed, we would reach some part of Europe, where we could disappear into the population. We walked much of the morning, never finding an end to the forest. Neither of us had thought to bring food or water and we were hungry and thirsty. By night, I was frightened that we would die in the forest. We fell asleep holding each other after making love again. During the night, soldiers dispatched by the school found us. We were handcuffed and put on a helicopter and flown back to the town. We had not gone very far, so it was a short flight. When we arrived, the large park where we had first made love was brightly lit. All of the students and their parents were standing in a circle around a large bandstand. A general was standing on the platform, waiting for us. We were made to stand in front of the whole town while the headmaster of the school explained the crimes we had committed. Then he said that the punishment for crimes against the state was death. Vasily cried out. Said he had forced me to go with him. Begged for mercy for me in exchange for his confession of guilt. I screamed that he was lying, that we had done it together. He shouted me down, raging at the headmaster that he was the only one to blame, but Irina stopped speaking, staring across the water as she remembered. Rachel reached out and took her hand. What happened to Vasily? The headmaster shot him in the head, Irina said, tears rolling down her face. Then he shouted at all of the assembled people that this was the punishment for betrayal. I'm sorry, Rachel said, squeezing Irina's hand. You see, Irina said after a long stretch of silence. Vasily would not have it any other way. He was a man, just like Major Chase. They will sacrifice anything to protect those they love. He did not surrender to only save Hawaii. Or his wife. He was thinking of you, too. Rachel was crying now, both of them staring at the ocean through glistening tears. He was satisfied with only punishing Vasily? Rachel asked, sniffing. No. He was going to shoot me, too. The general intervened. Saved me. Took me with him when he left. Back to Moscow where I was sworn into the army and assigned to the GRU. Why? Rachel asked. He was my uncle. My real uncle. My mother's brother. He was the one responsible for my having been sent to the school. My parents were alcoholics. Bad. It was his way of making sure I had an opportunity at life. They sat for a long time, holding hands and thinking about the men they'd loved and lost. I'm sorry for asking, Rachel finally broke the silence. But I thought you were, preferred girls. I do, Irina answered, releasing Rachel's hand and wiping her eyes. For several years after Vasily was killed, I was alone. Finally, at my uncle's urging, I began to date. But it never felt right. Not like it did with Vasily. Every man I spent time with was either intimidated by my position in the GRU, or using me in an attempt to curry favor with my uncle. So you gave up? I do not know if that is the right way to say it. I lost interest. Then, while on assignment in the UK, I met a British journalist. A woman. She awakened feelings in me that I had not had since Vasily. Our affair was intense, but brief. Unfortunately, it came to the attention of the embassy in London because of a stupid social media post with a picture of her and I kissing. I was recalled to Moscow, and once again, my uncle's intervention saved me. Saved you? Rachel asked. Homosexuality in Russia is a crime, Irina said with a sad smile. Prison. Are you serious? Very, Irina nodded. By this time, my uncle was a very powerful man. He was able to stop the investigation and have me assigned as a sleeper agent in America. He saved my life. Again. Rachel was looking at Irina, shifting her eyes when movement on the sand caught her attention. A single infected male, 100 yards away, stumbled towards them. She raised the suppressed rifle and shot him. Nice shot, Irina said, standing and pulling her shirt over her head. Now, I am going to go for a swim in this wonderful water. If you want to join me, no need to worry. I am not attracted to you. She smiled and peeled her clothes off before turning and running into the sea. Rachel laughed in surprise, a moment later shedding hers and following Irina. They splashed and swam for 20 minutes. Refreshed, they returned to the beach and flopped onto the sand to dry in the sun. Rachel's heart still ached, but the sharing of Irina's pain had reminded her of why John had sacrificed himself. Part of her healed as she lay there, soaking up the late afternoon rays. Ma'am? Rachel started when a male voice spoke from behind her. She sat up quickly, crossing her arms across her bare breasts and pulling her knees close to her body. Irina reacted in the same way, the two of them looking over their shoulders at the intruder. It was one of the rangers who had been on the plane with them. He had come to a stop several yards away and was studiously looking at the top of a tall palm tree. What's wrong? Rachel asked. There's some news, ma'am. And we're getting ready to leave. Thank you, Sergeant, Rachel said. We'll be right there. Yes, ma'am, he said, unable to resist stealing a glance at the two naked women as he turned and headed back to the runway. How long do you think he was standing there before he said anything? Irina asked as they began brushing sand off their bodies and pulling clothes on. Probably long enough to have some good dreams tonight, Rachel laughed. Irina looked up and smiled at her. Moments later they were ready and headed for the plane. As they walked up, several of the rangers had to look away in attempts to hide smiles. Oh, grow up, Rachel said loud enough for all of them to hear. There were some surprised looks and a couple of chuckles. We've got a change of destination, the ranger who had come to the beach said. Why? Irina blurted. Hostilities have resumed between us and the fucking Ruskies, he said, unaware of who and what Irina really was. We're bombing the hell out of them. But that's not why we're heading north. North? Rachel asked in surprise. Yes, ma'am. The Russian plane carrying the major went down over Ellesmere Island. Right by Greenland. There's a survivor on the ground. He survived? Rachel shouted, stepping forward. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but we don't know who survived. Pearl can only see a single body on thermal. It's cloudy there. It could be one of the Russians. I got $10, says it's the major. That fucker's too mean to die. The ranger who spoke up earned a look from the sergeant. I've got 20. Rachel smiled at the man before turning back. What are we waiting for? Let's go. We're waiting for the men I sent to the quartermaster's building, ma'am. It's cold there. Very. We need the right gear. Rachel began pacing, hope swelling in her chest. That son of a bitch. She should have known he'd find a way to escape. Why us? Greenland is a very long way away. How long to get there? Irina asked, happy for Rachel, but tempering her excitement for the moment. 3,600 miles, the pilot said as he walked up, a large pack hanging over his left shoulder. Us, because everyone else is busy fighting. Should take us about 8.5 hours. In that? Irina asked, pointing at the C-130. No, ma'am, he said. That would take most of the day. Navy was nice enough to leave a C-40 sitting on the tarmac, just waiting for us. He pointed, Rachel and Irina looking across a broad expanse of taxiways. A large jet sat gleaming in the sun. That looks like a commercial airliner, Rachel said, surprised. That's because without the Navy paint, you'd see it at most any airport, the pilot said. In the civilian world, it's called a Boeing 737. 9. After talking to Lucas Martin on the sat phone, Igor had thought about his options, then called the only number programmed into the phone. The young SEAL officer who had given it to him, Lieutenant Sam. Go for Sam, the man had answered, a note of curiosity in his voice. In broken English, Igor identified himself. Sam quickly remembered the big Russian. I was going to call you, Sam said, surprising Igor. We're moving. Radioactive fallout coming into the region and it's too hot to stay. Going to pick you up on our way east. I need go Russia, Igor replied. Need plane. Why do you need to go to Russia? Sam asked suspiciously. Friend in trouble. Igor felt that was all the explanation that was needed. They spoke for a few more minutes, Sam ignoring the request for a plane. He gave Igor instructions on where to meet them as they traveled along Interstate 90, then disconnected the call. For several minutes, Igor sat in the leather recliner. Dog's chin was resting on his leg and he absently rubbed his furry head as he thought. He had understood perhaps half of what the American had said. But, like any Russian, he had a healthy fear of radiation after the Chernobyl disaster in his home country. Deciding it was best to go with the SEALs and find a way to get on a plane, Igor spent close to an hour preparing to leave their new home. With Dog trailing along, he'd gone into the garage and refueled the side-by-side UTV from 2 5-gallon plastic containers. Taking a moment to check the oil, he went back into the house and gathered his gear. Packing the cargo area of the small, off-road vehicle, he added several jugs of water. Going into the backyard, he paused when Dog emitted a low growl. Igor followed his eyes and saw movement at the edge of the tree line. Thinking it was an infected, he drew his knife with a sigh and began to step forward. He froze in his tracks when an animal emerged from the forest. It was a large cat. Mountain lion, he believed the Americans called it. Very big and strong. At least 100 kilos. The animal stood 50 meters away and stared at the man and Dog. It was a tawny color with a tuft of black fur at the tip of its long tail. Its eyes glowed yellow in the moonlight as it calmly observed them. Halfway between them was the tree where Igor had hung the plastic bags of fresh venison from the deer he had killed earlier in the day. Had the big cat smelled the raw meat? Or was it just exploring territory that no longer teemed with humans? Igor moved slowly, not wanting to startle the beast. Pulling the slung AKMS rifle around his body, he raised it to his shoulder and aimed at the intruder. He didn't particularly want to kill it, but if it charged he would fire. They remained frozen in place for several long moments. The man with the rifle, a dog standing close by his side, facing a silent terror of the night. Igor couldn't help but chuckle when he realized that nothing had changed since the dawn of man. There were still monsters with long teeth and sharp claws roaming the dark forests. Growing tired of waiting, Igor shifted aim slightly and fired 2 rounds into the ground next to the cat's feet. Impossibly fast, the animal spun and disappeared into the trees. Igor blinked, surprised at how swiftly and silently it had vanished into the forest. Keeping the rifle up and scanning the tree line, he moved to the base of the tree where the meat was secured. A small, red puddle was in the snow a few feet from its base. One of the bags must have leaked before the blood froze solid. That's what had drawn the cat. Igor recognized how lucky he was to have made the trek home without being attacked by the animal. Cutting the rope, the large collection of plastic bags dropped to the ground in front of him. Making another careful scan of the area, Igor grasped the rope and dragged the heavy bundle to the house. Dog stayed close as he moved, head turned to watch the forest, nose constantly twitching. Igor breathed a sigh of relief when they were safely inside. Russia had its share of big cats in Siberia, and they sometimes ranged as far west as the Ural Mountains. He had encountered them occasionally when he was growing up. Wherever they lived, they were a top-level predator. More than a match for a man or dog if caught by surprise. Going through the packaged meat, Igor found the bag that had leaked the blood. The plastic zipper hadn't been completely sealed. Pinching it tight, he hefted the now frozen meat onto his shoulder and carried it to the garage where he loaded it into the UTV. The garage was cold, only slightly warmer than outside, and the meat would stay frozen. "We have food for our trip," he said to Dog in Russian. Dog's tail thumped against the wall when Igor spoke to him. Getting an ear scratch, he led the way inside. They made the rounds, ensuring the house was secure, then both were in bed asleep 5 minutes later. Igor rose early the next morning, darkness still blanketing the house. The temperature had plummeted during the night. As Igor moved about by the light of a small candle, his breath fogged in the frigid air. "Up!" Igor shouted. Dog was still on the bed, curled into a tight ball with his nose tucked under the fur on his tail. He watched Igor for a moment, then slowly stretched to his full length and yawned. "You are getting soft," Igor said, smiling. Dog ignored him and jumped off the bed. He headed down the stairs as Igor finished dressing and placing weapons on his body. When he was ready, he took another quick look around the expansive bedroom to make sure he wasn't forgetting anything. Seeing nothing he needed, he went downstairs and shared a bottle of water with Dog while peering into the backyard. They both needed to relieve themselves before getting on the road, and he wanted to make sure the big cat wasn't hanging around waiting for an easy meal. The moon hadn't set, and he was able to clearly see all of the tracks in the snow. Most of them were either his or Dog's, but there was one set that came in from the forest to the spot where the blood had dripped. So the animal hadn't been frightened enough to prevent it from returning during the night. Igor opened the door and Dog pushed through ahead of him, nose up and sampling the air. He remained quiet and a moment later trotted out into the yard to take care of his business. A few minutes later they were in the garage and Igor gave the UTV a final check, then started the engine to warm it up. Double-checking the location of his spare weapons and ammunition, he waved Dog into the passenger seat. Releasing the lock, he raised the rolling door and backed out of the garage. The cold was biting, a breeze blowing from the north making it feel even colder, but in true Russian fashion, Igor ignored the weather. Driving with the lights off, he navigated the narrow streets in the upscale neighborhood. He had thought about following the trail through the forest the SEALs had used when they'd picked up him and Colonel Crawford, but had opted to stay on the pavement. Sam had told him the conflict between American and Russian forces had escalated, and the Russians were no longer patrolling the area. So he decided to take the easier route. They passed several large mansions, sitting on snow-covered lawns. There was no movement, for which Igor was grateful. He was tired of fighting the infected. Didn't want to eat into his supply of ammunition. But there were none to be seen. Nothing but dark, empty houses and abandoned cars. Several years ago, Russian intelligence had heard a rumor that terrorists were trying to obtain contaminated material from the Chernobyl disaster site for use in a radiological bomb. Igor had been on the Spetsnaz team that was sent to Pripyat, the town that housed the workers and their families for the massive nuclear power plant. Pripyat had been evacuated in a matter of hours when the plant's operators realized they weren't going to be able to prevent a meltdown. 50,000 people loaded into trucks and buses and taken to safety. Nothing left behind other than a ghost town, still full of every possession that couldn't be carried during the emergency evacuation. It had been a sobering mission for all of the men of the Spetsnaz squad. One of them swore he heard the voices of children crying for their parents who didn't make it out of the reactor facility. They didn't find any evidence to support the rumor of terrorists in the area. Now, as Igor drove through the empty American suburb, he couldn't help but think about the ghost town of Pripyat. Fighting against the gooseflesh that crawled up his back, he stepped on the brakes when a faint scream reached his ears. Dog was staring down a side road, ears at full mast and nose twitching. Together, they sat and watched for a few moments, waiting to see if the sound would repeat. It didn't, but just before Igor stepped on the throttle, a large form flowed across the street they were watching. The moon still provided a small amount of light and he recognized the shape of the big cat that had visited his house. Dog growled as Igor pressed on the gas. The animal was hunting, and he didn't want it to decide they looked like a good breakfast. They reached the interstate in only a few minutes. Igor drove for another hour, the sun peeking over the mountains they were climbing when he stopped. The mile marker specified by the seal was right in front of them, and just past it was a narrow, snow-covered track that led into the forest. Shifting the UTV into four-wheel drive, Igor turned onto it and within 30 yards pulled to a stop in a small clearing. The area was completely screened from the freeway by dense forest, and after briefly looking around, Igor shut off the engine. Silence descended. Near perfect silence. Other than the sound of the wind in the trees, there was nothing to be heard. No morning birdsong. No squirrels chattering in the trees. No small rodents moving through the undergrowth. Nothing. Looking around carefully, Igor finally got out of the vehicle and called for Dog. They were early, and he was hungry. Gathering 2 armfuls of wood from piles of fallen branches, he built a small fire in the center of the clearing. Once it was crackling away, he put 2 of the venison steaks at its edge to thaw. When they were no longer frozen, he would put a spit through his and suspend it over the flames to cook. Dog would get his raw, but would have to wait. In an hour they had finished their meal, Igor taking note when Dog lifted his head and looked to the west. A few minutes later he heard the sound of approaching vehicles. A faint rumble of engines and the hiss of tires, clear in the cold, mountain air. Igor had let the fire burn down and now smothered it with dirt he'd scraped up from beneath the snow. The sound steadily approached, and Igor and Dog moved down the track to the interstate. Staying hidden in the forest, they watched as 3 large American SUVs came to a stop near the mile marker post. Dog was alert and Igor had his rifle up when one of the doors popped open. He relaxed when Lieutenant Sam stepped out and looked at the fresh tire tracks in the snow. Dog growled softly, which surprised Igor as he should have remembered the seal. Lowering his rifle, Igor stepped into view. "Ready?" Sam asked. "Gear," Igor said, nodding towards the forest. He trotted down the trail, Dog following, and quickly gathered all of his belongings. When he returned to the side of the freeway, Sam was waiting with the rear hatch of one of the vehicles open. Igor stepped behind and tossed his pack and bundle of steaks inside, surprised to see Dog remaining near the edge of the forest when he turned. He called to him, but Dog wouldn't approach the idling vehicle. Moving to the passenger door, Igor opened it and whistled for Dog, gesturing for him to get in. As he waved, he turned his head and saw the woman sitting in the rear seat. "Tai Che, Blyad?" He blurted in Russian, meaning "what the fuck?" As he spoke, he leapt backwards and brought his rifle up, aiming at Nicole. "No!" Sam shouted, leaping forward and placing himself between Nicole and the muzzle of Igor's rifle. "She's okay." He held his hands out towards Igor as he spoke. Several other doors had popped open and 4 SEALs were now standing outside the vehicles, rifles pointed at Igor's head. "Lower your weapon," Sam said, gesturing towards the ground. "What fuck? She infected?" Igor said, not wavering. "No, she's not," Sam said, waving for his men to lower their weapons. After a long pause, they obeyed. Igor cut his eyes around, then leaned to the side to see around Sam. The fear on Nicole's face convinced him more than anything the SEAL could have said. Slowly, he lowered his rifle and moved to stand next to Dog. "We ride in other car," he said, placing his hand on the back of Dog's neck. 10. I stumbled several times, but somehow managed to keep my feet underneath me. The wind howled in my ears and I could no longer hear the helicopter. I wasn't about to assume that it had moved on. That damn strobe needed to be shut off before they found me. As I ran, I couldn't help but second-guess myself. What if this really was a rescue party? Then I dismissed the thought. There wasn't anyone left in the world that was flying helicopters other than us and the Russians. Well, perhaps the Aussies, but they were about 12,000 miles away. The only thing I was certain of was the fact that the rotors I'd heard hadn't been American. That was enough for me. Reaching the strobe, I yanked it free of the rock it was tied to and began trying to open the protective cover on the base. I didn't want to damage it, not knowing if I might need it later. But my cold, stiff fingers didn't want to cooperate. I fumbled with the device for what felt like far too long. Finally, I gave up and used the knife to pry the cover off. Beneath was a small switch, and using the tip of the blade I moved it to the off position. Glancing at the strobe through night vision to make sure it was really off, I shoved it into a pocket. And none too soon. I looked up as a large helicopter passed directly overhead at no more than a couple of 100 feet of altitude. Watching it, I cursed when I recognized the shape of a Russian hind. I stayed in place for a moment, wondering if they'd spotted me. Did they have FLIR? Even if they did, maybe the layers of clothing I was wearing had hidden me from their instruments. It's difficult, if not impossible, to hide from thermal imaging. The human body is almost always a different temperature than the surrounding environment. But this was an exceptional circumstance. I was wearing several thick layers. No skin other than a thin strip for my eyes was exposed. With the wind, maybe any body heat that made it to the surface layer of my clothing was immediately cooled enough to make me invisible. Or maybe they didn't have FLIR. Maybe. Whatever the reason, they weren't turning to come back to my location. Instead, the big helo came into a hover a couple of 100 yards away, the pilot fighting the gusts. Slowly it descended until the landing gear brushed the ground. The troop door opened and 6 figures jumped out, quickly spreading into a wide semicircle. I flattened my body against the frozen tundra, more worried about night vision on the soldiers than FLIR at the moment. The hind gained altitude and began a slow orbit of the area. It passed over me once without slowing or deviating. This confirmed for me that they either didn't have thermal sights or my theory about the layers of clothing was correct. Either way, the helo wasn't spotting me. But that didn't help conceal me from the squad of soldiers that was slowly walking in my direction. They must have seen the strobe before I was able to shut it down. Not well enough to pinpoint my location, but certainly enough of a look to start searching in the right area. Shit. Hugging the ground, I crawled a dozen yards to take advantage of a small pile of boulders. Not large enough to completely hide behind, but enough to keep my form from standing out against the ground. Peeking around the edge, I checked on the approaching Russians. The 6 of them had formed up, spread out along a line of about 150 yards. That meant a 30-yard gap between each man. Not much space, especially in this unforgiving terrain. But, with their slow pace and the aid of night vision, nothing would be able to slip between them. That left the option of going around. I was about 2/3 of the way from the left end of the line, somewhere between the second and third man. Looking behind me, I wasn't happy when I confirmed there weren't any terrain features that I could use for concealment. It was no different to my front. If I started trying to crawl away, they'd spot me. That left one option. Head towards the ocean and climb down the bluff I'd been using for shelter. The only problem with that was I'd be trapped on a narrow strip of beach with nowhere to go. Entering the water wasn't even a consideration. I'd noted large ice floes bobbing on the waves. It was most assuredly cold enough that I wouldn't last more than a couple of minutes. Hoping I could descend the steep bluff without falling to my death on the rocks below, I began crawling towards the upper edge. Pausing when I arrived, I glanced behind me and caught my breath in surprise. Lights were approaching from behind the line of Russians. A land vehicle. The soldiers had noticed, turning and facing the new arrival. Their rifles were up, and a moment later they spread out to encircle whatever was driving towards them. Seeing my opportunity, I moved away from the edge and stood, running laterally along the top of the bluff. I didn't know where I was going. There wasn't a forest to disappear in, or canyons to hide me from them. But putting distance between us was preferable to being recaptured. I didn't know for sure what had changed, that the Navy was trying to get me back, but I had taken their interception of the Russian plane as good news that the secret weapon system was online and operational. When I reached a point that was clear of where the Russians had been searching, I flattened myself against the ground again to watch. I was curious who was driving the vehicle I'd seen. I hadn't been able to get a good look at it, but it had seemed large. Too large to have been brought by the enemy helicopter. So if not the Russians, who the hell was it? The vehicle had stopped short of the Russians, and I was able to get a decent look at it with the night vision goggles. It looked like an overgrown Hummer, only without tires. At each corner were large, triangular-shaped clusters of wheels that were wrapped in a tread. It looked like something you'd expect to see at a research station at the South Pole. What the hell was it doing here? It didn't appear as if whoever was operating it was aware he was being circled by the soldiers. The front doors popped open and two men wearing parkas with pistol belts tightly cinched at the waist stepped out. One of them held a military-style rifle loosely in his hands. They both glanced around, but neither was wearing night vision and couldn't see the Russians closing in on them. All of their attention was on the single soldier who had let his rifle hang on a sling as he walked towards them. These weren't Russians, and they were about to die. Damn it! With a deep sigh, I stood and began moving forward. I wasn't opposed to helping the new guys, even though I didn't know who they were. All I did know was they apparently weren't friends of the Russians. At the moment, that was enough. That, and the opportunity to take the fight to the enemy and maybe find a way to get inside that nice, warm vehicle. The 6 soldiers had formed a large circle around the spot where the vehicle had come to a stop. One of them, probably the squad leader, was slowly walking forward as if to greet the 2 men who had driven up. While he was taking his time, keeping them distracted, 2 more were coming up behind them. The remaining 3 had gone prone on the ground, covering their buddies with aimed rifles. My first target was a soldier lying behind a small pile of rocks. His back was to me and he was on his belly, rifle held in his hand which was braced on the stones. I rushed forward, trusting the howling wind to cover the sound of my approach. Running in a crouch, I slowed and dropped to the ground when I was within 10 yards of him. A quick survey of the rest of his squad told me I hadn't been spotted. All eyes were on the vehicle. None of them were paying any attention to each other. I covered the distance on knees and elbows, knife gripped tightly in my right hand. Close enough to touch the Russian's boots, I paused and leaned to the side, peering forward. Checking, and hoping his finger wasn't on the trigger. The last thing I needed was a reflexive pull that would fire the weapon and alert the rest of his squad. Glad to see it indexed along the receiver, I carefully got my feet under my hips, squatting. With a lunge, I uncoiled my body and came down on his back. The knife went into the side of his neck, and I twisted it as I reached forward with my left and pinned his finger outside the trigger guard. His body went rigid and he bucked twice, then began twitching. I turned the blade again and he went still. The tension went out of his hand and it flopped to the ground when I released it. Withdrawing the knife, I quickly removed his pack. It held a small amount of rations and a couple hundred rounds of ammunition. A chest rig held several spare magazines and 3 grenades. I yanked it free as well. Looking around, I saw that the Russian had come to a stop about 30 yards away from the front bumper of the vehicle. I couldn't hear anything, but it looked like he was shouting at the 2 men. Behind them, the pair of Russians were still closing. Squatting close to the ground, I quickly put on the chest rig and pack. Picked up the rifle and made sure it was ready to go with a round chambered. Satisfied, I started moving forward. To my right was another soldier with his weapon covering the meeting. Far to my left was the third, but I'd lost sight of him. The Russians were moments away from taking out these 2 guys. It was time to crash the party. Pulling one of the grenades, I yanked the pin and threw it hard in the direction of the Russian I couldn't see. Spinning, I brought the rifle up and aimed at the one covering the ambush. I fired 3 rounds, seeing his body jerk twice through the scope. The rifle was unsuppressed and loud. But not as loud as the grenade when it detonated. Whipping around, I scanned the area where a cloud of dirt and snow was being cleared away by the wind. Seeing movement, I fired several times, catching the surprised soldier with my last shot when he raised his head to see who was attacking him. Gunfire started up from the direction of the vehicle and I dropped to the ground and looked through the scope. The Russian squad leader was down, and so was the man without a rifle. The survivor was sheltering behind the Hummer and exchanging fire with the 2 soldiers who'd been coming up behind him. I started scrambling sideways to get a shot, then buried my face in my arms when the vehicle exploded in a brilliant flash. The Hind roared overhead a moment later, banking sharply. It had fired a missile, destroying the Hummer and the man using it for cover. Continuing its turn, the pilot suddenly jinked hard an instant before a surface-to-air missile, SAM, fired from over a ridgeline, turned it into a fireball. In slow motion, the huge helicopter emerged from the flames, the entire tail section tumbling away. Gaining speed, it fell to the ground with a shattering impact, another gout of flame engulfing its remains. On the far side of the burning Hummer, the 2 surviving Russian soldiers slowly got to their feet and turned to look in the direction the SAM had come from. I leapt up, changed magazines, and headed directly for them. Swinging wide around the blistering heat from the vehicle's funeral pyre, I advanced on them. My rifle was ready, tight to my shoulder. When I drew within 50 yards, one of them looked over his shoulder and saw me. I fired, shifted slightly and fired on the second one before the first hit the ground. Closing the remaining distance, I fired a short, full auto burst into each to make sure they would stay down. Reversing course, I found the squad leader on the far side of the Humvee. He was still alive. Barely. He'd taken 2 rounds in the chest and lay on his back. His night vision had been knocked off his face and I could see the pain and fear in his eyes when I looked down. He tried to say something in Russian, but after only a few words, I shot him. 11. Headlights appeared on top of the ridge at the same time I pulled the trigger. I stood where I was, waiting for the vehicle to arrive. I still had no idea who these guys were, but as the old saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I just hoped they'd heard the same adage. It approached slowly, but I was unable to make out any details. I couldn't look directly at it with my night vision because of the blinding lights. Turning the goggles off and pushing them on top of my head didn't help. I still couldn't see beyond the glare. I walked forward slowly, rifle slung at my side and hands extended, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. According to Katie, that's not possible for me. She's always said that I'm one of those people that give off a vibe, warning others to not mess with me. I don't know if that's true or not. Right now, I wanted to appear friendly, so I waved as the vehicle came to a stop. The bright lights spotlighted me, and I couldn't tell what was going on beyond them. There was a low rumble of a powerful engine idling, but other than that I could only hear the moaning wind. There could have been a dozen soldiers piling out and pointing weapons at me for all I knew. "Do you speak English?" A voice with a French-Canadian accent shouted from behind the lights. "Better than you," I shouted back. I guess he didn't appreciate my sense of humor, as he didn't respond or say anything else for almost a minute. "Stay where you are. If you reach for a weapon you will be shot," the voice finally said. A moment later, 3 figures stepped in front of the lights and began cautiously approaching. They were just silhouettes and I couldn't make out any details as they walked toward me. "On your knees," a new voice shouted. "American," I shouted back. "Major John Chase. U.S. Army." They weren't impressed and I was ordered to get on my knees again. With a sigh, I complied, folding my hands on top of my head before they had a chance to tell me. Once I had submitted, 2 of them came forward on either side of me. The third man stayed where he was and I could tell a rifle was aimed at my heart. I was getting an idea of who they were, but decided to keep my mouth shut for the moment. They were understandably jumpy and probably more than a little pissed off over the loss of their buddies. I was quickly disarmed, searched thoroughly, then told to stand and walk towards the light. Keeping my hands on my head, I did as I was told. The 3 of them carefully guarded me as I approached, maintaining good spacing so I couldn't make a grab for one of their weapons. Stepping into the gloom behind the lights, I was met by the shadowy figure of a man several inches taller than me. That doesn't happen often, and accustomed to usually being the tallest person in a setting, it was slightly disconcerting. "American Army?" the man asked. I recognized the accent, placing him as the first voice that had shouted at me. Deciding it was time to show some gratitude and respect, I nodded my head as I answered. "Yes. Major John Chase. Thank you for your help with the Russians. I don't suppose you have any ID?" he asked, suspicion clear in his voice. I shook my head. My eyes had adjusted and I could see that all of them were wearing winter camouflage snowsuits and carrying C7 rifles, the Canadian version of an M16. Subdued color Canadian flag patches were on their shoulders. No rank insignia was visible on any of them. "I am Captain Henri Dumas of the Royal Canadian Air Force," the man introduced himself. "I received a communication about you. Was told you might have survived the crash of a Russian plane that was taking you to Moscow." "You have me at a disadvantage, Captain," I said. "I don't even know where I am." "I thought Greenland, but now I'm guessing one of the Canadian islands." "All in good time," he said. "Tell me the name of the woman who contacted me. If you're who you say you are, you should know it." "Petty Officer Simmons would be my guess," I said. "Right," he said, visibly relaxing. "Well, might as well put your hands down. Are there any more Russians out there?" "Not that I know of. Only saw the one hello and the 6 troopers that got out. They were looking for me." "Then let's get out of the weather and back to base," he said, turning and opening a door on the side of the idling vehicle. This one was another Hummer, fully enclosed, but without the tracks of the first one I'd seen. I climbed into the back and the captain and one of the men sandwiched me on the wide seat. The other 2 climbed in front. The sudden lack of wind and warm air from the heater was absolutely luxurious. I looked around briefly, noting the used launcher for an American Stinger, a shoulder-fired surface-to-air missile, in the cargo area. "So, where are we?" I asked as the driver shifted into gear and we began bouncing over the rocky terrain. "Ellesmere Island. We're assigned to CFS Alert," the captain answered. CFS stood for Canadian Forces Station, but I had no idea what Alert was. "Never heard of it," I said, rocking back and forth with the motion of the Hummer. "Most northerly, permanently inhabited location in the world," he said proudly. "Only 800 kilometers from the North Pole. We tracked the helo as it approached, but weren't able to get a warning out to the patrol that arrived ahead of us. Sometimes radios aren't very reliable in this environment. I'm sorry about your men, I said. He looked at me for a long beat before turning to stare out the frosted window. We've been safe here in the Arctic, he finally spoke. Well removed from the horrors as the world tore itself apart. Now you Yanks and the Russians seem intent on destroying what's left. I bristled, but somehow managed to hold my tongue. Well, us Yanks didn't start this, I said, earning a scathing look from him. And how is it you've managed to stay safe, ? The virus can't survive the cold, he said. How do you know that? There's 58 people at alert. Half are military. The rest are all variety of scientific researchers. That's what our chief scientist has told us. I nodded, hoping he was right. He may have rubbed me the wrong way, but that didn't mean I wanted to see him, or any of his men, become infected. Do you know what's happening in the world? I asked, hoping to change the subject. We've been monitoring comms from both the Americans and the Russians. Full-scale war is what's going on. You've launched some sort of super weapon that has devastated much of Russia. Your navies are locked in a battle across the globe. Thousands of missiles have been launched, and chemical weapons are being deployed. Russia has struck back with nuclear weapons. Most of their ability to launch has been destroyed, but they were still able to retaliate. 2 of the islands in Hawaii were hit as well as the Bahamas. What? I said, cold fingers of dread wrapping around my heart. Rachel was in the Bahamas. I'd sent her there, on her way to Australia. Thinking I'd sent her to safety. The captain looked at me, seeing the expression on my face. For a moment, there was a softening of his countenance. Are you sure? I asked in a whisper, barely able to breathe. He stared at me for a moment, then nodded. I'm sorry, he said after a stretch of silence. Which islands? Is Pearl Harbor still operational? I asked, shoulders slumping. Maui and the island of Hawaii, he answered. The missiles inbound to Oahu were successfully shot down by one of your ships. But the Bahamas? Did you have someone there? He asked gently. All I could do was nod. I'm sorry, he said. My family was in Montreal when the attacks happened. It was one of the initial nerve gas targets. I managed to stop myself from asking why he hadn't gone to find them. His circumstances were his own, and I had no business judging him. Or even making him feel like I was. I hadn't exactly made it to Arizona to rescue my wife. The only reason she had survived was because she was resourceful as hell. You must be pretty special, he said after several minutes of silence. What do you mean? I asked. There's a plane on the way to pick you up. Somehow, in the midst of a war, someone is coming to get you. I didn't know what to say. Couldn't imagine that Admiral Packard had found the resources to spare a plane to save my ass. 12. I was quite the curiosity to the military and scientific staff when we arrived at the station. But station was probably being a little generous. It was nothing more than a couple of dozen, very large metal containers that had been transformed into living and working spaces. They were arrayed around a central hub that housed a cafeteria and common gathering spaces. As we rolled up, I noted a long runway carved into the ice, a couple of maintenance and equipment sheds located next to it. Beyond was a large area devoted to a variety of antennas, including a large radome for what I assumed was a Doppler radar system. Then we drove into a cavernous, metal-sided garage and I lost sight of the exterior of the camp. The people living and working in the shadow of the North Pole probably weren't used to visitors dropping in unannounced, especially after the end of the world. When I was escorted across a long, snow-covered path and into the common area, nearly all of them were waiting to see me. I guess someone had called ahead. The captain was the senior military officer present, and though I could tell he didn't much care for my presence at his station, he played the good host and introduced me to the more senior personnel. One of the scientists pointed a laser thermometer at me rather than extending his hand to greet me. "He's clear," he said to those gathered around him. "What was that?" I asked. "Checking for indication of infection," he answered. "I've been vaccinated," I said, greeted with shocked expressions all around. "There's a vaccine?" A woman close to my age stepped closer as she asked the question in surprise. I'd already been introduced to her, but couldn't remember her name. "Yes," I said, realizing that much of the information I knew had never been broadcast in a manner that they could have intercepted. "I guess there's a lot to tell you." "Quite," she said, a slight British undertone to her accent. First, I turned to Captain Dumas. "When is that plane due to arrive?" 8 hours, he replied. "Well, I think I have a lot to tell you," I said, removing the parachute canopy and a layer of clothing that wasn't needed inside the heated station. "Before I start, can I use your comm gear to let Pearl Harbor know I'm alive and kicking?" "They have already been notified," Captain Dumas said. "I am most anxious to hear what you have to say. I believe we may still have some coffee." He turned and led the way down a narrow hall, then through a door into a relatively spacious cafeteria. My stomach growled loudly when the smells of food being prepared reached me. I asked my host for something to eat and was pointed at a serving line. I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten, and piled a tray with powdered eggs, freeze-dried sausage and freshly baked biscuits. Everything was bland, but it still beat an MRE any day of the week. Sitting at a long table, I dug in as the captain, a warrant officer and several of the scientists joined me. The WO was the most senior non-commissioned officer at the station, and second in command of the military personnel. While I ate, he took it upon himself to share a bit of the history of CFS Alert. Alert was first opened in the early 1950s as a weather station. Part of the Joint Arctic Weather Station, JAWS, system. In 1958, it began operating as a signals intelligence unit of the Canadian Forces. Canadian Forces personnel and Department of the Environment employees make up the entire population of CFS Alert. They also maintain a geolocation capability and high-frequency direction finding, HFDF, facilities to support search and rescue as well as military operations in the Arctic. During the Cold War, Alert was strategically important because of its proximity to the Soviet Union. It is the closest point in North America to the northwestern area of the Soviet Union. In fact, Alert is closer to Moscow than it is to Ottawa. He said the last with a note of pride in his voice. By this time, I had cleaned my plate and was gratefully cradling a steaming mug of coffee in my hands. The feeling was just starting to return, and they hurt like hell, but I forced myself to endure the pain and continue to warm them. "You mentioned a vaccine," the female scientist prompted. I nodded and began speaking. Told them everything I knew about the nerve gas virus combination. Talked about the vaccine the Russians had used to protect their population from infection and how it had been given to us by a defector. When I was done, I stood up and refilled my cup before resuming my seat. The scientists were full of questions, but I couldn't answer most of them. The ones I did, I wasn't able to provide the specifics they were looking for. "What about you?" Dumas asked when there was a lull in the questions. "Why were you on a Russian plane on your way to Moscow?" "It's a really long story," I said with a sigh. "It appears that we have plenty of time," he said, raising his eyebrows expectantly. Frankly, I was getting a little tired of telling my story. I've never been a big talker, preferring action to dialogue, but these people had just saved me from certain capture or death. 2 of them had died in the process. They'd fed me, and despite being somewhat annoying, were treating me well. I figured it was the least I could do to repay them for their help. So I launched into my tale. Started at the beginning, in Atlanta. When I talked about Rachel, the pain at the thought of losing her threatened to twist my guts into a knot. But I pushed ahead, describing everything I'd been through and being honest about why the Russians wanted me. Bloody hell, the woman scientist said when I finished. I nodded, looking around at the faces watching me. Many of them reflected my own sense of loss. How is it you've managed to escape notice this long? I asked, wanting to change the subject. We've been very careful about transmitting any signals, Dumas answered. Immediately after the attacks, we repeatedly tried to reach anyone who could tell us about conditions at home. For a while, we were in communication with our chain of command, headquartered in Montreal, but in slightly less than 2 weeks they went silent. That's about right for the incubation period for the first outbreak of the virus, I confirmed. The nerve gas release was devastating, but for a while there it seemed as if the survivors would be able to hold out. Then a widespread outbreak hit, followed by another. A total of 3, I think. I remember someone commenting that it depended on the person. Some resisted for longer than others. The group seated at the table with me looked around at each other, fresh expressions of horror on their faces. Are there any survivors in Canada? A man at the far end of the table asked. I looked at him for a beat, then glanced around before answering. The world is dead, I said, forcing myself to meet their eyes. The virus spread incredibly fast. It's jumped to animals, too. Birds and swine for sure, maybe other species. I don't know. As far as I know, only Australia has survived because of how geographically isolated they are. Hawaii was intact before the Russians nuked them, and there were about 30,000 survivors evacuated to the Bahamas. That's all that's left? Another researcher blurted. I'm sorry to tell you, but as far as I know, yes. If someone wasn't infected by the virus, they were killed by someone who was. I suspect there are a few other places like this with survivors, but there can't be many. What I do know is there isn't home anymore. There were more shocked expressions, and several people began softly crying. We knew it was bad, the WO quietly said. We had no idea it was this bad. I didn't know what to say to that. Sitting there telling them that everything in the world they cared about was gone wasn't something I wanted to do. But not telling them the cold, hard facts wasn't right. They needed to know. Looking around, a thought occurred to me. How are your supply levels? I didn't know a lot about remote stations in the Arctic or Antarctic, but I did know that they were completely dependent upon resupply deliveries of just about everything except maybe water. There was a brief, uncomfortable silence. We are in minimal consumption mode, Captain Dumas said. In fact, you just ate 3 days' worth of rations. I stared at him in surprise, feeling guilty. If I'd known, I would have managed to restrain myself. What's your plan? I asked. Hunting, he said, simply. Seals can be found a few kilometers to the south. Not far from where we picked you up. But it can be rather treacherous as there are polar bears about. Polar bears? I asked in surprise. You're rather fortunate you didn't encounter one, he said. They're quite nasty-tempered and will attack anything they encounter. You've got vehicles, I said. Aren't there any towns farther south? No. The entire island is uninhabited other than 3 stations, of which we are one. Of the 3, Alert is the only that is permanently occupied. Eureka and Grijsfjord are the other 2, but both were shuttered for the coming winter when the attack occurred. We would normally receive a resupply flight every 6 weeks. Food, fuel, medical, and a few luxuries. Personnel moving in and out. We rotate our stores, keeping an 8-week supply on hand at all times. But we've now missed our 3rd flight and the cupboard is growing rather bare. It's not all bad, the female scientist smiled. I've lost 5 kilos in the past month. A subdued chuckle passed around the room and I suspected this had become a running joke. Gallows humor. Why didn't you contact Pearl Harbor? Ask for help? We tried. Several times, Dumas shook his head. But all of the encrypted channels we had always used to communicate with the American military went unanswered. We thought about transmitting in the clear, but were concerned over alerting the Russian Navy to our presence. We have been monitoring many channels and decided it best to stay undetected. Now that we know you're here, supplies can be sent, I said. We asked when we notified them you had been picked up, he said. And we're told that as soon as it can be arranged, we would be contacted. That's bullshit, I said. Who did you talk to? A lieutenant in Hawaii named Stinson. He seemed less than interested in our plight, Dumas said. Captain, I said, standing. If there's one thing you need to know about the American military, it's that you have to talk to the right person. And I happen to know the right person to get you some help. If you'll take me to your radio room, I'll be happy to have that conversation. 13. Lieutenant, you have about 3 seconds to put me through to Admiral Packard, I growled into the headset microphone I was wearing. Am I clear? Hold one, sir, the young-sounding officer replied. I was sitting in Alert's comm center, having been escorted there by Dumas and the WO, who was named Skelling. The captain had ordered one of the operators to put me in touch with Hawaii, a moment later a bulky headset being handed to me. Major, it is truly good to hear your voice again, Packard said a few minutes later. But I'm neck deep in a shooting war with the Russians. What did you need to speak with me about? I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but I'm the guest of a small group of Canadians that are about to starve to death. They haven't had a resupply flight in several months, and weren't getting a lot of help. I'm hoping you can provide some motivation, Major, right now I'm doing everything I can to keep the million residents of Oahu from being vaporized by an enemy missile. We're stretched beyond thin. There just aren't resources available. There's a plane coming for me, I protested. Yes, and only because it was a flight bound for the Bahamas. They were rerouted when we learned your plane went down. Fortunate for them as the island was struck and we lost all personnel to a Russian missile. There's room on the plane, Major. If the Canadians want to evacuate with you, we'll take them in. Otherwise, it may be some time, if ever, before we're able to coordinate a supply mission. Now, I have to go. Good to have you back. There was click and the circuit went dead. I pulled the headset off and nearly threw it in frustration. Looking up, I met Dumas' eyes and knew he could tell how the conversation had gone. Not good news, was it, he said. The war is taking all of our resources, I said. The plane coming for me was on its way to the Bahamas. It was diverted at the last minute. Maybe they could stop on their way and pick up some snacks, the WO said with a wry grin. Maybe, I said. But they're probably radio silent. Trying to not be noticed by the Russians. But there's another option. The two men looked at me expectantly. I stood in motion for us to move into the corridor. Evacuation would be the captain's decision. I didn't want to talk about this in front of his enlisted personnel manning the comm room and put him in a difficult situation if he declined. That was Admiral Packard, Packard, I was speaking with, I said in a low voice once we were outside and the door was closed. He has offered to take in all of your personnel. Says there's room on the plane. Where? Dumas asked. In a war zone? At least here, my people are safe. Until they starve. Or you have a medical emergency and run out of supplies. Besides, do you really think hunting seals is a viable long-term strategy for survival? How many are you going to have to kill to feed this many people? And what about heat? What do you do when you run out of fuel? The two men looked at each other. I could tell they didn't like the idea of leaving what had been their sanctuary, but also that they realized there wasn't really an option. Where would we go? Skelling asked. I don't know, I said, shaking my head. I don't know where I'm going. With the Bahamas gone and North America crawling with infected, there's not a lot of options. Hawaii, probably, if the Russians don't manage to land a nuke in the middle of Pearl Harbor. If we make it to Hawaii, I would bet you can find a way to get to Australia if you don't want to stay. Dumas stood there staring at me for a long beat. I could see the wheels turning behind his eyes. I appreciate your Admiral's gracious offer, he finally said. I need to consider our options and speak with the senior scientific staff. They are not under military control and I can't order them to evacuate if they don't want to. If they stay, we have to stay. I will not leave them unprotected. I understood his position and respected him for it, even if I would have made the decision for the civilians. This wasn't normal peacetime. This was probably the last war that man would ever fight without using sticks and rocks for weapons. Survival wasn't decided by committee. Decisions were made by those who fully understood the options. Or lack thereof. But this was his house and his people. It wasn't my place to push my opinion, no matter how well-intentioned it might be. I nodded. Dumas turned and walked away, but I didn't follow. Remained standing in the hall with Warrant Officer Skelling. We watched the captain disappear into the cafeteria. What do you think? I asked a moment later. Not my place to think, sir, he replied. Bullshit, Warrant Officer, I smiled. I was a master sergeant my entire career. Got bumped to major when I was recalled to active duty after the attacks, so I know how this works. You two have already talked over the possible scenarios, and he knows what you think. If he doesn't, he isn't worth the uniform he's wearing. Skelling looked at me, and for an instant I thought I'd offended him. Then he smiled, and I knew I was right. He'll convince them, he said. Not really much choice. Stay here and slowly starve to death while we try to live off seal meat, or take our chances elsewhere. I nodded, and fell in beside him as he began moving away from the cafeteria. We passed through a door at the end of the hall, the temperature dropping dramatically as we entered an unheated room. I looked around and saw a small window in the far wall, an electric fan mounted in the wall beneath it. On a narrow ledge next to the fan was a battered, metal ashtray. Smoke? I turned to see Skelling holding out a pack. With a smile, I plucked out a cigarette, then used his lighter after he got his going. Walking over to the window, he pressed a button and the fan hummed to life, drawing the smoke out of the room. Stretching up on his toes, he peered out the window. Ever seen a polar bear outside a zoo? He asked. I moved next to him, tall enough to see through the heavy glass without any problem. It took a moment, then in the distance I saw a hulking form slowly moving in the lights around the antenna farm. They come this close often? I asked, amazed at the size of the animal. Every now and then, he said. Gotta watch your ass when you're outside. For as big as they are, they're fast and quiet. Can be on you before you know it's there. This is my third tour here. On my first, lost 2 scientists who got sloppy. What do you do about them? I asked. Do? Nothing, unless they're attacking. Try to avoid them, but whenever we're outside, someone has a .416 Weatherby at hand. Only thing that will put them down quick if they're charging. But we'd rather not do that unless it's to save one of our lives. It's their home. We're just visiting. An elephant gun? Seriously? I was surprised, then I took a closer look at the massive bear. Yep, he nodded, puffing on his cigarette. That one there is a big male. 550 kilos, easy. They can hit 40 kilometers an hour in a sprint. If you have to shoot one, you'd damn sure better put him down with the first shot, otherwise, all you'll do is piss him off. Ever had to kill one? Once. Had this new kid on his first rotation. We were out with a group of scientists, watching over them while they took samples from the ice. Well, it took them a while, and the kid got bored. Wandered away from the group to sneak a smoke. climbed over a ridge and came face to face with one about the same size as that one out there. He fell backwards. Tumbled down the slope. Probably all that saved his life. But the bear had seen and smelled him, and wanted some fresh meat, so here he came. Had to shoot him to save the kid. Felt bad about it for quite a while. The bear was just being a bear. I nodded, exactly understanding his sentiment. We watched the bear as we smoked. Eventually, the animal wandered away, disappearing in the snowy environment as soon as he moved away from the lights. Cigarette finished, I crushed it out in the ashtray and looked around when the door clanged open. Major, Captain Dumas stuck his head in. There are some questions. Could you join us, please? I followed him to the cafeteria, feeling a little self-conscious as all eyes turned to me the instant I walked through the door. Resuming the same seat at the table, I patiently answered the assembled people's questions as best I could. Unfortunately, most of my answers consisted of I don't know. To their credit, they didn't blame me for this. Finally, they ran out of things to ask. After a long stretch of silence, Captain Dumas cleared his throat. Everyone turned to look at him. I believe it is our best option to take the Americans up on their offer, he said. Yes, there are many unknowns. However, if we stay here, we will most likely be on our own. I, for one, do not relish the idea of spending the rest of my life on the ice. Any objections? I looked around at the faces as they thought about what Dumas had said. Movement caught my eye and I glanced at the door to see Skelling leaning against the jamb, listening and watching. After nearly a minute of silence, Dumas nodded and got to his feet. Very well, then. Get all of your people ready to move. One personal bag, small enough to be held in their lap. We don't know the size of the aircraft, but even if it's large, there will be concerns over fuel consumption. The less weight we bring, the better. Everyone slowly began nodding, understanding the instructions. One by one, they stood and filed out of the room. Warrant officer, Dumas said, calling Skelling over. Get the men ready to move. One sidearm with 100 rounds, and rifle with 300 rounds each. No personal items. And have a squad check the generator for the fueling pumps and de-icer. We don't want to be wasting time when our ride gets here. Sir. Skelling acknowledged the order and hurried out of the room. I hope there's a safe place for these people, Major. Captain, there's no such thing as a safe place anymore. Just a safer place. 14. Admiral, Commander Detmer to see you, the disembodied voice of one of Packard's aides came out of the speaker on his desk phone. He tapped the screen on the tablet computer he was holding. A bookmark appeared on the text, a report on the devastation sweeping across Russia as a result of the massive attack by the Thor system. He was happy to have a reason to be distracted. All of Russia's nuclear generating stations had been destroyed, releasing massive amounts of radiation into the atmosphere. There was no power, other than random, isolated pockets, anywhere in the country. Food distribution had already ceased. In the cities, domestic water no longer flowed through the pipes that delivered it to every home and business. Communications, other than a few specialized military units, had gone offline. At each target, ICBMs released their payloads of MX-489 nerve agent. Tens of thousands of affected people began raging through the population, killing anything that moved. In the process, they spread the chemical compound that was on their skin, hair, and clothing. Russia was quickly tearing itself apart from the inside. Admiral, the commander announced his presence in the office. He worked for Naval Intelligence as a liaison with the Defense Intelligence Agency and the CIA. Commander, Packard acknowledged the man, rubbing his eyes as he leaned back in his chair. I was just reviewing the damage to Russia. Still doesn't compare with what they've done to the rest of the world, sir, but I don't disagree with you, Commander. Operation Merciless was tactically successful. we've denied them the majority of their capability to wage war. Unfortunately, it was necessary to decimate the civilian population to achieve this. 319 million, sir, the commander said, still standing at rigid attention in front of the admiral's desk. I'm very well aware of what the population was in America before they attacked, Commander, Packard grumbled. That does not ease my conscience. Not after ordering the deaths of millions of innocent civilians. Sir, if I may, that is exactly why every officer is glad to have you in command. Packard looked up in surprise, meeting the younger man's eyes for the first time. After a moment, he nodded and waved the man into a chair. What do you have for me, Commander? Sir, I've been working with Seaman Simmons to use the imaging capabilities of the NSA satellites, attempting to locate any remaining Russian subs. And I think I've found something you should know about. If you'll bear with me, I'd like to walk you through the steps. Proceed. Well, sir, those NSA birds are really quite amazing. Frankly, if I'd learned of their capabilities before the attacks, I'd have been screaming bloody murder that they weren't sharing. Commander, are you getting to the point anytime soon? Sorry, sir, the man looked down, thankful the admiral hadn't taken his head off for not staying on topic. What did you find, Commander? Packard leaned forward, curious, resting his forearms on the desk, letting the man off the hook. That's the funny thing, sir. I don't know what I found. Explain, the admiral growled. I found an offshore oil rig that appears to still be in operation. 50.2 miles off the Texas coast. I only found it because it showed up like a sore thumb on a thermal scan of the area. But it's not the rig itself that caught more than my passing attention. There are nearly 1,000 manned and over 4,000 unmanned rigs in the Gulf. Many of the unmanned, and several of the manned are still showing signs of habitation or operation. It was only dumb luck that I found this one in the first place. We accidentally caught something on the far end of the EM spectrum, The man paused and opened a manila file folder, extracted a glossy, 8x10 photo and handed it across to the admiral. It was an image taken from orbit, comprised of shades of blue and gray, except for a single hot spot in the middle with a cherry red ring surrounding it. What's the scale? Packard asked, staring at the photo in his hand. That ring has a diameter of 40 miles, sir. The admiral looked up in surprise, then returned his attention to the image. What is it? That, sir, is the $64,000 question. I have no idea. I've run this by every expert I can find, and they're as stumped as I am. I've looked through the databases that are still available to us, and cannot find even a veiled reference to anything like this. I attempted to identify the registered owner of the offshore platform, but those records were held by the Department of Energy and are no longer available. Explain something to me, Commander. We're the United States Navy. We routinely listen to, map, plot, chart and image every square foot of ocean on this planet. How is it we've never seen this before? I had the same thought, sir. So I started looking through archived imaging. This was taken from one of our aircraft tracking a Russian sub 6 months ago. He retrieved another photo from the file and passed it across. Packard placed it next to the first one, in the center of his desk, and looked back and forth between them. The platform was visible in both, a dark blob representing the sub showing in the second. The glowing ring was noticeably absent from the older image. Is it in the water? No, sir, the commander handed over a thin stack of photos showing the same area of the ocean. All different spectrums of light, including infrared. The water is surprisingly clear, and in some of these we can see nearly all the way to the seabed. It's definitely buried. New construction? Packard tapped the photo that showed the ring. The first 2 photos I showed you were taken just over 6 months apart, sir. Something that large couldn't be constructed beneath the ocean floor in that amount of time, especially since much of that time has been post-attack. Seaman Simmons explained to me that there are additional spectrums of electromagnetic energy that the NSA system is capable of capturing. Spectrums we've never been able to see before. At my request, she demonstrated by limiting the satellite to only show what Navy surveillance was capable of recording. The ring disappeared. We were unable to see it. When she added in the NSA enhancements, it reappeared. That's how we've never spotted it before. However, I'm sorry, sir, I have no explanation for what it is. Packard sat quietly for a few minutes, looking at the image. Picking up the photo, he leaned back in his chair and blew out a sigh. Finally, he placed it back on his desk and looked at the commander. "We need to know what the hell this is," he said. "What assets do we have in the area?" "None, sir. The Reagan was heavily damaged in the nuclear attack on the Bahamas. Talk to Captain Wayne. Tell him this is coming from me. I want a recon flight to check out that rig. He'll make something work. There's a large helipad on the rig. Large enough to take an Osprey if we have one available, sir." Packard rocked back in his chair, thinking for a moment. "We're too thin," he said, shaking his head. "I don't want to risk the loss of another asset unless we're certain there are survivors present. Survivors that wouldn't pose a threat to the aircraft or crew." "Yes, sir," the man said, standing. "I'll speak with the captain right away and keep you informed." 15. Several hours later, I stood in the shelter of an equipment shed next to Alert's primitive runway. The wind still howled, curling around the edges of the building and adding to my misery. I was cold. No, I was flat out, fucking cold. Colder than I'd ever been in my life. I'm not a cold weather guy. I grew up in the American Southwest. Snow was something I saw on TV in cheesy Christmas movies. Hell, the first time I ever experienced temperatures below 20 degrees Fahrenheit was when the army sent me to Germany. Screwed to the wall behind me was a thermometer. It read -26 degrees. I was in Canada, so of course it was Celsius, which didn't translate well in my head. I didn't know what that was in Fahrenheit, and didn't really care. I didn't need a number to know I was freezing my big, white ass off. If there were brass monkeys about, they wouldn't have any balls. Stamping my feet, I shut down my internal bitching and looked around first one edge, then the other, of the steel shed. I was close to where the polar bear had been sniffing around. Skelling had succeeded in putting a scare into me with his story. I hadn't survived everything and come this far to wind up coming out of the south end of a northbound bear. So, as we'd gone outside to meet the inbound plane, I'd volunteered to carry the Weatherby. The rifle was a beast. Easily twice as heavy as an M4, it had a long barrel with a good scope mounted on top. Bolt action. I wouldn't be able to put a lot of rounds down range in a hurry, but that wasn't the point. The point was the impact energy of the huge bullets the thing fired. Whatever you hit, if you hit your target, is going to go down and stay down. Scattered around me were half a dozen men from the RCAF detachment, Captain Dumas and W.O. Skelling among them. A generator that powered the refueling pump and the de-icing machine was already running, though I couldn't hear it over the mournful sound created by the Arctic winds. That reminded me to take another look around. I couldn't depend on my hearing to alert me to the presence of a bear. All was clear and I turned back to see Dumas walking towards me. He leaned forward, into the wind, as he trudged across the ice. There on final approach, he shouted to be heard, turning and pointing to the northeast. I looked where he indicated, unable to see anything. A moment later, the pilot activated his landing lights. Slowly they drew closer, appearing to be simply hanging in the sky above the wave-tossed ocean. As suddenly as the lights had materialized, the outline of a large plane emerged from the blowing snow. I blinked in surprise to see what at first looked like a commercial jetliner. I'd expected a C-130, but as it bumped down onto the ice and approached, I saw the paint scheme and realized this was a Navy transport. Skelling ran over to where Dumas and I stood. Leaning close to his CO's ear, he shouted over the roar of the jet's thrust reversers. "We don't have stairs or a ladder, sir. I'll have one of the men bring the Hummer around. We'll have to climb onto its roof to access the aircraft." Dumas nodded as Skelling turned and grabbed one of the waiting men, holding his head close to deliver instructions. A moment later the man turned and ran for the large garage where we'd parked a few hours earlier. I understood the problem Skelling had identified. Remote outposts are normally resupplied by some sort of heavy lift, cargo plane. C-130s are almost ubiquitous, especially if the US or one of its allies is involved. A C-130 has a rear ramp that lowers to the ground for ease of loading and unloading. No airstairs or ladders needed. This thing, I didn't know the Navy designation, but it looked just like a Boeing 737. It had a passenger door near the front and another behind the wing, that were both a good 10 feet above the ground. Maybe the military personnel could have scrambled up a rope, but I doubted any of the scientists regularly practiced climbing. One of Dumas' men stood in the middle of the runway. He held a large flashlight in each hand, long orange cones attached to each lens. They glowed brightly in the polar twilight as the jet slowly taxied to where he waited. Using the lights, he guided it to a stop next to the fueling point. Remembering what my job was, I took another look around the area as power lines and a fuel hose were dragged across the ice to the parked aircraft. Nothing was moving other than the ground crew. Turning back, I looked up as the door opened. A man I didn't recognize, wearing US-issue winter gear, looked out and waved. Dumas returned the wave. The man withdrew and a slighter figure stepped up to the edge. Long, brown hair whipped in the wind and my breath caught in my throat when I recognized her. Rachel. She was alive. Thrusting the Weatherby into Dumas' arms, I hurried forward, removing the cold weather mask the Canadians had given me to protect my face. Rachel saw me before I made it to the plane. She turned and shouted to someone inside the aircraft, then dropped to a seat on the floor, scooted forward and jumped. Her feet went out from under her on the ice and she wound up on her ass. By the time I reached her, she was back on her feet and slammed into me, arms going around my neck like a vice. Neither of us said anything, just stood there holding each other until the Hummer arrived and the driver beeped the horn to get us to move. Holding her hand, I walked Rachel a safe distance away. "How?" I shouted to her. We had engine trouble, so the pilot landed in Pensacola. While we were there fixing it, he got the call about you. We diverted. She smiled a bright smile, then wrapped her arms around me again and buried her face against my neck. I held her tightly, afraid at any moment I would wake up and discover this was all a dream. "Excuse me, Major." I opened my eyes and looked at W.O. Skelling. He was standing a respectful distance away, a small smile on his face. "Sorry to interrupt," he said. "But the pilot insists on speaking with you before allowing us to board." "Let's get out of the weather," I said to Rachel, leading her to the Hummer which was now parked directly beneath the jet's door. There was a short ladder attached to the rear of the vehicle for access to its roof. From there, it was an easy climb up into the aircraft. I sent Rachel first, following close behind. Coming through the door, I smiled when Irina stepped forward and hugged me. "Good to see you," she said, a big smile on her face. I smiled and hugged her back, then looked at the pilot. He was an Air Force captain and looked about as tired as I felt. "We're evacuating the station personnel with us, Captain," I said, before he had a chance to speak. 56 souls, half of them Canadian military. "Yes, sir. That's not a problem. We've got room." "Then why the delay, Where do we go, sir?" he asked, a distressed expression on his face. Shit. That was a damn good question that I hadn't even thought about. The Bahamas were gone. That left Hawaii. Or Australia. Wherever it is, we'd better decide quickly. I turned to see Captain Dumas standing in the door behind me. "Why?" I asked, fully expecting to hear that there were Russians on the way. We only have enough de-icer for one go. We're supposed to get more 2 supply runs ago, but... The pilot's eyes grew wide and he stepped forward. He's right, Major. In this weather, we're going to ice fast. We'd better get moving. Okay, I said. Do what you need to do. I'll have a destination for you by the time we take off. He nodded and headed out the door to supervise the refueling. Captain, I need your comm room again, please. Dumas turned and shouted through the open door for Skelling, telling him to take me to the radio. I climbed down, Rachel right behind me. The WO was waiting for us on the ground, holding back a line of scientists who were queued up to board. We battled the wind, Rachel holding tight to my hand, as we headed for the station. When we walked in, one of Dumas' men looked up and nodded a greeting. He was the only person I'd seen since we'd entered the station. His job was to wire up the electronics with explosives which would be detonated when everyone was on board the plane. I didn't really see the point anymore, but protocol is protocol and I wasn't going to criticize. I've got it from here, Larson, Skelling said. The man handed a small chunk of what looked like C4 to the WO, turned and hurried out of the room. I sat down in front of a panel that already had a blob of the stuff attached to it, pausing before turning on the power switch. Glancing around, I saw 3 more places where explosive had been placed, each of them with a detonator already inserted. Don't know about you, but I'd feel better if those detonators were pulled while we're in here, I said to Skelling. You Yanks sure are a nervous lot, he smiled, stepped forward and removed the detonators from each location. At least we know the difference between ham and bacon, I grinned, turning the power onto the console. Rachel shook her head as I activated the circuit I'd used to speak with Admiral Packard earlier. A few seconds later it was answered by the same lieutenant. He sounded more interested in being helpful this time when he heard my voice. A few moments later I was patched into Pearl's internal phone system and heard a ring. Seaman Simmons speaking, Jessica answered. Seaman? Guess the hammer came down, huh Jessica, I said, happy to hear her voice. Sir. Glad to hear you're okay. And, yes sir, it did. I'm out of cyber warfare and got demoted. All things considered, I'm pretty lucky. And, sir? Lieutenant Hunt told me you went to the mat with the Admiral for me. Probably saved my ass. I don't know how to thank you, sir. You already have, Jessica. But I need another favor. Name it, sir, she said. We're about to depart Alert Station. I'm hoping you're going to tell me that Colonel Blanchard has secured my wife. Yes, sir. He has. They're in Boise, waiting for the SEALs and doctors from Seattle to arrive before they evac. What about Igor? The Russian in the Seattle area they were supposed to take with them? They've picked up 1 surly Russian and 1 big, equally surly dog, sir. That was the latest message we received from them. I leaned back in the chair and blew out a sigh of relief. Rachel placed her hand on my shoulder and I looked up at her. Cupping my hand over the microphone, I gave her a quick synopsis of what Jessica had just told me. She smiled, leaned down and kissed my cheek. Okay, Jessica, I said, smiling from ear to ear. That's great news. We're heading to Boise. Please get a message to the Colonel and let him know we're on the way. If I had to guess, probably close to 10 hours before we arrive. Yes, sir. I'll do that. Thank you, Jessica. Sorry, but I just can't call you Seaman. I'll use your rank when you're a petty officer again. Working on it, sir, she laughed. I broke the connection and powered the console down. 5 minutes later, with my help, Skelling had all of the charges in place and the detonators were once again inserted. Wires from each led to a central trigger that could be activated remotely. Are we ready, Warrant Officer? I asked. Yes, sir. Let's go. Taking Rachel's hand, I followed him out of the room and down the hall to an exterior door. We hurried across the ice to where two men stood waiting by the Hummer. "Up and in, Major," Skelling said. "They'll move the vehicle, spray the de-icer and climb up." Rachel scampered up and I followed with the WO on my heels. Entering the aircraft cabin, I stuck my head into the cockpit to speak with the pilot. "Boise, Idaho," I said. He reached forward and began working on a small navigation screen built into the control panel. While he did this, the sound of a high-pressure sprayer started up from outside as the de-icing solution was spread over the plane's wings and rudder. From just behind me there was a loud report and I jumped several inches off the deck. Whirling, I saw Dumas standing in the open door. He was holding the Weatherby elephant gun, a wisp of smoke curling out of the muzzle. Moving next to him, I looked in the direction he was facing. It was hard to spot on the snow and ice, but a spreading red stain drew my eye. A massive polar bear lay dead, no more than 30 or 40 yards away from one of the men working the de-icing equipment. "Not the way I wanted to leave," Dumas said sadly. "Better than leaving another man down," I said, clapping him on the shoulder. He nodded and I turned my attention back to the cockpit. The pilot was leaned over the screen, reading. 3,100 miles, sir, he said when he realized I was there. 8 to 9 hours, depending on the weather. And we may have to stop and refuel. That's the edge of our range. Didn't you just come here from Florida? Yes, sir. But we had a tailwind much of the way and 56 fewer people weighing us down. And I can't check with the weatherman anymore. There may be headwinds, or storms we have to go around. No worries. Plenty of places to stop between here and there if we need to. I nodded and left him to it, passing into the main cabin as the first of the two men entered after climbing a rope. Quickly, the second arrived and Dumas secured the door. I walked past the seats occupied by the alert staff and sank into the empty seat next to Rachel. A moment later the engine spooled up and we began moving. 16. Rachel and I talked as we headed south, catching up on what each of us had been through since the last time we'd seen each other. As soon as I'd taken my seat, she looped her arm through mine and grasped my hand tightly. We sat that way as we spoke, Irina on her knees in the seat to my front, looking over the back at me as she listened intently. A couple of the rangers who had accompanied them on the flight from Mountain Home took up station in the aisle. When Rachel and I were caught up and the conversation slowed, one of them leaned forward. "Sir, don't suppose you'd care to tell us about everything you've been through since the attacks?" he asked. "Stories are making their way around about you." I turned and looked at him, understanding his curiosity but just too damn tired to tell my story again. "What's your name, Sergeant?" I asked. "Peeping Tom," Rachel interjected, smiling when the man blushed a bright shade of red. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Didn't expect to find you without your clothes on," he stammered. I looked back and forth between them, then saw the grin on Irina's face. "I don't want to know," I said, shaking my head. "Just a little dip in the Gulf while they were working on the plane," Rachel said. It was all Irina's idea. Irina said something in Russian that didn't sound very flattering. Rachel smiled sweetly and stuck her tongue out. Well, at least these two were getting along. Ignoring them, I turned back to the ranger. "John McCrary, sir," he said. "Creed, to my friends." "Well, Sergeant. I'd tell you, but I'm just too fucking tired. Can't remember the last time I slept." "Then how about one question, sir? Don't take no for an answer, do you?" I grinned. "Tell you what, sir. I've got something in my pack that I wouldn't normally tell an officer about. But the way I hear it, you were one of us and just got anointed after the shit hit the fan. You're brighter than you look, Sergeant. If you've got a steak dinner in there, I'll tell you anything you want to know." "Better, sir," he said, grinning from ear to ear. Shifting around on the deck, he hooked his pack with his foot and dragged it to where he was sitting. Opening the top, he rummaged through and began removing spare clothing, ammunition, magazines, 2 pistols, a knife, and a brick of C4. I liked how he packed for travel. Reaching deep, he pulled out something swaddled in a thick cloth. Cradling it like a baby in his arms, he carefully removed the wrapping, revealing a bottle of amber liquid with a subtle, black label covering the center. "My own label, sir," he said, beaming. "Ridge Runner Whiskey." "Sergeant, if you're sharing, you just earned story time," I smiled. He smiled back, cracked the seal open and held the bottle out. I took it, mouth already watering in anticipation. With an encouraging look from him, I held it to my lips and took a small swallow. I had expected something along the lines of liquid fire, and was pleasantly surprised when it didn't take multiple layers of my throat's lining with it. The taste was both smoky and light, with just a hint of hickory. It hit my stomach and immediately a warm pleasantness spread through me. "Holy shit, Sergeant. You really made this?" "You missed your calling," I said, passing the bottle to Rachel. "Yes, sir. I did. And didn't miss it so much as it got interrupted. 2 tours in Iraq and 1 in Afghanistan. Got out and had been home for 3 months. I'd put this away before my first tour, so it had plenty of time in the barrel. Had just signed a contract with a distributor when the fucking attacks happened. I'm from Tennessee, so I headed up to Fort Campbell the day after and re-upped." "No family?" I asked. "Just a bitch on wheels, ex-wife, sir." Rachel coughed and handed the bottle back to me. I held it up for Irina, but she shook her head. Taking another, larger sip, I regretfully handed it back to the ranger who sealed the top and re-wrapped it in the towel. He certainly knew the way to my heart, so I settled back and paid for my drink. I could have told the story in my sleep by now, and I'm not sure I didn't. I don't remember finishing it. The next thing I knew, Rachel was shaking me. I looked up, bleary-eyed, to see the pilot standing in the aisle. "What's wrong?" I asked, sitting up and rubbing my face. "There was a big storm over northern and central Canada," he said. "Had to swing around it, so we're going to have to refuel to make it to Boise." "Okay. Where are we stopping?" I asked, wide awake at the news. "We just passed over the Great Lakes. I want to go south some more before turning west to make sure we miss the worst of the weather. So probably somewhere in Missouri. How are you going to pump fuel?" "There won't be power wherever we stop. Have to find a field with trucks," he said. "Most big, commercial airports have put in underground tanks that need grid power for the pumps. So either a smaller field, or ideally an Air Force base." "What do you need from me?" I appreciated the update, but didn't understand why it sounded like he wanted me to make the decision for him. "Well, here's the thing, sir. I don't want to put down somewhere that's overrun with infected. We wouldn't be able to fuel, and might not be able to get back off the ground if enough of them came onto the runway." I nodded, remembering the Globemaster crashing on takeoff at Arnold Air Force Base. "So call Pearl and ask them to take a look," I said, still confused by his hesitation to make the call on where to land. "There's still Russians operating over North America, sir. We've been silent up to now, and I really don't want to start broadcasting and have them find us. This thing is a pig, and they could catch us and shoot us down without hardly any effort if they knew we were here." Shit. I'd forgotten that little problem. Now I completely understood his dilemma. But I didn't have any suggestions on how to resolve it. "What Air Force bases are closest to your planned route?" "Offutt in Nebraska and Whiteman in Missouri, sir," he answered. "Both would work, but..." "Yeah, I got it. Don't want to get swarmed by a herd while we're trying to fuel or take off." He nodded. "Less people in Nebraska," Creed spoke up from where he was stretched out in the aisle. "Less people, less infected. Between us and the Canucks, we've got close to 60 rifles, sir. Should be able to hold them back long enough." Ever fought a herd, Sergeant? I asked. He shook his head. Let's hope you never have to, because 600 rifles aren't enough. Might hold them back with air support, but not just rifles on the ground, I said, then turned to the pilot. Off it is. Can you make a low pass and get a look before we land? Yes, sir. Can do. But cross your fingers it's clear. We're going to be pretty close to on fumes by the time we get there, and a low-altitude pass will burn a lot of juice. Understood, I said. How long? Maybe an hour, sir. I nodded and he turned and retreated to the cockpit. The man was bone-tired. That much was obvious. Thinking about it, I realized he had flown from Idaho to Florida, landed and made repairs, then flown nearly to the North Pole before back to where we were. He needed some downtime before he made a mistake behind the stick and killed all of us, but there wasn't time for a nap. 17. After speaking with the pilot, I'd sat there for a few moments, trying to wake up. There hadn't been a lot of opportunity for sleep over the past few days, and my body didn't want to do anything other than slump down in the seat and pass out. Here, sir. If you want it. I looked down, my eyes not immediately focusing on what Creed was holding in the palm of his hand. When they did, I reached out and took the small, white tablet and held it up for closer inspection. It was a good, old-fashioned, U.S. military-issue go pill. Dextroamphetamine. Nodding my thanks, I dry swallowed it and forced myself to stand. It had been a long time since I'd taken a go pill, but if I remembered right it would be about half an hour before I started feeling the effects. But things needed to be done now to get ready for landing at Offutt. Sergeant, I said to Creed. You the senior NCO? Yes, sir, he said, standing up. Good. Get the men up. Hopefully, Offutt is deserted when we get there, but we need to be ready. I'll go talk to the Canadians and have their WO come see you. I want a 50-yard perimeter around this aircraft while we're on the ground, and a squad to watch over the fueling crew. Yes, sir. He turned and kicked the boot of the closest ranger who was snoring almost as loud as dog. Making my way forward, I found Dumas and Skelling seated together near the front of the plane. I leaned in and briefed them on what was happening and asked the captain to place his men under my command. He looked at me closely for a minute, then nodded. We are on American soil, he said. Seems only proper. Thanking him, I asked Skelling to go find Creed and coordinate the integration of the troops that would be guarding us while we were fueling. He immediately stood and headed for the back of the aircraft. Why are we going to Idaho? Dumas asked. Linking up with my CO, who also happens to have my wife, I said. He blinked in surprise. I believe I recall you saying that your wife was infected. I nodded. She is. That's why he has her. We have a couple of virologists working. My voice trailed off when a thought struck me. We need to get your people vaccinated, I said in a quiet voice. There were scientists seated all around and I didn't want to create a panic. From the look on Dumas' face, he understood my concern. How much time do we have? He asked, also being careful to keep his voice down. I don't know. Each outbreak has been days if not weeks apart, so I think there's a fairly long incubation period. But that's just a layman's guess. I do know that the colonel we're on our way to see has several hundred doses of vaccine with him in case they encounter any survivors. Hasn't needed to use it up till now. Are there any precautions we can take? He asked after a long pause. None I know of, I answered, shaking my head. Have any of your people seen or dealt with an infected? No. We've monitored a lot of radio traffic and have a good idea how they behave, but we've not encountered any. Oh boy. These guys were the worst kind of virgins. And they had no idea what they were about to walk into. Straightening, I walked to the cockpit and stuck my head in. Everything good for Offutt? I asked the pilot. Yes, sir. 51 minutes out. Okay. I need to talk to all of the people on the plane and don't feel like shouting. You have a PA system I can use? Can't tell you, sir. I'm not even checked out on flying one of these, and don't have a clue about that. There'd normally be an aircrew on board that handles that sort of thing. Poke around where the galley would be if this was a civilian airliner. There might be something there. I did as he suggested, and after opening half a dozen cabinets, found a microphone. It was plugged into a small panel and I turned on the power and pressed the transmit button. Once I had the attention of everyone on the aircraft, I launched into a speech similar to the one I'd given to Martinez, Scott, and Yi when I'd first met them in Little Rock. We'd been preparing to go into Los Alamos, and I'd wanted to make sure they knew what we'd be facing. It took a while, especially with a flurry of questions from the Canadian scientists. I answered a few of them, then shut down the Q&A session. They had a right to know, but not a need. Their military men had the need, so after powering down the PA, I circulated amongst them and made sure to address anything they wanted to talk about. When that was done, I called Dumas, Skelling and Creed together in a small huddle, out of earshot of any of the other passengers. The three men looked at me expectantly. I didn't want to have this conversation, but it was necessary. There's no easy way to discuss this, so here goes, I began. Sergeant, I addressed Creed directly. There's not many of us that have been vaccinated. Those that have, need to keep a close eye on our guests. They've not been exposed to the virus before now, and I have no idea how quickly some of them may turn. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir. I do, he nodded. I'm not sure I do, Dumas said. Captain, I'm sorry, but we have to protect the people. Everyone. When an infected person begins to turn, it's very rapid. Often less than a minute. And if it's a female, and we're not ready to immediately intercede, she could kill several others before we even know we have a problem. While we're on the ground, I'm going to have 2 of the Rangers stay on board with your civilians. If one of them begins to turn, my men will have orders to put them down instantly. Hold on, he said, thrusting his chin forward. You're talking about killing Canadian citizens. I'm talking about killing infected to protect all of us. American and Canadian. You haven't seen a female tear through a group of people. It's truly horrifying. They are incredibly fast and strong. Like nothing you've ever imagined. Believe me, I hope we have plenty of time to reach Idaho and get all of your people vaccinated, but we have to be prepared to deal with any situation that arises until then. He stared hard at me for a long beat, breathing hard. Finally, he looked away, turning and meeting W.O. Skelling's eyes. Warrant officer, your thoughts? He asked. Don't like it any more than you do, sir. However, the major has a point. It's our job to protect the civilians. If we have to take out any who become infected to accomplish our job, well then, sir, I don't see as we have much of an alternative. Dumas shook his head and turned back to me. I could see the distress on his face. I understand, Major. However, it should be RCAF that stands guard and, if necessary, pulls the trigger. Negative, Captain, I said gently. We can't be certain the men guarding the scientists won't turn. I'd rather it was yours, especially if anyone has to be put down. Trust me. But, it has to be my men. They're the only ones we can be confident won't turn while they're protecting the civilians. After several long moments, Dumas finally nodded and lowered his eyes. I could tell he wasn't happy, and respected him for it. I'd feel the same way if the roles were reversed, but we really didn't have a choice. Clapping him on the shoulder, I turned and headed for the cockpit. Rachel was standing behind me and pulled me to the side, speaking in a low voice. You may be worrying about nothing, she said. What do you mean? The Canadians becoming infected. They haven't been exposed to the virus, so I wouldn't expect them to. Not that they shouldn't be vaccinated as soon as possible, but I don't think there will be a problem. I don't understand, I said, frowning. I thought the virus has spread pretty much everywhere. A virus needs a host, Rachel explained. A carrier. It spread across the world, jumping from person to person, and moving through several animal species. But, absent a living body to transmit it, it's rare that a virus can survive in the environment for any period of time beyond a few hours. Are you certain of that? I asked. Confident it's not floating around in the air or something? What if it is, and as soon as we land and open a door, all the Canadians become exposed? Anything is possible, Rachel acknowledged. And I certainly don't know what the Chinese did when they engineered it. Perhaps they did some environmental hardening just so it could survive outside a host. I'm just telling you the probability is very low. But not impossible? I asked, eyebrows arched. No, Rachel shook her head. Not impossible. Then we're going to err on the side of caution. There's no compelling reason to not take precautions, and plenty of reasons we should. Rachel nodded and gave me a weak smile. I understood what she was saying. I touched her arm and moved past, stepping into the cockpit to speak with the pilot. Where are we? I asked when I arrived. 5 minutes, the pilot said. I'm descending to 1,000 feet and doing a flyover first, but that runway had better be clear. We're about to go into our reserve and it won't keep us in the air long. What's our alternative if we can't land it off it? The base is south of Omaha. Commercial airport is north of town. I'm approaching from the south, so we should have just enough fuel to divert if we have to. I stepped out of the cockpit and activated the PA system. Warned everyone to get in a seat and buckle up. Closing the cabinet, I returned to the flight deck and slipped into the co-pilot's seat. You know how to fly, sir? No, I said. Just wanted to get a look as we pass over. The sun was up and I had a great view of the ground below us. A wide, muddy river snaked across the countryside, but for the life of me, I couldn't remember which one it was. At least it wasn't the Mississippi. Ahead, I could see the city of Omaha, Nebraska and several of its smaller suburbs. As we descended, I picked out the air traffic control tower at Offutt. Soon, the incredibly long runway of an Air Force base was visible and the pilot and I cursed in unison. A massive jet, probably a C-5A or Globemaster, had crashed. Debris was scattered for much of its length. There was no secondary runway, but it wouldn't have mattered. Several hundred, maybe even 1,000, infected were milling around amongst the wreckage. 18. Fortunately, the runway at the commercial airport, Epley Airfield, was clear. As we passed over the perimeter fence, I spotted a few dozen infected stumbling about, a mix of males and females. They immediately turned and began moving towards the sound of the large jet as the landing gear thumped onto the runway. The pilot moved some levers and the roar of the thrust reversers began, but then I heard something that I'd never experienced before. One of the engines coughed. Just briefly, before continuing to bellow. What the hell was that? I looked over at the pilot, not happy to see a sheen of sweat covering his face. It's never a good thing when the man in control of the aircraft is nervous. Fuel's almost gone, he said through gritted teeth as we rapidly slowed to taxi speed. If that engine had flamed out, we'd have twisted sideways and, well, we'd have been fucked. We rolled to a stop on the runway, enough fuel in the tanks for the engines to idle. Looking around, I wasn't surprised to see that the terminal had burned. Nothing was left but a soot-stained shell. The fire had apparently been intense as the tarmac closest to the building had bubbled and warped from the heat. Think there'll be fuel trucks here? I asked, hoping to spot one. Doubt it, he said, staring at a large airliner that had burned and melted into the asphalt near a hangar. It's much more cost-effective for commercial operations to use underground tanks than to maintain and operate a fleet of trucks. Also, faster refueling to get planes turned around and back in the air. If it's faster, why does the Air Force use trucks? I asked, hoping he was right about some being available at Offutt. Apples and oranges. Commercial flights are having luggage and passengers loaded and unloaded. Fuel pumped into the tanks. Trash removed and supplies brought on board. All of this is happening at the gate, with the engines off. It's not faster if you refuel hot. With the engines running. Then, you want a truck. Just the difference between the bottom line and the best way to manage your aircraft, he said. So, what do we do now? Shut down, I said, climbing out of the seat. I'm going to take a look around. May have to make a run to the base to find a truck. He nodded and began flipping switches to power down the engines and avionics. Oh, I said before I walked out of the cockpit. Close and lock this door behind me. Don't open for anything unless you're absolutely certain it's safe. What are you worried about? He asked, turning in his seat and looking up at me. Infected, I said. How would they get on the aircraft? They already are. I tilted my head towards the cabin. 56 Canadians that haven't been vaccinated. If one of them turns and kills you, we're all fucked. You're the only pilot we've got. I held his gaze for a moment before stepping through the door. He unbuckled and climbed out of his seat, nodding at me and closing the door. I stayed where I was until I heard the lock engage. Sergeant McCrary. On me, I shouted, turning to open the hatch. Creed trotted up the aisle and looked out across the tarmac through the open door. Chilly air flowed in, but it felt like a balmy summer day after the Arctic. Sir? We're out of fuel, and probably going to have to make a run to Offutt to get some. First, I want to check some of these hangars and make sure there isn't any way to refuel here. Want some company, sir? He asked, eager to get off the plane and stretch his legs. Yes, but I'm going to take some of the Canadians with me, I said, kicking the rope out the door that they had used to climb up after de-icing. Get all military off the plane, except for 2 of our men, like we discussed. Set a perimeter. On it, sir, he said, starting to turn away. Got a spare radio? I asked, stopping him. Yes, sir. Let me grab it. He dashed down the aisle, barking orders as he moved. Shouldering his pack, he spoke briefly with one of the other rangers who pulled a small, digital unit with an earpiece out of his. Creed ran back to me, setting the frequency and holding it out. The rangers and RCAF troopers were already queuing up behind him. I was the first out, slithering down the rope and bringing my rifle up as soon as my boots hit the tarmac. Moving out of the way of the next man down, I turned a full circle, checking the area. The infected I had seen as we landed were approaching. The males were as slow and uncoordinated as ever, but a small contingent of females was spread across the runway, sprinting directly for us. When they were inside 100 yards, I started shooting. First one, then another rifle spoke from beside me, all of the females dropping quickly. Letting my weapon hang on its sling, I looked around and spotted Rachel and Irina right next to me. What are you doing? I asked. They lowered their rifles and Rachel looked at me, then shook her head. After a moment, I smiled and reached out, squeezing her arm. Irina gave me a smirk that I ignored. Okay, if they wanted to come along. Captain Dumas was a few yards away with a large group of his men. They were all looking at the females we'd just shot. Captain, you're with me. Bring a couple of men. The rest stay here with the sergeant, I said. What are we doing? Rachel asked as the Canadians sorted themselves out. Looking for a fuel truck, or a way to power the pumps, I said. Dumas and 2 of his men had walked up to where we were standing. I glanced around to make sure Creed had everything under control, then turned and headed for a row of hangars opposite the burned-out terminal. Rachel took up position to my left, Irina slightly behind and to my right. The 3 Canadians brought up the rear as we crossed several acres of tarmac. Ahead, all but one of the hangars was closed up tightly. A long, white line was painted on the asphalt, extending out from one of them. Every so often, iron hooks were set into the pavement. Tie-downs. Most likely for light aircraft like a single or twin-engine plane. But there weren't any to be seen. Maybe the plane owners in Omaha had managed to escape. Unfortunately, there wasn't anywhere safe for them to go. Behind, I heard several shots and turned to see one of the Rangers engaging the slower males that had been converging on the plane. In front of me, the first hangar loomed large, the door closed and apparently locked. It didn't budge when I tried to move it. There wasn't any signage on the exterior, so I was unsure if it was worth expending the effort to break in. Sure would be nice if there was a big, neon sign that advertised Joe's fueling service. Moving around to the side, I began looking for another door. One built for humans that would have a smaller lock on it. Finding one on the back wall, I was mildly surprised to see it standing wide open. Hand signing for everyone to stay put, I rolled around the jamb and lowered the night vision goggles over my eyes. In the time it took them to activate and display an image, I nearly lost my life. When I could see, a female infected was only feet away, leaping at me with a snarl. "Shit!" I said as she slammed into me. I tried to spin and redirect her momentum, but she'd been too close and coming too fast. We wound up on the floor, her straddling my waist and trying to tear my throat out. Fighting against her, I locked a hand around her throat to control her head and threw her to the side. She tumbled to her feet and prepared to leap. I was moving slower than she was, having trouble gaining my balance amongst the scattered tools and equipment I'd stumbled into. My hand was out, trying to steady my body, and grasped onto a solid, iron handle. The female leapt and I swung, the head of the tool impacting her temple. She was knocked to the side, falling to the floor and not moving as I tried to control my swing. Whatever it was I had grabbed was heavy as hell. Adjusting the night vision, I looked down and could clearly see the whole side of the female's head was dented in. Checking the tool, I grinned when I saw it was a short-handled sledgehammer. Well, that's certainly one way to do it. I snapped my rifle up and carefully scanned the interior of the hangar. She was probably the only infected in residence, as any others would have attacked with her, but I wasn't going to take a chance. Unfortunately, the hangar didn't have a nice, fat fuel truck parked in it. Not caring about the small jet with an engine half dismantled, I deactivated the night vision goggles and stepped outside. "Everything okay?" Rachel asked quietly when I reappeared. "Nothing out of the norm," I smiled, leading the way to the next hangar. We checked 3 more, finding each of them as devoid of what we were looking for as the first. More aircraft in various states of repair. A handful of infected in each, pretty much equally divided between male and female. But no trucks. No generators or generator-powered pumps. Moving on to the final hangar, I was surprised to find it locked up tight. In addition to the large, rolling door in front, there were 3 more man doors, but each was securely dead-bolted. After checking them all, I blasted the lock out of one with several rounds from my rifle. The door began to swing open, then was violently yanked the rest of the way from inside. Immediately, several females charged through the opening. I shot one of them before having to default to a knife rather than risk a stray round hitting one of my small team. Taking another down with the blade, I spun in time to see Dumas tackled to the ground by 2 of them. His men stood close by, staring in shock as the female screamed and tried to reach his throat. Rachel and I dashed forward at the same time to help him. She grabbed one of the infected's long hair and used it to drag her off the captain. I buried the knife in the back of the other's head, turning to help Rachel, but Irina had already stepped in, firing a round into the female's head. With all the infected down, I helped Dumas to his feet and looked at his 2 men. They met my glare, then looked away in embarrassment. Nothing needed to be said. They knew they'd frozen and nearly cost their CO his life. Carefully, I moved inside the hangar and made a quick scan. Nothing. Shit. I guess someone was making a trip across town to the Air Force Base. 19. We double-timed back to the plane, watching as the men forming the security cordon put down the occasional infected who had been attracted by the noise we'd made landing. Creed saw us coming and moved to meet me as I reached the perimeter. "No luck?" "Nope," I said, slowing to a walk. "Gotta make a run to Offutt and find a truck." "You think the fuel is still good?" he asked, causing me to come to a stop and look at him. I hadn't even thought about that little problem. Modern automotive fuel doesn't have a long shelf life. There's been so many government-mandated additives introduced over the past few decades, in an effort to reduce emissions, that if untreated, it doesn't have a long storage life. I had no idea when to expect all the gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel sitting in tanks all over the world would no longer be able to power an engine. Hadn't thought about that, I admitted. And don't know enough to make an educated guess. You? Don't know about aviation fuel, but regular old gasoline for a car loses a lot of octane pretty quick because of all the damn ethanol they blend in nowadays. Or blended in, I guess. Just thought I'd mention it. Shit on a stick, Sergeant. Got any positive thoughts? Sorry, sir, he grinned. Don't see as we've got much choice, I said after a minute of thinking. We're in the middle of fucking nowhere, and if we don't get some vaccines soon I'm worried our guests are going to start looking for a snack. But what happens if we put bad fuel into the plane? Rachel asked. Creed and I just looked at her for a beat until she blushed and looked down at the ground. Oh, right. Sorry, she said. It's probably fine, ma'am, Creed said, then turned to me. I'll grab a couple of men and find some wheels to get us to the base. Shouldn't be hard to find a truck once we get there. Negative, Sergeant, I said. I want you to take command here and keep these people and this aircraft safe. She and I are going, but I'd like a couple of rangers to tag along. Preferably one that knows how to hotwire a truck so we don't have to search for keys. I could tell he wanted to argue with me, but after a moment he nodded, turned, and shouted a couple of names. You're taking me with you? Rachel sounded surprised. Would you have stayed behind? I asked. No, she laughed. I just didn't think you were smart enough to have figured that out. I gave her a look, then got serious as two rangers trotted up. Sergeants Long and Johnson, sir, Creed introduced them. I blinked, then couldn't help myself. You're sending Long Johnson with me? I asked with arched eyebrows. The two men grinned as Creed tried to suppress a laugh. Yes, sir. They've been inseparable since Ranger selection. Trust me, don't get them going. If there's a Long Johnson joke out there, they know it. One of you know how to hotwire a truck? I asked, looking them over. Yes, sir. I do, Long answered. My pappy was a repo man. Started taking me with him when I was 10. Ain't nothin' with a motor I can't start. Okay, I said. Grab your Johnson and go find us some transportation. We're going to Offutt to get a fuel truck. They grinned and ran off towards the parking lot in front of the terminal. As I watched them head across the tarmac, another thought occurred to me. Trotting to the rope dangling down from the plane's open door, I told Rachel to stay put and climbed up. Entering the cabin, I banged on the cockpit door and shouted for the pilot to open up. What's up, sir? It looked like he'd been sleeping, and I was glad to see that. Those tanker trucks. How much fuel do they hold? Will one be enough to get us to Idaho? If the truck's full, it should have 6,000 gallons. That's more than enough. Just make sure you're bringing JP8. It's basically the same as Jet A, which is what this thing burns. JP8, I repeated. Got it. Okay, get some shut-eye. This will probably take a while. He nodded and closed the door, the lock engaging a moment later. I took a moment to check on the scientists. Most were sleeping or staring off into space, but there were a few who were pacing the center aisle. The ranger at the front of the cabin met my eyes briefly, then returned to watching over the civilians. I didn't envy him the assignment. Sliding down the rope, I looked around in surprise when I didn't see the two rangers waiting for me with an idling vehicle. Creed stepped closer to speak with me. They've found plenty of cars, but they're all in a 2-story parking garage. There was a collapse from a truck crashing into the overhead at the entrance and no way to drive any of them out. They're having to go a little farther to find something. All right. We'll catch up with them. Save some time. I looked at Rachel and began jogging across the tarmac in the direction the rangers had gone. It took me a minute to realize Irina was tagging along. I thought about sending her back, then dismissed the impulse. If she wanted to come along, it was fine with me. You've changed, Rachel said as she ran next to me. What do you mean? Before, I would have had to argue and yell at you before you'd bring me. Now, it was your idea, and you're not even stopping to turn Irina back. Maybe I figured out there's no safe place anymore, I said. Guess I'd rather have the people I care about with me. Kind of gotten old, getting separated from everyone. You are a big softie. I knew it. Rachel said, smiling. I ignored her and called Sergeant Long on the radio. We were rounding the end of the terminal and I wanted to know where they were. Ahead, a tall chain-link fence separated the tarmac from the public area of the airport. There was a large hole torn in it and we slowed to duck through the opening. They're on the backside of the parking garage, I said, pointing across a broad stretch of pavement that ran in front of the terminal. Halfway across the road, I stopped when I received another transmission. Copy, I said. Pick us up in front of the terminal. They find one? Rachel asked. Yep. On the way, I said, looking over the area. At the far end of the terminal I spotted several slow-moving figures, but after a moment of watching, categorized them as not an imminent threat. They were males and nearly a quarter of a mile away. It would take them a while to reach our location. There, Irina said. I turned in the direction she was looking and saw a handful of females running towards us. You saw them, you shoot them, I said to Irina. I knew she was a poor shot with a rifle, at best. And the best remedy for that is practice. As she raised the rifle to her shoulder, I quietly stepped to a spot slightly beside and behind her, clicking off my rifle's safety. Just in case. Irina fired the first round and one of the females jerked sideways, slowed slightly, then resumed charging at us. 3 rounds later, one of them fell to the pavement in a tangle of limbs. That left 4 more, still approaching fast. They were inside 100 yards now, and Irina's rate of fire picked up. She was getting nervous. Most of her rounds were hitting the infected, but not head or heart shots that would put them down instantly. Another female fell, then a third. 2 remained, getting uncomfortably close. From the corner of my eye, I saw Rachel raise her rifle. Irina kept firing, the 4th dropping at 20 yards. Okay, training is one thing, but they were getting too damn close. Snapping my rifle up, I fired the instant the butt was against my shoulder. My round punched through the last female's head and she tumbled forward, coming to a stop no more than 3 steps away. You're getting better, I said to Irina, turning at the sound of an approaching vehicle. A huge, black Cadillac Escalade sporting chrome spinners on the wheels pulled to a stop next to us, long behind the wheel. He was grinning ear to ear. I shook my head and ushered the ladies into the back seat ahead of me. The ranger hit the gas and spun us through a U-turn, heading for the airport exit. So, where is this Air Force base, sir? South of town is all I know, I said. First time I've ever been in Nebraska. If you can find a freeway, head south. I'm sure there'll be signs for it when we get close. Yes, sir, he said. It took us some time to get out of the airport. There were numerous wrecks, blocking the road. The Cadillac easily navigated onto the grassy shoulder in median to bypass them. The largest group of infected I'd seen so far in Omaha met us when we came around a curve. Long slowed enough to bowl through without damaging the vehicle or picking up any riders. Finding a freeway, we headed south, but it was even slower going than the airport. Abandoned vehicles clogged all of the lanes and we had to resort to driving in the median. The ground was soft, but again, the all-wheel drive system and the heavy SUV pulled through without any dramatics. The northbound lanes were in much better shape. That was good news for the return trip. It would have been nice to use them to get to the base, but a thick, steel cable was strung along the median, separating the directions of travel. We couldn't get across. A couple of times, Long tried to exit to look for a way to move to the open lanes, but the off-ramps were all clogged. We were stuck, navigating the graveyard of vehicles. An hour later we had covered slightly more than 12 miles. Creeping along, we passed a large sign that told us to take the next exit for Offutt Air Force Base. The only problem was there were 3 lanes full of abandoned cars and trucks between us and the ramp. Long rolled to a stop next to a large 18-wheeler. We sat there for a few moments as he studied the vehicles that were in our way. "Got an idea, Sergeant?" I prompted. "Well, sir, I was thinking about trying to start that rig right there and use it to push some of these cars out of our way. Otherwise, we may be driving for hours before we find an opening." I looked at the big truck he was talking about, then the sea of cars restricting us to the median. It was late in the day, sunset quickly approaching, and I didn't like the idea of screwing around out here in the open once it got dark. We needed to get to the base, find a truck and be on our way. "Do it," I said, popping my door open and stepping out. Johnson, Rachel and I spread out around the Cadillac, looking for any threats. I had Irina climb onto its roof for a better view, telling her to stay up there and act as our lookout. She turned a slow circle before calling down that she didn't see anything moving. Long had the truck started quickly, hopping out and leaving it idling. In a few minutes, he had the trailer disconnected and hopped back into the cab. The gears ground briefly, then I had to turn my attention away when Irina shouted. I looked in the direction she was pointing, but failed to see anything. "What do you see?" I shouted back to be heard over the revving engine and crunch of metal as Long started pushing cars. "Infected," she yelled. "A lot of them. Coming fast." "How many are a lot?" "More than I can count," she said. With a curse, I clambered over the Cadillac's hood and onto the roof next to her. "Fuck me," I said. There were several hundred figures moving amongst the stalled cars, heading directly for us. Females were in front, but there were plenty of males bringing up the rear. The leading edge was less than half a mile away. We didn't have much time. While I was up there, I spun a slow circle, not happy at all to see another group of nearly the same size approaching from the opposite direction. They were slightly farther away, but we were about to get caught between 2 small herds of infected. Jumping down, I ran to the truck Long was using to batter a path to the exit and hopped up on the driver's side running board so my head was level with the open window. He stepped on the brake and came to a stop when I appeared next to him. "2 good-sized herds coming," I said. "Keep clearing us a path and stay in this thing. We'll follow in the caddy." He nodded and I jumped down, shouting for Rachel and Irina to get into the SUV. Johnson ran to join his buddy in the truck. Long was doing a good job of clearing the way, but it was a slow process. He would push a smaller vehicle a few feet, then it would contact the one in front and come to a stop. Patiently, he would back up slightly to get a new attack angle and push again, turning the car sideways. Repeating the process, a path to the exit began to appear. But it didn't open up quickly enough. Infected females began arriving before we made it halfway across the traffic lanes. The Cadillac was quickly surrounded, fists pounding on the windows as they screamed their frustration in not being able to reach us. They also swarmed the truck, piling up on the large platform behind the cab and lining both running boards. Long ignored them, continuing to work. "How many did you see when we flew over the airbase?" Irina asked from the back seat. A lot, I said. How are we going to pull this off? Rachel asked, leaning away from the assault on her side of the vehicle. Same way we always do, I said, driving forward a few feet. We'll figure it out when we get there. Neither of them seemed terribly satisfied with that answer, but they kept their opinions to themselves. 20. Sir? Sir. Admiral. Packard's eyes finally came open and he looked around, groggy from too little sleep. He'd lain down on the large leather sofa in his office, intending to only rest for a few minutes. Raising his left arm, he peered at his watch and realized he'd been asleep for nearly 3 hours. Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes and glared at one of his aides. What is it, Lieutenant? Sir, the Russians are up to something. Lieutenant, I strongly suspect that when you attended Annapolis, you were not trained to describe enemy activity as something. Now, what the hell is going on? Sorry, sir, the man said, tentatively holding a steaming cup of coffee out for the Admiral. We're seeing activity from the enemy. 14 large passenger liners have set sail from Russian ports, much of their remaining navy escorting them. There is also activity in the Midwest. Troops moving into previously unoccupied military installations. Packard sipped the coffee and got to his feet with a groan. What bases? He asked, heading for the door. Offutt in Nebraska and Wright-Patterson in Ohio, sir. Those two names caused the Admiral to pull up short and look at his aide. That's not good, he said. Offutt is home to USSTRACOM, and WP has a huge research and development facility. He was referring to the United States Strategic Command, replacement for the Cold War's Strategic Air Command. Yes, sir. Both also have a large inventory of special weapons. He meant thermonuclear warheads. I'm all too aware, Packard snapped, turning and striding so fast the younger man struggled to keep pace. I'm going to the CIC. Yes, sir, the aide said, dashing ahead of the Admiral's protective detail. It was a short walk to the CIC, and despite the urgency, Packard took a quick detour outside to have a cigarette and clear the last of the sleep-induced cobwebs from his head. The 6 Marines who were responsible for his personal safety spread out in a large bubble as he lit up. Standing in the afternoon sunshine, the Admiral gazed down at the beautiful waters of Pearl Harbor. It was warm and humid, but a gentle trade wind was blowing, providing just the right amount of relief. Part of him wanted to stay right where he was, but until the damn Russians were finally taken care of, there was no time to rest. Stripping the cherry off the end of the smoke, he shoved the butt into his pocket and headed for the CIC. Located below ground, it was built to resemble the CIC on an aircraft carrier, only much larger to accommodate the scope of responsibility he had over hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of sailors and Marines. Talk to me, Captain, he barked as he breezed through the doors into the subterranean room. Sir, the duty officer turned and walked up to him. Within the past 30 minutes, we've seen significant activity out of the Russians. Troops within North America have begun moving into Offutt and Wright-Patterson. We're monitoring, but at this point can only guess at their motivations. What about the ships that have put to sea? The Admiral asked. 14 cruise ships have sailed from Russian ports in the past hour. These are the big ones. Several thousand passengers each. They are forming up into convoys, escorted by their navy. There are also 6 heavily laden container ships accompanying them. Exodus? Packard queried. It appears so, sir, the captain confirmed. The wealthy and powerful. The political elite. And their families. They are fleeing the devastation of our attacks and the release of the nerve agent over Russian cities. This has to have been planned well in advance. They've sailed too soon after our bombardment. Agreed. So, where are they headed? Too early to extrapolate a course, sir. They are still sorting themselves out as the convoys are formed. However, there's only one logical destination. Australia. Packard looked at the man with raised eyebrows. That would certainly explain why the Aussies were spared, wouldn't it? Packard mused. Yes, sir. It would. What does Australia have to defend itself? They should be more than capable of preventing the Russians from landing, sir. Their military resources are fairly substantial and modern. I'll have a detailed report for you within the hour. Packard nodded, staring at a large monitor that displayed a satellite image of the Russian ships at sea. Do the Aussies know they're coming? We're providing them with access to our imagery and intelligence, sir. They are preparing. Attempts are being made to communicate with the flotilla, but the Russians are not responding to us. I don't like it, Captain, Packard said after a long pause. The Russians haven't done anything without first ensuring they would have the upper hand. And as you say, this was planned well in advance of our strikes. A contingency, in case things went bad. So what does that tell you? Tells me they think they have a way to convince the Australians to not resist, sir. Packard nodded. What's our capability to interdict the fleet? Very limited, sir, the captain said, tapping the screen on a tablet and looking at a report. We inflicted catastrophic damage to their Navy and Air Force in addition to civilian targets, but we lost a lot of resources in the process. We are severely degraded. I've seen the reports, Captain. I want a battle plan on my desk within an hour. If it floats or flies, use it. I'll be damned if the Russian elite that's most responsible for the end of the world is going to just relocate to a warm, sunny beach in the land down under. Yes, sir, the captain said. If that's all, I need to get my staff started. Thank you, Captain. He was surprised when he looked around and Jessica was standing a few feet away. Reflexively, he smiled at the young woman. Sir, I'm sorry, but I overheard part of your conversation, and there's something you should know. Major Chase is in Nebraska, and he's got a partial platoon of Rangers and a bunch of Canadian military with him. They're right next to Offutt Air Force Base, sir. That's the first good news I've gotten all day, Packard said. Any way to contact them? No, sir, Jessica shook her head. They're silent. I'm guessing they've stopped for fuel. I was tracking them after they left Ellesmere Island, and they diverted around a huge Arctic storm. Probably burned a lot of fuel, and had to land. They flew over Offutt, but there's debris on the runway from a crash, so they touched down at the commercial airport north of Omaha. The last I saw, the major and a small group were on their way to Offutt. I checked with some of our pilots, and they are guessing they're going for a fuel truck. No power at the civilian field, so no way to pump from the underground tanks. How many Russians are they facing? 5 Hinds, fully loaded, put down at Offutt. And I don't think the major knows they're there, sir. But I don't think the Russians are aware of them, either. They approached from a different direction, and the enemy doesn't have an AWACS in the area, so they probably didn't see the major's plane. Keep trying to find a way to warn them, Seaman, Packard said. And be sure Captain Teller knows what you just told me. Yes, sir, Jessica came to attention before turning and rushing back to her station. Admiral. Packard turned his attention to a chief petty officer manning a comms console. Call for you, sir. It's the Australian Prime Minister. Packard's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Since the attacks, he had routinely spoken with his counterparts in the Australian military, but this would be the first time with any of that nation's political leadership. In there, he said, gesturing at a small office at the side of the room. He stepped through the door, his aide following and closing it softly behind them. The Admiral dropped into a chair and lifted the handset of a secure phone. Mr. Prime Minister, he greeted the caller. Admiral, very good to speak with you. To start, I'd like to apologize. I've been remiss in thanking you personally for providing us with the vaccine. Australia owes you a great debt. Thank you, sir. But no thanks are necessary. I believe, at this point, we're all in this together. Quite, the PM said after a moment. Very good. Before we begin, may I ask the status of your leadership? My leadership? Packard asked, not understanding the question. Civilian leadership, Admiral. I have been briefed on the situation with your presidential line of succession. What I'm asking is, who is currently in command of the United States? I suppose I am, sir, the Admiral responded cautiously. At least the military, as I'm the ranking officer still alive. We have been reduced to the survivors here in Hawaii, and the local, elected officials are still in charge of the civilian population. May I ask why you're inquiring? Because I need your assistance, Admiral. I've just received a most disturbing call from President Baranov. Packard blinked in surprise, then his hands balled into fists. They'd missed the son of a bitch. He hadn't been in the Kremlin when the Thor rods had destroyed it. I'm rather distressed to learn he's still alive, Mr. Prime Minister, the Admiral said. Clapping his hand over the phone's mouthpiece, he faced the aide standing attentively in front of him. Baranov just called the Aussie PM. See if we intercept it and can locate the origin of the call, he growled. The aide nodded and dashed out the door. Packard removed his hand from the phone to continue the conversation. We're quite surprised. The PM had been speaking while the Admiral was issuing the order. What was the purpose of his call? Packard picked up without missing a beat. To warn me against trying to stop a fleet of Russian ships that are sailing for Australia. Their intent is to dock in Sydney, where a significant number of luxury homes and apartments are owned by Russian corporations. Well over 2,000, in fact. He's not serious. The Admiral blurted. He's quite serious, the PM confirmed. And, he's issued an ultimatum to ensure our cooperation in allowing him and his people into the country, unmolested. And to provide them with protection from the United States. What's his leverage? He informed me that all of our major cities are seeded with canisters of nerve gas. If we do not allow the ships to dock, and the passengers to take up residence in Sydney, he will order the release of the agent in one city for every 24 hours we prevent their landing. And, if you attack his fleet, he will immediately release the gas in Canberra. Packard leaned back in his chair, the handset gripped so tightly his fingers were turning white. What can I do, sir? Can we assist in your search for the canisters? There is no search, Admiral. I was advised that each device is under constant, electronic surveillance, and that if any attempts are made to locate or disable even one, then all of them in that city will be triggered. Packard was quiet for a moment, trying to think of a way around the problem. Do not attack the Russian fleet, the PM continued after a few seconds of silence. I cannot allow that. What exactly are you saying, Mr. Prime Minister? Packard growled. There was a brief silence, then the Admiral heard a deep sigh over the phone. I have ordered the Australian military to provide protection to the Russian fleet. If American forces attempt to intervene, they will be fired upon by Australian forces. Packard was quiet for a long time, gathering his thoughts and marshalling his emotions. Mr. Prime Minister, you cannot allow this man to dictate your actions. He has repeatedly demonstrated that his only desire is to destroy. Kill. He has no regard for life. If you allow him in, what's next? Does he take control of your government with the threat of his finger on the button that releases the nerve agent? I understand your position, Admiral. However, Australia has not been attacked. This has been a conflict between Russia and the United States. Australia hasn't been attacked? Packard exploded, finally losing his temper. What do you call the threat of the murder of your citizens if you don't comply with his demands? That is an act of war, sir. He only wants to be allowed into Australia where he may live in peace, the PM responded arrogantly. Once he and his fellow Russians are safe, their military will stand down. The fighting will end. Are you fucking kidding me? The admiral thought to himself when he heard the politician's words. "Admiral? Are you still there?" Packard had gone silent, seething internally. "Yes, I'm still here," he growled. "I understand this is hard to accept. But the conflict is over. It must be, if the human race is going to survive. It's time to move on and begin rebuilding what has been lost. Australia will provide any and all assistance needed by the United States. Food, medical supplies, materials. We are still your friend and ally. But, please make no mistake. I will not allow millions of my citizens to die, simply so that you may continue a war that is now pointless. Do not approach the Russian fleet, Admiral. Any such action shall be deemed as an act of war against Australia, and retaliation shall be swift." "I understand," Packard said into the phone, accepting there was no point in continuing to argue with the politician. "Thank you for your understanding and cooperation, Admiral. It really is the best course of action forward at this point. Thank you for taking my call." There was click and the PM was gone. Packard continued to hold the phone to his ear for several moments. The urge to rip it off his desk and smash the device on the floor was almost irresistible. "Sir?" He looked up to see his aide patiently waiting. He hadn't even noticed the man re-enter the room. Calmly, he replaced the handset on the phone. "What did you find out?" "We have a recording of the conversation, but can't locate the origin of the call. It was bounced off of 3 separate Russian satellites before being relayed to a ground-based station in Siberia, then over a fiber optic link. Get me a transcript of that call, and gather my senior staff immediately," Packard ordered. 21. "We got a problem up here, Major." I pushed my radio's earbud deeper into my ear when I heard Lone's voice. "Talk to me," I said. The big truck came to a stop in front of me, at the top of the exit ramp. I hit the brakes, bringing the Cadillac to a halt a few feet from its rear. All around, infected continued to pound on the body and glass, trying to reach us. I can see the perimeter fence around off it, and there's a shit ton of infected pressed up against it. "Can we push through them?" I asked. "Probably, but that's not the biggest problem. Russians. I count 5 Hinds at the far end of the runway. What are they doing here?" "Can't tell, sir. Too far away. Can make out the helos, and a bunch of what look like infected all around them, but if there are Russian troops on the ground I don't see them." "Fuck me running," I muttered. "What?" Rachel asked. "Russians on the base," I said, looking out my side window at a female who was licking the glass as she pounded on the door. "How many?" 5 helicopters worth," I said. "If they were fully loaded, that's 40 men. The guys can see infected wandering around the aircraft, but no soldiers visible. What do we do?" "We can't fight the infected and that many Russians," Rachel said. "Irina, any idea what they'd want here?" I asked, ignoring Rachel. "No," she answered after a moment of thought. "But isn't Stratcom headquarters?" "It is," I said, not liking any of the ideas I was having about why the Russians were here. "If the intelligence gathered by the GRU is correct, then there are 2 reasons I can think of," Irina continued. "Other than submarine-launched, all American ICBMs can be controlled from here. Or disabled. Also, there was a large inventory of nuclear warheads located here. I do not know why those would be of interest, however. Other than that, the possibilities are almost limitless. What are we doing, Major?" "Got more infected headed our way," Long said over the radio. "If we take the exit, are there surface streets that are clear? Can we open some distance between us and the infected?" I asked. "There's a road around the perimeter at the bottom of the ramp. Once we're on it, we can circle the base and leave them behind." "What about fuel trucks? Can you see any?" There was a long pause before he answered. No, sir. None visible, but most of our view of the flight line is blocked by hangars. Okay. If we're on the perimeter road, how visible are we going to be to the Russians? Hard to say without knowing where they are, sir. But if they're in the area where they landed, once we get down the ramp, I don't think there's much chance of them noticing us. All right, I said. Let's move. Long didn't answer, and a couple of seconds later the truck lurched forward and shoved the last remaining vehicle out of our path. I followed, steering close to the abandoned cars to scrape some of our unwanted riders off the sides of the SUV. The freeway was elevated at this point, sweeping up to create an overpass. As the truck went down to the street below, we got a good view of the airbase. Far in the distance, I could see a small handful of helicopters near a large collection of buildings. At this range I couldn't tell they were Heinz, but trusted that the Rangers in the truck had used a scope for a better look. At the bottom of the ramp, Long made a sharp left to drive under the freeway. The massive front bumper on the truck plowed through a tightly packed contingent of infected. I accelerated, staying close so they didn't have time to regroup and force me to bull through. Ever since I had rescued Rachel in Arkansas, I'd been nervous about ramming into a group of infected without benefit of a stop-push bar. The last thing I wanted to deal with was an airbag suddenly inflating in my face because I had struck a solid phalanx of bodies. Clearing the freeway, Long turned right onto the perimeter road and I stayed tight behind. The infected were thick, apparently having been drawn to the area by the noise of the Russian helicopters landing. They had piled up against the fence, now turning and heading to intercept us. Fortunately, the truck had more than enough power and weight to shove even large groups aside with ease. But that didn't prevent females from climbing onto the back and sides. By the time we pushed through the main body, there were so many clinging to the exterior of the big rig that I couldn't even see its bodywork. What are we going to do about them when we stop? Irina asked, leaning forward until her head was between Rachel and me. Her position made me think of dog, and I almost said something before catching myself. I'm sure the last thing any woman would want to hear was that she had reminded you of a dog. I missed the big fur ball. I knew he was safe with Igor, with someone who would take care of him. But he'd been a nearly constant companion since the day after the attacks, and had become part of my new family. It just didn't feel right without him. We shoot them, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Offutt Air Force Base may only have one runway, but it's large. It took several minutes to drive around the end of the base and approach an area that was screened from the helicopters by a series of hangars and squat, brick buildings. This looks good, I said to Long over the radio. Copy that, sir, he said, brake lights suddenly flaring. I braked hard, warning the girls to make sure their rifles were ready. You've got a bunch of riders, I said to Long. Stay in the cab when you stop and we'll clean them off for you. Copy, he replied, the truck rolling to a stop 50 yards ahead. We've only got one suppressor, Rachel said, holding her rifle up. Shit. I'd gotten so used to carrying a rifle equipped with a suppressor that I hadn't even thought about all the noise we were going to make shooting the infected. If we started firing, we'd not only attract any infected that weren't already aware of us, we'd also announce our presence to the Russians. Glancing in the back seat, I confirmed that Irina's rifle was also missing a suppressor. I wanted to get in quietly. Wanted to find out what they were up to before finding a fuel truck. Sitting there in the idling Cadillac, I tried to think of a way to pull that off. Everything okay back there, sir? Long asked after nearly a minute. Sit tight, Sergeant, I said. Our weapons aren't suppressed and I don't feel like alerting the Russians that we're crashing their party. The females were still crawling all over their truck. I did a quick count, then added the 3 that were hanging on to the SUV. 15. At least that I could see. There may have been some on the front of the truck that were hidden from my view. Taking a deep breath, I acknowledged to myself that there was only one way to do this. You two have your K-bars with you? I asked. Yes, sir, we do. What are you thinking? Long asked after a pause. Only one way to do this quietly, I answered. Are you kidding? He asked loudly, then added, Sir? Wish I was, Sergeant. Unless you've got a better idea. What the hell are you talking about? Rachel asked, staring at me as if I were nuts. 3 of you can't take on that many with just knives. Like I asked Long, I said, turning to her. You got a better idea how to do this quietly? Rachel looked at me with her mouth hanging open. After a bit, she turned to Irina, perhaps for support. Irina met her gaze and shrugged her shoulders. Didn't think so, I said, smiling. Rachel shook her head and started to say something else, but I held my hand up to stop her when Long's voice sounded in my ear. Guess we're going all Viking on their asses, sir, he said, the doubt clear in his tone. I grimaced as I drew my knife, wishing I had the kukri I'd left behind when surrendering to the Russians. Not only was it larger than the knife, it had the right kind of shape for slashing. Stabbing was slow and laborious, and also carried the risk of a blade getting stuck on bone. A hard strike with the kukri could do just as much, if not more, damage with a significantly lesser chance of having a problem. Better do something quick, Irina said from the back seat. I glanced up at the rear view to see her turned and staring out the back window. Shifting my gaze to the side mirror, I saw a large group of females approaching. They weren't close, but they were coming fast and there were a lot of them. Far too many to even consider being in the open with only a knife as a defensive weapon. Sir, you ready? Long asked. Wait 1. I turned to look at Rachel, making sure she was paying attention to me and not focusing on the charging females. Here's what I want you two to do, I said, drawing Irina's attention. Rachel, keep your rifle in case you have to use it. That group behind us needs to be drawn off. When we get all of these put down, we'll take shelter in the cab of the truck. Stay here until the females are almost on you, then slowly drive away. Lead them past us. Take them on a tour of town, lose them and head back to the airport. We'll meet you there once we get a fuel truck. They both nodded and I met Rachel's eyes briefly as I radioed the 2 rangers and gave the go order. Popping my door open, I used it to shove one of the females away from the Cadillac and leapt out. She was already charging, as was another who had climbed onto the hood and launched herself at me. Spinning, I slammed an elbow into the face of the one charging as I raised the knife in my other hand. The leaper impaled herself on the blade, the steel going in the notch of her collarbone at the base of her throat. With a violent twist, I flung her away, a gout of blood splashing across me as she was torn open. Her body hit the ground and rolled. Continuing the motion, I reversed the K-bar in my hand and stabbed into the first one's ear. The third was on me now, and, fortunately, was a small woman. I reached out and locked my free hand on her neck as I struggled to remove the blade from the dead female's head. It was stuck tight, and I had to abandon it as the one I was holding nearly broke my grip. She was small, but she was strong as hell. Struggling with her reminded me of trying to control an animal. Pound for pound, she was significantly stronger than I was. It took everything I had to hold her at bay, then I got the leverage I needed. Lifting, I raised her off the ground, twisted and slammed her headfirst onto the asphalt, crushing her skull and breaking her neck. Using both hands, I wrenched the K-bar out of the other female's skull and dashed forward to help Long and Johnson. They were each in a world of shit, but had thought to both exit from the same side of the cab. Now, they stood back to back, punching and stabbing the females that were desperately trying to pull them down. There were 4 bodies on the ground, but they were overwhelmed and taken down when several infected charged in at the same time. Arriving, I slashed open a leaping female's throat, then thrust my blade into the back of the head of one on top of the pile that was smothering the 2 rangers. Yanking her aside, I grabbed a fistful of hair and pulled another head back, dispatching the bitch with a quick stab through her ribs and into her heart. I was reaching for another when a body slammed into me and I was sent tumbling, K-bar flying out of my hand. We came to a stop with me on my back, straddled by the infected. The female that had tackled me was much larger than the others. She was nearly as tall as me, and her strength was frightening. I had one forearm locked under her chin to hold off the snapping teeth, a death grip on one of her wrists with my other. As she leaned in, I couldn't hold her away. Slowly, her face drew closer. Twisting, I tried to kick her off, but she already had long legs wrapped around my waist in a vice. With a scream of effort, I pushed as I torqued to the side, finally succeeding in rolling. But she was locked on tight and came with me, the pressure on my sides never easing. We rolled off the pavement, across a narrow gravel shoulder and down a short embankment into a weed-choked drainage ditch. She kept screaming, tearing at me with her free hand and pressing forward in an attempt to lock her blood-stained teeth onto my flesh. I tried to pull my legs up and scissor them around her neck, but couldn't get them up far enough. Releasing her wrist, I started hitting her in the face. First her nose, then several teeth broke, my knuckles splitting open from the impacts. I might as well have been punching a rock. I knew from experience that unless an infected was much smaller, hitting them with a fist didn't have much effect. Desperation was setting in when her head suddenly distorted and the far side of it blew out. I paused for a moment, my brain trying to catch up with circumstances, then I shoved the limp corpse away and looked around. I hadn't heard the shot that had killed the female, and was surprised when I didn't see Rachel standing at the top of the ditch. An instant later I heard the sound of suppressed rifle shots, scooped up my knife and climbed to the road. Rachel was finishing off the last remaining female when I poked my head above the shoulder of the street. Half a dozen lay dead on the asphalt, small pools of blood surrounding their heads where she'd shot them. The rest had been killed by Long and Johnson, who were slowly climbing to their feet. They were bloodied and battered, but both looked relatively intact. "Couldn't stay in the car, could you?" I asked as I walked up. "Tired of losing you." She swapped rifle magazines with deft hands, then looked up and stuck her tongue out at me. Her face hardened when she looked over my shoulder. I turned, cursing when I saw the large group of females that was no more than a couple of 100 yards away. "Okay," I said, starting to move. "In with Irina and lead those bitches away." Heading for the cab of the truck, I waved Long and Johnson to climb in as Rachel ran for the idling Cadillac. The two Rangers were up and inside quickly and I followed, closing the door behind me. I was counting on the females being drawn to the SUV and bypassing us completely. I hadn't even finished settling my ass into the seat when the door suddenly opened. Spinning, starting to extend the K-bar, I caught myself when Rachel hopped onto the running board. A moment later she was sitting on my lap and pulling the door closed. "What the hell are you doing?" I asked as she squirmed around to find a comfortable spot. "Told Irina to go," she said. "You might need me and my rifle." I was pissed. I hadn't wanted Rachel with Irina solely for her safety, I'd wanted it for Irina's as well. If something happened and she had to abandon the Cadillac, the odds of surviving were much better if there were two of them. I took a deep breath and patiently explained this to Rachel. By the expression on her face, I could tell she had only been thinking of herself. "I'm sorry," she said in a subdued voice. After a moment, I circled my arm around her waist and gently hugged her. We all looked to the side as the SUV drove slowly past. Irina had the driver's side window down, her arm extended out and waving to entice the females. As she moved farther away, the group of infected began streaming past. A moment later, Irina withdrew her arm, rolled the window up and accelerated slightly. The females continued to flash by the truck in pursuit. It was working. 22. Colonel Blanchard ripped his headset off and tossed it to the sergeant operating the communications gear. He had just finished speaking with Pearl Harbor, and wasn't happy with the news he'd received. Not for the first time, he was reminded of the weight of command. Colonel Crawford had made it seem so easy. Almost effortless. What he wouldn't give to have him back. Blanchard shut down that line of thought before it went any further. Crawford was gone. Nothing was going to change that. It was up to him to provide steady leadership for the men and women under his command, and letting them see his frustration wasn't the way to go about doing that. The group from Seattle had arrived a few hours ago, and they were still sitting on the tarmac at the Boise, Idaho airport. The Bahamas, as well as 2 of the Hawaiian Islands, had been nuked by the Russians. He was haunted by the thought of the thousands of civilians who had perished in Nassau. The original plan had been for his troops to load up and return to the Bahamas after the deployment of what he now knew was the Thor system. But that was no longer an option. Neither was heading for Hawaii. The Russians still had a large presence on the west coast of the United States and would most assuredly shoot down any American plane trying to pass over the area. Several Navy squadrons that had been unable to return to their heavily damaged aircraft carriers had temporarily put down in California and Alaska. But after they had attempted to intercept the Russian admiral's plane, they had been chased away by vastly superior numbers of Russian fighters. Blanchard's small force of Rangers, Marines and Air Force pilots were the last remaining vestiges of the American military in North America. To make matters worse, the Russian land forces they had battled were still in place to the west of Boise. The SEALs coming from Seattle had been forced to swing well south into Oregon to avoid the enemy. But now, more helicopters and transport aircraft were arriving. The latest report from the scouts he'd deployed to keep an eye on them were that it appeared as if the Russians were gearing up for another assault. Exiting the communications tent, the colonel stopped in to check on the major's wife. She was in a tent immediately adjacent to the comm setup, strapped to a large backboard normally used for transporting soldiers with spinal injuries. In addition to the restraints, she was heavily medicated. Stepping through the flap, Blanchard pulled to a quick stop when Nicole turned and faced him. "Sorry," she mumbled, averting her brilliant red eyes. "No need to be," the colonel replied, regaining his composure. "I'm still getting used to you. I apologize for making you uncomfortable." She glanced up at him and smiled, turning to look at the activity around Katie after he smiled back. Dr. Conger and Joe Reverd were busily drawing blood and taking tissue samples for testing. Despite the very temporary status of the location, they had both insisted on setting up some of their equipment and continuing to work. "Have they discovered anything?" Blanchard asked. "No. At least nothing they didn't already know," Nicole answered. "I'm afraid they won't." They continued to watch the activity, Blanchard tensing when Joe released Katie from the restraints on one side of her body. Gently, the 2 men rolled her onto her side. Conger pulled her knees up towards her chest as Joe exposed her lower back and swabbed it with betadine. Carefully, he located the correct spot and inserted a long needle into her spinal column, withdrawing a large vial of cloudy fluid. "It shouldn't be cloudy," Nicole commented. "The infection?" Blanchard asked. "I guess," Nicole said, turning to look at him. "Mine was clear. They told me every other infected they've checked had cloudy CS fluid. Maybe that's the difference that explains why I'm not like them." Blanchard didn't know what to say to that, watching as the men rolled Katie onto her back and put the restraints in place. "Sir." "Ma'am." They both turned to see Lieutenant Sam standing behind them. "Lieutenant," Blanchard acknowledged the SEAL officer. Nicole flashed him a bright smile. "Sir, just wanted to see if there's anything my men and I can do. We're not used to sitting on the sidelines." "For the moment, Lieutenant, continue to provide security for the researchers. Hopefully, we're going to be out of here soon. Just waiting for word on the best way to get around the Russians blocking the coast." "Yes, sir," Sam sounded unhappy, but did a good job of covering it. Blanchard excused himself and stepped out into the fresh air. Looking around, he surveyed the large fleet of C-130s and a few Globemasters parked nearby. They were the primary transportation used to lift the men and equipment into the area. And they would be there right out of here. Most of the Blackhawks and Apaches that had survived the battle were flying patrol orbits, the remaining handful already in shipping configuration and loaded onto the Globemasters. Half a dozen F-18s sat at the end of the runway, pilots in the cockpits with the canopies raised. They were an alert force, ready to take off at a moment's notice to protect the men and planes on the ground. The remaining fighters were a short flight away at Mountain Home Air Force Base. If needed, they could be overhead in minutes. In the distance, beyond the edge of the runway in a large field, he saw the major's dog racing along. The animal came to an abrupt stop, snatched something off the ground and reversed course. Flowing swiftly over the ground, he returned to where the big Spetsnaz soldier was standing and dropped something at his feet before sitting. Blanchard smiled, starting to walk over and join them. "Sir." Pausing, he turned to see one of the sergeants from the comm tent running towards him. "Scout 3 just reported. The Russians look like they're preparing to start an assault," the man shouted as he ran up to the colonel. "They're packing up everything except a couple of command tents. Fueling vehicles. Distributing ammo." Blanchard looked at the western sky, estimating there were 3 hours remaining before sunset. If he was the Russian commander, that's when he'd attack. Use the darkness. Even though the American forces had night vision, there was still a tactical advantage to launching a military operation under the cover of darkness. But the Russians were in for a nasty surprise. One that would have made the colonel pause prior to the attacks. But now? Now, he was more than happy to give the enemy a taste of their own medicine. On the far side of a ridgeline, an artillery battery was set up with 155mm guns, already ranged in on the Russians' position. But they wouldn't be firing high-explosive shells. Instead, several crates of specialized munitions that contained the MX-489 nerve gas were ready to go on his order. Blanchard held his hand out and the sergeant handed him an encrypted radio. He was quickly speaking with the captain in charge of the battery and gave the order to commence firing. Within minutes, he heard the first shell of the opening salvo. The Russians were probably already tracking the inbound weapon on radar, scrambling to take cover in foxholes or beneath vehicles. But that wouldn't help. Instead of screaming in to detonate on contact with the ground, the specialized artillery shells would explode a few hundred feet over their heads. An atomized mist of the nerve agent would then drift down onto the Russian soldiers. Any that escaped contact with the chemical and didn't turn would be set upon by their comrades. Rangers, acting as scouts, were set up in the rugged terrain around the Russian encampment. They were well hidden, wearing full MOPP gear to protect them from exposure. They would report on the effectiveness of the strike, then return for decontamination before removing their protective clothing. Soon, the reports began flowing in. Blanchard followed the sergeant into the comm tent to listen. The scouts were both horrified and excited as they described the scene. Within 5 minutes of the first shell arriving, thousands of Russian soldiers were tearing through the isolated pockets of their brethren who had escaped the nerve agent. "Call our scouts in and issue orders to prepare to move," Blanchard said when he was satisfied the threat posed by the Russians had been neutralized. "Our destination, sir?" "Nevada," Blanchard growled. "Groom Lake. 23. It took several minutes for the last of the females to run past. The entire group was at a full sprint. Some of them were faster, pulling slightly ahead in their desire to catch the receding SUV. The ones bringing up the rear were either much older, injured or grossly overweight. Even then, they were still faster than me. Irina did a good job of staying ahead of the leaders without opening up too much space. She had turned on the Cadillac's hazard flashers and occasionally swerved back and forth across the pavement to ensure she had the female's full attention. "Just like a fucking fishing lure," Johnson said in a low voice as we sat there watching. Checking in the outside mirror, I didn't see any more infected coming up behind us. Not that I wasn't sure there were more on the way, but for the moment it seemed relatively clear. Shifting Rachel around so I could use my legs, I pressed in the clutch and put the big truck in gear. Turning the wheel to the left, I drove forward slowly until the tires dropped into the drainage ditch. The front bumper came to a stop only inches from the tall fence protecting the airbase's perimeter. After another quick look around, I popped my door open and scooted Rachel off my lap. We all climbed down and checked the area. The rear of the group following Irina was still visible, but they were rapidly disappearing into the distance. In the opposite direction, several slow-moving figures stumbled down the road towards us. Males. Still a long way off and not presenting a threat. Leading the way, I climbed the outside of the truck onto its roof. Slithering down onto the tall hood, I stood and faced the fence. The top was protected by a coil of razor wire, and from my elevated position it was an easy reach. Long handed up a stout, iron rod that the trucker would have used to tighten ratcheting straps that held loads in place. Attacking the attachment points of the razor wire, I pried it free. Placing the K-bar's blade against the flat side of a coil, I hammered with the bar and cut through. Not a great way to treat your knife, but it was the best I could come up with on short notice. With the top of the fence clear, I grabbed Rachel around the waist and boosted her. She grabbed the rail, swung a leg over and nimbly dropped to the ground on the far side. Without having to be told, she moved a few yards to the side, put her back to the chain link and dropped to a knee with her rifle up and scanning for danger. I followed, moving in the opposite direction before taking a knee. Long and Johnson quickly joined us. Okay, Russian hellos are on the far side of that row of hangars, I said, pointing. We need a fuel truck, but there's no way we're going to start one up and drive out of here without alerting them. So, let's see what they're up to. Rachel and the two rangers nodded. A moment later, we had formed up in a diamond formation with me at point and were moving towards the buildings. The ground was flat, covered with a thick carpet of rough-bladed grass that was browned out for the coming winter. A stiff breeze was blowing from the west, making a mournful sound as it wrapped around the large hangars we were approaching. Other than the soft falls of our feet on the dry grass, it was the only thing to be heard. And it sounded too much like the wailing of millions of people who had died violent deaths. It took over 5 minutes to reach the back wall of the closest building. We made it without drawing the attention of either any infected or the Russians. The sun was approaching the horizon, the temperature dropping as we moved to a corner. Peeking around, I could see two of the hinds. Both were turned so that I didn't have a view into their cockpits, and the troop compartment doors were closed. The aircraft were still and silent, and I couldn't tell if the pilots were aboard. My guess was they were. Sitting there, ready for the soldiers they'd ferried in to return. That made matters worse. They were in the open and anyone at the controls would have a great view of the area. If they spotted us, there would almost certainly be an immediate radio call to the troops on the ground. Wherever they were. Pulling my head back, I turned to face the rest of my group. Either of you ever been here? I asked Long and Johnson. Both shook their heads. I didn't really expect a different answer. There wouldn't have been a reason for a ranger to ever visit this base. I took a couple of minutes to fill them in on what I'd seen and what I suspected. What do we do? Rachel asked. Wait for dark, I said. There's a whole bunch of equipment on the flight line, but it's past the hinds. I saw a couple of trucks that might be fuelers, but they're a long way off. And if there are pilots in those helos, they have a clear view of the area. We've either gotta wait for them to leave, or wait for dark. What about infected? Johnson asked. Some males stumbling around, I answered. Didn't see a lot, but I could only see 2 of the aircraft. No females? That's odd, Rachel said. I nodded, thinking about her comment. She was right. Why were there males hanging around without females? And if there were pilots on board, shouldn't there be females trying to get to them? Then it hit me. The males had arrived after the hinds had landed and unloaded their passengers. They'd been drawn to the spot by the noise. Not finding anything, they were just hanging around. Waiting. But there had probably been females who had greeted, then followed the Russians to whatever had brought them here. Moving to the corner again, I stuck my head back around the edge for a closer inspection of the flight line. Bodies on the ground. Mostly female, but a few males as well. Not a lot, but some. Now the picture was taking shape. We find the females, we find the Russians. I mumbled to Rachel, who was tucked tightly against my side. I faintly heard her repeat what I'd said to the Rangers. But we had a problem. There was no way to start searching without breaking cover and exposing ourselves to view from the waiting helicopters. I glanced over my shoulder to the west, guessing there was about an hour until sunset. With no other options, we were going to have to wait. Maybe the Russian troops would return before it got dark. If they did, we'd be left trying to figure out where they had been and what they were doing. If they didn't, we could go hunting under the cover of night. Contact left. I heard Johnson's voice a moment before the sound of a suppressed rifle. Turning, I saw a male on the ground near the far corner of the hangar we were hiding behind. Good shot, I said, earning a smile from Rachel. We're sitting tight until dark, I said after a long pause to make sure the infected hadn't brought any of his buddies along. If the Russians aren't back by then, we go hunting, You really think there are pilots in those hinds, sir? Long asked. Think so, but not positive, I shook my head. Haven't seen any, but can't think of a reason they wouldn't stay behind. He nodded, thinking, turning to scan the area around us. This was SAC headquarters during the Cold War. Right? He was referring to the Strategic Air Command, the organization that expanded and became USSTRATCOM. Yeah. Why? Been in a few Cold War-era installations, he continued. Every single one was a subterranean beehive. Deep underground to survive a Soviet nuke. Tunnels everywhere. Tunnels we could move through to get around the base, unseen. Not a bad idea, but they're not going to be easy to get into, I said. Few years ago we started encountering modern, high-security doors and locks in Iraq. New breed of tango was moving in. Well-financed and much more sophisticated than what we'd been dealing with up until then. They'd set up a bunker or command center in a tunnel, pour some concrete and put a door on it that took some serious time and munitions to breach. Word was, they were gifts from a couple of Saudi princes that were sympathetic. Johnson here spent 3 months in rural Virginia with some government contractors. Learned how to get past the locks quickly, without making a bunch of racket in the process. We find a door, I'm betting he can open it. And I'm also betting that right there is an airshaft, and there's a door at the bottom, I looked where he was pointing, seeing a low hump in the ground created by a short, concrete wall. The top was covered with a thick layer of turf, rendering it all but invisible from the air. Or orbit. A 3-foot square iron hatch was set deep in the side. I'd noted it before, but passed it off as an ammo or fuel bunker. But maybe I'd been mistaken. Okay, saying it is what you think, and there's a door at the bottom. It's not going to be electronic. Not something exposed like that, at risk for being damaged by the EMP of a nuke. It's going to be several feet of steel with an old-school lock of some sort. Johnson looked at me and nodded. Yes, sir. You're probably right. And last year I got a door just like that open on a bet. On a bet? Where the hell was the door, Well, it might have been to the special weapons storage vault on a certain Navy base. Johnson's eyes slid away and I looked at Long. He was grinning from ear to ear, nodding his head. I don't want to know, I said, shaking mine. Okay. Let's give it a try. Nothing else to do until it's dark. 24. Fortunately, the top of the air shaft was at a point that was concealed by a large hangar. We were able to move to it without risk of detection by a Russian pilot sitting in one of the hinds. The added benefit was we were also screened from the infected who were milling around the helicopters. Not that the males could have seen us, but it's still nice to be hidden from view. Rachel and I each took a knee, keeping watch as Long and Johnson worked on opening the hatch. The door was heavy iron, several ventilation ports penetrating the concrete all around it. They began mumbling curses within moments of setting to work. Apparently the door hadn't been opened in a long time. Probably since Reagan was president. It was frozen in place by a thick layer of rust. They kept working, finally swinging it partially open with a horrible screech. The sound had lasted for maybe a second, and I looked over to see Long digging through his pack. Finally finding what he was searching for, he held up a small bottle no larger than a container of eye drops. Lightweight gun oil. Carefully, he used the tip of his knife to break large flakes of rust off the hinges. Once he had created an opening, he pressed the tip of the bottle as deeply as possible and gently squeezed. "Contact," Rachel said softly. I turned and saw half a dozen males slowly approaching through a gap between two of the hangers. Didn't surprise me. The squeal of rusty hinges had been loud enough to wake the dead. "Wait for them to get closer," I said as I scanned through a full 360-degree circle. "I can hit them," Rachel said, slightly defensive. "Not questioning your accuracy," I said, more patiently than I felt. "Don't want them to suddenly start dropping in the open area where the Russians can see them." She said, not sounding convinced. I kept an eye on the slowly advancing males in between scans of the entire area. The sun was almost brushing the horizon and it would soon start getting dark. As we sat there, waiting for the oil to penetrate and do its job, I questioned whether or not it was worth going into the tunnels. If there really were tunnels beneath us. By the time we could move the hatch without alerting every infected in Nebraska, it would be close enough to dark that we could chance moving down the flight line. I had decided to abandon our current endeavor when Rachel spoke again. "Females," she said, her voice tight. I snapped my head around to see a small group of no more than 10. They weren't sprinting, having just rounded the back of a hangar a few hundred yards away. We hadn't been seen. Yet. "How long?" I asked. "Not even been 5 minutes," Long answered. "It takes a while if you want to do this quietly." "Not sure we've got much choice," I said. "Try it." My attention was focused on the females, who still weren't aware of our presence. Every few seconds I'd look away to make sure there wasn't something about to attack from a different direction. So far, only the stumbling males and the group of females was visible. Then the iron hatch groaned in protest as Long and Johnson began pulling it farther open. I was watching the females when they made the noise, seeing every head immediately snap around to look in our direction. After a short pause, they broke into a sprint directly at us. "Get that fucking thing open," I said, sparing a glance at the males. They were inside 100 yards, but with the difference in speed, the females would be on us well before the males. Unless we wanted to engage in a noisy battle, we needed to get inside that damn shaft. The hatch continued to groan as they forced it farther open. The females reached the 200-yard mark, coming fast. "Rachel, give me your rifle," I said. "I got this," she said, firing her first round. One of the females stumbled slightly, but didn't go down. Rachel's shot had hit her somewhere in the body, but hadn't stopped her. "Shit." Rachel hissed the single word, then ripped the rifle sling over her head and thrust the weapon at me. I snatched it out of her hands and pulled it tight to my shoulder, sighting on the lead female and firing. She stumbled, but didn't go down. The fucking scope was off. I knew where I'd been aiming and had seen the impact on her shoulder. Adjusting for the discrepancy, I fired again and the female tumbled to the ground, half her head missing. The group was now at 100 yards, still charging. I knew I had 10 seconds at the most. Acquiring my next target, I fired and immediately shifted aim. There wasn't time to wait and see the results of each shot. They were coming too damn fast. By the time they'd reached 50 yards, 5 bodies were on the ground. But there were still too many and time was almost up. Flipping the fire selector to burst, I lowered my aim point and quickly chopped the legs out from beneath the rest. They flopped to the ground, not deterred in the least. 2 of them were inside 20 yards, scrambling forward with their elbows, useless legs dragging behind them. Switching back to single shot, I put a round in each of their heads. Raising up slightly to take out the rest, I cursed when more appeared from around a different hangar. This time, there were two groups. At least 30 females between them. I spared a glance to my right, seeing the males much closer than I had expected. Swiveling, I quickly put them down before turning back to face the females. "Let's go!" I heard Johnson's voice and snapped a look over my shoulder. Rachel and Long were gone, presumably already through the hatch. Johnson was inside, peering at me through the opening. A glance at the two groups sprinting directly towards me and I scrambled across the ground to the opening. Johnson disappeared and I slung Rachel's rifle over my shoulder before sticking a leg through the open hatch. It was pitch black inside, but after a moment of flailing around, my boot came down on the rung of a ladder. Quickly, I twisted and put my other leg in, coming to an abrupt stop when my vest and weapon snagged on the edge of the opening. Looking up as I struggled, the sight of several females nearly on me sent a massive surge of adrenaline through my system. They were close, and I was in about the worst position I could be in to fend off an attack. Trying to avoid panic, I twisted and tore at the items that had me hung up. My efforts succeeded in freeing my upper body, but as it came loose, my feet slipped off the rung I was standing on. Starting to fall, I arrested the drop at the last second with a death grip on the lip of the hatch opening. Feet kicking in the air, I was trying to find a rung when a female thrust her head through the opening and screamed. Her voice was loud in the enclosed space, echoing off hard, concrete walls. She reached for me as I got one foot onto the ladder. Her hands locked onto my arm and she leaned farther into the opening, trying to reach my face. Releasing the hold with my right hand, I grasped a fistful of her hair and pulled. The female came easily, slipping through the hatch. She released my arm and slashed at my face as I kept pulling. Then she was overbalanced. Gravity took over and she slammed into my body when I released the grip on her hair. She was turned away, falling headfirst, and there was nothing for her to grab to break her fall. Then she was gone and I held my breath, hoping she didn't crash into one of the others and knock them off the ladder. It seemed to take forever before I heard the sickening impact of a human body on concrete from far below. Fortunately, I only heard one. Pulling myself up, I looked out the opening and saw 3 more females nearly at the hatch. They saw me and screamed, leaping forward with hands extended. Grabbing a small handle on the inside of the iron door, I tugged hard and slammed it shut an instant before the infected arrived. 25. Everyone okay? I was in complete darkness, clinging to metal rungs set into the concrete walls of the shaft. The iron door was right in front of my face and I could hear the muted blows of the raging females as they tried to batter their way through. A chorus of good answered me and I breathed a quiet sigh of relief when I heard Rachel's voice from somewhere below. A moment later a light came on and I looked past my boots to see it waving around. Long or Johnson using their weapon light. I caught a glimpse of Rachel, then the light shifted focus as whoever was using it aimed directly down. The shaft was deep. So deep it appeared to narrow as it descended beneath the ground. I could see that the ladder rungs I was standing on continued all the way to the bottom. "Who has the light?" I asked. "Long," he answered, swinging it back up and momentarily blinding me. "Let's start moving down," I said. "And I sure as hell hope there's a door down there Johnson can open." He didn't answer. A moment later the light swung crazily for a few seconds as he adjusted the rifle on its sling so it was pointing down. Then it began moving deeper, jerking slightly from the motion of his body on the rungs. Johnson clicked his light on and shifted his rifle until it was horizontal across his back. This gave us enough illumination to see the ladder as we descended. I gave everyone some time, wanting us spread out and not right on top of each other. When Johnson was 10 feet below my boots, I started climbing down. The ladder rungs were thick iron set into the concrete wall. They were just as rusted as the hatch had been, the surface rough to the touch. The bad thing was the flakes of rust that broke free occasionally and caused me to slip. Not so much that I couldn't maintain my footing or grip, but enough to cause my butt to pucker with fear of a long plunge to my death. From the occasional muttered curses below, I suspected the others were having the same concerns. It took several minutes of steady climbing before Long called that he had reached the bottom. Glancing down, I saw him shoving the female's shattered corpse out of the way before he helped Rachel step off the lowest rung. She looked around, but couldn't find any place to step that wasn't covered by a pool of blood. "You should hold up, sir," he called a moment later. "It's kind of tight down here in Johnson and I need to switch places, but..." Johnson grunted and I didn't feel the need to say anything. Just stopped and hooked an arm through a rung to hold myself in place and give my hands a break. Looking down, I watched them swap positions, then Johnson began examining what looked like a large slab of steel. Rachel was pressed against the far wall of the shaft, giving him room. He checked over the door for several minutes, taking his time to carefully inspect several locations on its surface. "What's the verdict? Can you open it?" I asked as he began a fresh scrutiny of the portal. "Maybe," he said in a distracted voice. "It's not like anything I've ever seen before." "Thought you'd been trained for this," I grumbled. "Trained for modern, high-security doors, sir," he said. "This thing is ancient. There's a small, manufacturer's stamp in the steel, near the bottom. 1958. So it's old. Is there a way to open it or not?" "Yes, sir. I think so. You were right about there not being any electronics. There's a mechanical lock, or at least I think there is. It's covered by a hell of a thick plate that has to come off first. Gonna take some time. You okay hanging on for a while?" "Do what you gotta do, Sergeant," I said. Shifting arms that were hooked through the rung, I got a better view of where Johnson was working. He removed the light from his rifle and handed it to Rachel, who kept it focused on the door. Handing his pack to her rather than putting it down on the bloody floor, he retrieved a small set of tools. 15 or 20 minutes later, the final bolt holding the cover came free. Johnson grunted when he removed the plate, turning slowly and dropping it onto the dead female's corpse. Taking the light from Rachel, he pointed it into the new opening and bent to peer inside. Waving her closer, he handed the light back and positioned her hand so it illuminated the spot he needed to see. Returning the tools to his pack, he pulled out a hard-sided case and opened it. I got a look at several instruments that were obviously highly specialized before he selected 2 of them and turned back to the door. It wasn't long before a loud click echoed through the shaft and Johnson stepped back. "Wait!" I shouted as he reached for the door. He paused with his hand in midair and looked up at me. "We don't know what's on the other side," I explained. "If there were a bunch of people that took shelter and the virus got to them, there might be infected ready to charge through the instant that door moves." "How you want to do this?" Long asked. It took a few minutes, and lots of squeezing around each other, but we finally got resituated. Long and I had joined Johnson on the floor of the shaft. Rachel was a few feet up the ladder. Not that she'd be any safer if we were overwhelmed by a tidal wave of infected, but because there just wasn't room for all 4 of us. I had attached Johnson's light to her rifle, and since it was the only suppressed weapon we had, I'd be the first, and hopefully only, one to shoot if necessary. Long stood tight against my right shoulder, rifle ready in case I needed support. Johnson was waiting, hand deep inside the door on a lever that would free the catch holding it closed. When I nodded, he pulled the release and leaned back to pull the heavy slab of steel open. He grunted, his boots slipping slightly, then the massive door began to move. Slowly at first, then it rapidly gained momentum and swung open on nearly silent hinges. It seemed to take forever for a gap to appear. The door was incredibly thick. At least 6 feet, probably more. But it had been designed to protect the occupants from the blast and radiation of a nuclear war. I didn't doubt it was capable of withstanding almost anything short of a direct strike. When it finally cleared the jam, my finger moved to the trigger. I was ready to instantly fire if I saw anything that looked like a threat. Red-eyed infected or Russian uniform. But all that was revealed by the light was a long tunnel with a highly polished concrete floor. As the door continued to open, overhead fluorescent lights buzzed to life. I blinked in surprise. Hadn't expected that, but wasn't going to complain. Especially since I could now easily see that the tunnel was empty. Clear, I said after a moment, then, moving. I went forward, rifle up and scanning, though there wasn't much point. The tunnel in front of me was long, at least 50 yards, and there wasn't a single door that opened off its sides. It was nothing more than a blank corridor that ended at a T-intersection, probably only there for access to the shaft we'd come down. Through the opening, I came to a stop 10 feet in, Long stepping up next to me. Each of us kept our rifles at the ready, aiming at the intersection ahead. Rachel, then Johnson, came through behind us and they worked together to close the door. "Sir, I think we should leave it unlocked in case we need a fast exit," Johnson said in a low voice. "Agreed," I said without taking my attention off the far tunnel. "Ready," he said a moment later. We set off, moving down the hall in a tight, box formation. Long and I were on opposite sides, shoulders brushing our respective walls. Rachel was close behind me, Johnson to Long's rear. As we walked, I noticed how fresh and clean the air smelled. The atmospheric control system was definitely up and running. I halted us a few yards short of the intersection with an upraised, clenched fist. Stood there for nearly a minute, listening. Absolute silence. I could hear my 3 companions quietly breathing. Someone's stomach rumbled slightly. Wait, that was me. With a hand signal, I got us moving again, slowly stepping to the end of our corridor. Approaching the juncture, I put my back against the wall and eased sideways with my rifle up and aimed at the steadily increasing field of view of the cross-tunnel. Long was doing the same thing, the effect being that I was checking the open area to his rear as he checked mine. Stopping with my shoulder at the corner, I cut my eyes to Long. He looked at me and nodded his head slightly, letting me know it was clear. I did the same. Carefully, we each stepped into the corridor and checked them again. Still empty. "Got some kind of plaque on the wall down this way," Long mumbled to me. "Maybe it's a directory of some sort." I turned to see what he was talking about, and he turned to watch the area I'd been covering without having to be told. Damn, but I love working with well-trained soldiers. The new tunnel stretched out in each direction from the one we'd just left. There was the occasional door, labeled only with a letter, a hyphen, and a number. The closest door was A83. Knowing the military, that meant we were probably on the first level beneath the surface, and 83 most likely meant there were at least that many rooms on this level. Farther down, I could see what Long had referred to. It looked like nothing more than a slight variation in the wall, but on these perfectly smooth surfaces that could only mean something was attached. Signing again, I got us moving in that direction. We passed several doors, the numbers incrementing from the 83 I'd already noted. How damn big was this place? Passing A88, I called a halt in front of a large sign. It declared this was the home of USSTRATCOM. It also had a directory, but no map. Lots of lieutenants and captains and had offices on the A level. B was majors and lieutenant colonels. C was colonel country, and D housed 3 generals and a whole host of meeting rooms. There were also labels for operations, space command, tactical air, and half a dozen other commands. Some were on the higher levels, but most were on the E and F levels. As far as I could tell from the directory, that's as deep as the bunker went. But there could be a lot more facility that wasn't listed. And I didn't care about any of it. I just wanted to find a way to the surface. We'd spent enough time getting in that it would be dark. If the Russians hadn't already departed, we'd be able to move around and find them. Maybe. Unless more infected had arrived. Rachel reached past me and tapped one of the first entries on the directory. Armory. There were actually 3 of them. One on a level, one on C and another on F. Someone had actually been thinking and spread them out. Think they'll have some suppressed rifles? She asked. Worth a look, I nodded, checking the room number for the A level. That way. I pointed to my left and we began moving again. We were looking for a 97. It should be right up ahead, but it took longer than I expected. As we kept walking, the doors were becoming more widely spaced. Larger rooms, I imagined, then slowed as I saw a bend in the tunnel. We approached carefully, pausing at the corner. A 94 was right behind us, so we had to be close. Easing my head out, I froze and held up a warning hand for the rest. This was another long corridor, and only a short distance down its length was a large group of infected, completely filling the tunnel. 26. I pulled my head back and signed for a silent withdrawal. Rachel and Johnson lead the way, slowing when we were a few yards down the corridor. I waved for them to keep going, wanting us as far away from the infected as possible. I was moving backwards, rifle trained on the bend in the hall. Long didn't need to be told to do the same. When we were back in the tunnel that ended at the airshaft, I positioned myself so I could see the length of the corridor in the direction of the infected. Everyone looked worried as they gathered around me. Infected, I said quietly. And a shitload of them. At least 100. The looks on their faces probably mirrored my own. What are they doing? Rachel asked. They were pressed in tight around a door. Best guess, they've got someone trapped in a room. And they've probably been in there a while. The infected weren't too agitated. They'd had time to settle down. What do we do? Johnson asked. Try another way? Don't think so, I said, shaking my head. I caught a glimpse of elevator doors and a sign for stairs. I might be wrong, but places like this will only have one way in or out, and that's it. Maybe we could find another airshaft, but we aren't going that way. What about the people trapped? Rachel asked. Don't know there are people in there, I said. That was just a guess. And even if there were, we don't have any idea if they're still alive or not. There's no way we can fight our way through to find out. There's way too many of them. What's the mix? Long asked, meaning males versus females. I stopped and thought for a second, trying to call up the image from my memory. I think more males than females, I finally said. All in Air Force uniform, but that's to be expected. Males should outnumber the females, but I only got a quick look. What if it's the Russians in that room? Johnson asked. Then fuck 'em, I growled. They can stay in there until they starve to death. We can't be sure there aren't Americans still alive in there, Rachel persisted. I hated to admit it, but the possibility that she was raising was nagging at me. And the more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. Was this someone that had managed to barricade themselves inside? But what if they'd turned? There hadn't been any uninfected people for quite some time. Then I remembered Titus in Mountain Home. He'd been immune. What if we'd come across another, and somehow they'd managed to survive? Shit. I took a few minutes to explain what I was thinking to the group. Told them about the immune prisoner I'd encountered in Oklahoma, then Titus in Idaho. Rachel had heard the story, but Long and Johnson stared in amazement as I spoke. So you think there could be an immune in there? Long asked when I was done. Didn't say that, I said. I'm saying it could be a possibility. There could also be a rotting corpse inside that's all that's left of whoever hid from them. Or a rat could have knocked something over and the noise got them all excited. But whoever, or whatever, it is, I think we need to find out. I looked at Rachel as I spoke and she smiled at me. We'd been through this routine before. I get so caught up in trying to survive I'd not be thinking about the people that might need my help. She always managed to make sure I did the right thing. So what do we do? Johnson asked. I shook my head, trying to think of some way to get past the infected. All I was coming up with was a distraction. But how? If it was just males, Long or Johnson could lead them away, and as long as they didn't get trapped in a dead end, they'd be fine. However, there were some females in the group, and none of us were going to outrun them. But how many were there? Okay, you three stay put, I said. I'm going to go take another look. Try to get a count of females. If there's only a few, we'll put them down with a rifle, then someone can lead the males away. Sir, you know going alone is a bad idea, Long protested. I'll come with you. Watch your back. My first impulse was to order him to stay behind, but he was right. If something went wrong, there was a better chance of survival if there were two of us. While you're doing that, we're going to go the other way and see where this goes, Rachel said. I opened my mouth to argue, but she cut me off. I wasn't asking, I was telling you. You can order him to stay, she pointed at Johnson. But not me. I looked at her and she smiled back. Long and Johnson were doing everything they could to suppress grins. Yes, dear, I said sarcastically, handing her the suppressed rifle. Meet back here in 15, even if you haven't finished exploring. And don't leave this level. Rachel nodded and kissed me on the cheek before she and Johnson stepped into the corridor and headed away from the infected. What? I asked when I noticed Long looking at me. Nothing, sir. He turned his head to hide a grin. Grumbling to myself, I ignored him and began leading the way down the hall. We moved at a good pace for much of the distance, then slowed as we neared the corner. Taking short, quiet steps, we came to a stop just before the edge of the wall. Cautiously, I leaned out until only part of my head was visible from where the infected stood. I had one eye around the corner and focused on the figures in the hallway. I didn't bother trying to get a head count. That was pointless. All I was concerned with were the females. And it wasn't easy to pick them out in the crowd where everyone was in a uniform. The differences between male and female uniforms were subtle, even more so since everyone in the crowd was dressed in blues. Dark blue slacks and a pale blue shirt. Men wore a tie and tucked in their shirt. Women wore more of a blouse style that was outside their pants instead of tucked, and no tie. Unfortunately, none of the females were in a uniform skirt, which would have made this much easier. I couldn't rely on hair as the first few women I spotted had theirs up in a tight bun, or just cut very short. So, in the crush of bodies, I had to try and spot the occasional form that was wearing a female uniform. It was even harder than it sounds as they weren't exactly close to where I was hiding behind the wall. But slowly, I made progress. And came up with 13. That I could see. There could have been another 30 or 40 hidden within the tightly packed mass. Pulling back, I nodded to Long and we quietly moved away and returned to the airshaft tunnel. I had hoped Rachel and Johnson would be there when we arrived, but they weren't. Long glanced at his watch as we looked around for them. They've still got 4 minutes, he said. How many females? 13. That I can see. There's probably more that are hidden by males. And I think that group is closer to 200. Shit, he mumbled. You sure we should try this? All due respect, sir, but we've got people back at the airport counting on us. Things go foobar down here and we don't make it. I haven't forgotten, Sergeant, I said, stealing a glance at his watch. He looked into my eyes for a moment, then nodded when he was satisfied with what he saw. I started to say something else, the words dying in my mouth when I heard the distinctive sound of a suppressed rifle firing. It wasn't loud, but in the near-perfect silence of the tunnels it was very noticeable. A moment later there was the scream of an infected female from the direction Rachel and Johnson had gone. I was already in the corridor, breaking into a run, when more screams erupted from the original group I'd found. 27. I pounded down the corridor, Long tight on my heels. We hadn't gone far when I heard him curse, followed a moment later by several rounds from his rifle. The unsuppressed fire was intensely loud in the hard-surfaced hallway. If there were more infected that weren't already aware of our presence, they were now. Risking a glance over my shoulder, I was glad to see that he was still following. He knew better than to try and stand his ground against the females. Maybe, between the two of us we could have held them off as we thinned their numbers with accurate rifle fire. Maybe. But that was only if we weren't having to worry about the other members of our group. Behind Long, easily 20 females were charging after us. Despite the number I've fought since the attacks, their screams still made the hair on my arms stand on end. There were more screams ahead, from around a bend, punctuated with unsuppressed rifle fire. That most likely meant that Rachel and Johnson had encountered a group larger than could be handled with just her rifle. Grenade! I shouted to Long without breaking stride. Got 3, he shouted back, then a moment later. First one's hot. Perhaps I imagined it, but I thought I heard the sharp impact of the metal body of the grenade when it hit the hard floor. Then, a few steps later, it detonated. A concussive wave washed over us, momentarily erasing our hearing. I glanced behind me again, without slowing. Long had timed it perfectly. It appeared the grenade had only been a few yards behind the leading edge of the pursuing females when it exploded. Between the force of the blast and the razor-sharp fragments it threw out, half the females were on the floor. They writhed, as if in pain, but I knew it was only in their efforts to maintain pursuit of their prey. The overhead lights in a short stretch of the hall had been blown out by the blast. Before I turned my head back to the front, more females leapt over the injured ones as they emerged from the darker area. Save it! Long had been getting ready to pull the pin on a second grenade. While I agreed with his idea to use it, we might need it once we rounded the corner. I was worried about Rachel and Johnson, but as my ears recovered from the pummeling of the detonation, I was able to hear their rifles still firing. Reaching the corner, I slowed and shouted out to announce my presence before suddenly appearing around the turn. The last thing I needed was to be accidentally shot. I gave it half a second, using the time to check on the females. At least 10, maybe more, filled the width of the corridor and were coming fast. We had maybe 40 yards of open space. Hit him again, I said to Long. He yanked the pin out of the next grenade, let the spoon fly and rolled it down the floor towards the females like he was bowling. It wobbled as it approached them. I grabbed the back of his vest as I stepped around the corner, bodily yanking him along with me. A second later, it went off, the overhead lights in the entire hallway flickering. Ahead, I could see Rachel and Johnson moving backwards, towards me. They were firing continuously into a solid wall of infected. Most of their attackers were male, but there were plenty of screams as females pushed through and surged forward. They needed help, but first I needed to deal with the threat at our back. Slapping Long on the shoulder, we rolled around the corner and faced the surviving females. 4 of them, and they went down quickly. All were inside 20 yards and we had to step apart as the corpse of the last one to be shot tumbled between us and slammed against the wall. Behind them, more females were still alive. They were screaming as they pulled their shattered bodies along the floor. Dust hung in the air and most of the hall we'd just left was now dark. Movement in the distance caught my attention. Males, Long said, peering down the corridor. Let's go. I turned and ran to where Rachel and Johnson were still battling a much larger group. Females were still appearing at the leading edge, leaping forward to attack. Most were being taken down within seconds of appearing, but there were a few that were getting too close for comfort. And it looked like the volume was growing. As we reached the battle, more screams sounded from the corridor we'd just been fighting in. More females coming. Not good. We were trapped with large groups coming from both directions. I fired a couple of rounds, taking down 2 charging infected, then looked around quickly. Behind and to our left was a door, the only one in this part of the hall. It had nothing other than a small sign designating it as A43. Could be nothing more than a broom closet. But that didn't matter. We couldn't hold out in the hallway with females coming from 2 different directions. Dashing to it, I tried the knob. It was locked, and there was a small key card reader set into the frame next to the handle. Leaning away, I hunched my shoulder and rammed it into the door's surface as hard as I could. It didn't even wiggle. "Johnson, get this fucking door open, ." I shouted at the ranger as I moved out of the way and dashed to the corner to see what was coming from behind us. Long stepped up next to Rachel and they kept battling as I looked around at the other hall. Females were coming fast, and they were close. Taking an instant to verify Johnson was working on the lock, I focused back on the approaching threat and started firing. The first female to drop was an Air Force captain. No more than 5 feet tall and very thin, she had outrun all of the others and was nearly in my face when I destroyed hers with a bullet. If there had only been females to worry about, I'd probably have been able to hold them off. They were well spaced, giving me an opportunity to take each out before they could draw close enough to force me to fall back. But right behind them was a solid mass of males. I didn't think I had enough bullets to put all of them down. "Got it." Johnson surprised me. Long had sung his praises, but I still hadn't expected him to open the electronic lock so quickly. I wasted half a second looking over to see him standing halfway through the opening, aiming his rifle into the room. "Clear," he shouted a few moments later. "Collapse in," I yelled, then fired 3 more shots and began moving backwards. Before I reached the open door, 2 females raced around the corner I'd just abandoned. I shot the first one, then missed the second. Her feet had come down on my spent brass, the empty shell casings rolling and sending her tumbling as I fired. In the time I spent tracking and shooting her, 2 more appeared at the bend. Screaming, they launched themselves forward. Still backpedaling, I kept firing. One of them went down, then I tripped over my own big feet and fell flat on my back. The one I'd missed was after me in a flash, making a mighty leap. Trying to swing my rifle up so it was between my flesh and the snapping teeth, I winced when a rifle fired from right over my head. It was Johnson, his round taking the top of the female's head off. But it didn't slow her momentum and her body crashed down on top of me. I was pushing her off when a strong hand grabbed the collar of my vest and yanked hard, dragging me across the smooth floor and through the open door. I scrambled back when I was released, seeing Long standing in the opening, firing steadily at the infected. Johnson stepped over me and placed one hand on the inside of the door. With his other, he grabbed the back of Long's belt and jerked him back before slamming it closed, plunging the room into total darkness. 28. Rachel? I'd seen that Long and Johnson were safely inside, but hadn't seen her. "I'm here," she said. A moment later I heard a boot scrape on the floor next to me, then her hand fumbled across my shoulder. I reached up and took it in mine, squeezing it gently in relief that she was okay. "Where are we?" I remained on the floor for the moment. Loud thumps and screams were already coming from the heavy, steel door. If there wasn't a way out of here, we were in a big, smelly pile of doggy-doo. A few seconds later, Johnson turned on his weapon light and I got my first look at the room. It was a small office, spartanly furnished with 2 metal desks. A PC sat dark on each. Otherwise, the surface of both was as clean as I expected to see on a military base. Slowly, I got to my feet for a better look. And didn't like what I saw. The office was no more than 12 feet on each side. Other than the pair of desks, each with an office chair behind and a shared visitor's chair between, it was empty. The absence of nameplates on the desks told me this was an unoccupied space, probably for the use of any visiting junior officer. "Well, fuck me," I grumbled. This was exactly the kind of scenario I dreaded being caught in since the world had become populated with raging infected. Trapped in a space where the only way out was blocked by more bodies than we could hope to successfully fight. This wasn't good. "Huh, sir," Long agreed with me in a quiet voice. "Everyone okay?" I asked after a pause. "Any injuries that need treated?" Everyone responded they were unhurt. Finally, a bit of good news. "What do we do?" Rachel asked what we were all thinking. Working on it, I said, giving her the jauntiest smile I could muster. Well, work faster, she said. I've gotta pee. Despite myself, I started laughing. Soon, Long and Johnson joined me. Rachel stared at us, not seeing the humor. Knew I should have gone with the Marines, she groused, leaning her butt on one of the desks. No need to get pissy, ma'am, Johnson said. There was complete silence for a beat, then we roared in mirth at Rachel's expense. After a few seconds, she cracked a smile and gave Johnson the middle finger. Finally, we regained our composure and I borrowed Long's light and began a thorough inspection of the walls. They were nothing more than common drywall, and sounded hollow when I tapped on them. All except for the wall facing the corridor. It was either solid building material behind the drywall, or very well insulated for sound. But that was fine. I had no desire to break through to where the infected were waiting. Hey! Look at this, Dot. I turned to see Johnson leaning over one of the desks, his light shining directly on it. The center drawer was pulled open and a large sheet of paper was spread across the surface. Stepping next to him, I looked down at a floor plan. In the top, right corner it was boldly stamped as USAF SAC, top secret. That says SAC, I said, thumping the spot on the paper. This must be at least 20 years old. 30, he said, tapping a date in the bottom right corner. We're here. He pointed at a spot on the plans. I checked for the airshaft we'd climbed down, then the elevator, verifying he was right about our current location. Okay, so we know where we are, I said, not understanding why he was so excited. Bear with me, sir, he said. My dad was a commercial contractor. I grew up helping out with the remodel of buildings. Making a big room into several small ones, or vice versa. And that's what the Air Force has done. See here? When this plan was printed, this room took up a hell of a lot more space. I looked closer, following the lines he traced with his finger. Son of a bitch if he wasn't right. This room had once been at least 5 times larger than it was now. That's not all, sir, he said, tapping another spot. There used to be a hallway behind the original wall. See this? The hall had columns in it that were load-bearing. That means they couldn't take them out when they remodeled. It should still be there. Johnson picked up the plans and moved to the back wall of the office. Pinching the light between his shoulder and neck, he reached out and ran his hand over the drywall surface. Tapping gently, he knelt and used his knife to pry the vinyl baseboard free. There was a 1-inch gap between the bottom of the wall and the floor. He put his face against the tile and aimed the light into the space. After a quick look, he thrust his fingers into the opening and tugged. A large chunk of the wall tore free with a puff of white dust. He continued to tear pieces out of the surface, quickly exposing shiny, metal studs. Once an opening several feet wide and tall was made, he thrust his head through. What's back there? I was getting impatient. I hadn't forgotten all the people at the airport, waiting for us to return with fuel. We'd already been gone a long time. Johnson pulled back and started to speak, then had to stop and sneeze from the drywall dust still floating in the air. Big space, he said, wiping his nose with his sleeve. Looks like a lot of abandoned equipment. Lead on, I said, gesturing at the hole. He was still on his knees and didn't hesitate to squeeze between 2 of the studs, disappearing into the darkness. I followed, Rachel right behind. Long brought up the rear and clicked on his light once he was standing. We all looked around as they played their lights across the open space. The room didn't have a high ceiling, but was very large otherwise. The equipment that Johnson had mentioned looked to be computer consoles. Each was covered with heavy, translucent plastic that was coated with a thick layer of dust. Long stepped to the closest and gently moved the protective sheet aside. It was a control station with a keyboard and an embedded CRT monitor. A large plate was attached to the top that identified it as Soviet East. It had probably been used to monitor the eastern part of the old Soviet Union for missile launches. Maybe even controlled the American ICBMs that were already targeting locations within that region. I looked it over for a moment, then pressed some buttons on the keyboard. When it didn't respond, I looked for, and found, a master power switch. Hesitated for a second, then turned it on. The CRT hummed, flared to life and slowly brightened. But it didn't display anything. Trying the keyboard again, I gave up and powered the station back down. Even if I'd gotten it to work, I had no idea what to do with it. Not that it would have mattered. The Air Force might have abandoned and walled off the dated equipment, but they wouldn't have left it connected to any of their networks. This was interesting, and probably should have been in a Cold War museum somewhere, but we didn't have time to play tourist. We needed to find a way out and complete our mission. I nudged Johnson and tapped the floor plans he was holding. He nodded and peered at them for a moment, then walked to the far wall. There was a long row of tall, metal cabinets pushed against it. He took a moment to compare what was on the map with what he was seeing. Adjusting his position several feet to the right, he stepped forward and grasped one of the cabinets, rocking it in place. "Give me a hand," he said. Long handed his light to Rachel and we stepped forward and helped Johnson drag the heavy locker away from the wall. Once it was clear, he shined his light on a door that had been hidden behind it. It was heavy steel, secured with a standard deadbolt. Long took his light back and held the beam on the lock as Johnson set to work with a pair of picks. "Before you open that, what's on the other side?" I hoped he was sure this didn't open into the hallway where the infected were, but wasn't going to bet all our lives on it without asking. "Should be the hallway I mentioned," he said, continuing to focus on the lock. It took him less than a minute to open the lock. Long, Rachel and I formed a small, semicircle around the door with our rifles aimed. When we were ready, I nodded. Johnson was watching, and on my signal, he carefully pulled it open. There was only more darkness beyond. No screaming females. No stumbling males. Just a tiled floor with a heavy layer of dust and a blank wall a few feet away. It looked like a hall. Johnson aimed his light at the floor and pointed out the undisturbed dirt. Nothing had walked through this area in a long time. After nearly a minute, plenty of time for any infected to respond to the door opening and the lights, he stuck his head through and looked around. Taking his time, he thoroughly inspected the new space before pulling back and checking the plans. "Okay, it is the hallway," he said, tracing a finger across the paper. "Walled up at each end, like I expected." "Fine, but where do we go from here?" I asked, stepping forward and taking Long's light so I could get a look. "Couple more rooms. Look like offices, if that's what they still are. Then we come to the back wall of the armory. Breach that and we have access to the elevator." I looked down as he tapped a spot on the map. "Let's go," I said. We stepped into the corridor and followed Johnson a few yards to the right. When he found the spot he was looking for, he used his knife to cut an opening in the drywall. Once he could get a hand inside, he removed chunks until there was a hole large enough for us to squeeze through. More abandoned space that had just been walled off. Dark consoles with names like China, South, Soviet, Arctic and so on. I didn't waste any more time playing with the equipment. We moved past them quietly, and were probably the first people to be here since sometime in the 80s. It didn't take long to reach the wall to the armory. Johnson was busily tearing away chunks of drywall when a tapping sound started from the far side. He jerked his hand back and took a step away, whipping his rifle up in surprise. The tapping continued for several seconds before going quiet. After nearly a minute of silence, Johnson glanced over his shoulder at me. I came forward, silently, and reached out to touch the wall. Using my middle finger, I tapped it 3 times in quick succession, then withdrew my hand. A second later, 3 taps sounded in response from the other side. 29. Colonel Blanchard stood on the dusty tarmac of the main runway at Groom Lake in southern Nevada, looking around. There wasn't much to see. The sun had set as they were landing. Now, a rapidly fading twilight gave him a few minutes to see the harsh desert terrain surrounding the highly secretive installation. They weren't really much closer to Hawaii, but after neutralizing the Russian ground forces with the nerve agent, he'd wanted to leave the area. Staying that close, with nearly 30,000 infected Russians wandering around, was a recipe for disaster. So, they'd packed up and moved to the abandoned Air Force installation. "Is this really Area 51? Nicole asked. He turned to her, pausing as 4 Rangers unloaded a gurney from one of the C-130s. Nicole turned to see what he was watching, going quiet when she saw Katie, unconscious, strapped to a gurney. A mask, not unlike what the one used on Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs, covered the woman's face. Dr. Kanger strode ahead of the group, ignoring her, but she noticed Joe Revert staying close and ensuring the soldiers were as gentle as possible. The small entourage followed Kanger across the tarmac and entered an unmarked door in the side of a massive, concrete building. The first Rangers to unload had to use a liberal application of C4 to force their way inside. They were still putting down infected, and the Marines had formed a large perimeter to protect the area that was being cleared. "Area 51, huh?" Colonel Pointier asked as he walked up. Nicole stifled a snort and he gave her a questioning look. "I just asked the same thing," she smiled. "Think there's really aliens here?" "Don't know about aliens, but one of the teams I sent in found a biohazard lab. That's where Kanger is headed. We'll see what else we come across, but I doubt there's going to be a freezer full of little green men," Blanchard said. "Aliens are gray," Nicole chided. "Don't you know anything?" Blanchard smiled and shook his head. He had no doubt there were many things that had gone on at this facility that were just as strange as aliens, but he'd never been one to buy into the theory that the US government had successfully captured some. He was happy to be here. Glad to be out of Idaho. When Pearl Harbor had suggested this location as a secure fallback, he'd immediately jumped on the idea. Hopefully, in a few days, they'd be able to continue on to Hawaii. But for now, this was home. Pearl had suggested there might be survivors who had used the base's remote location and underground bunkers to survive. Blanchard had hoped to find some when they arrived, but so far the search teams had turned up nothing other than empty buildings. "Why don't we go see what the doctor thinks of his new lab?" Blanchard said. "Go on ahead," Pointier said. "I'm going to get some extra details poking around and see what there is we can use." "If they find aliens, I want to see," Nicole said. Blanchard shook his head again and headed for the door into the main facility. Nicole fell into step beside him, looking nervously over her shoulder when a far-off coyote began wailing at the moon. She didn't see the animal, but in the distance spotted the large Russian soldier exercising his dog. "I know they were doing a lot of testing on you before you had to leave Seattle," Blanchard said. "I've had no time to talk to Kanger or Revard. Did they learn anything?" "They learned I'm infected." Blanchard came to an abrupt stop, turning to look at the much smaller woman. "Excuse me?" "You heard correctly. I'm infected. But the infection doesn't have the same impact on me as other people. Apparently just my eyes, and I'm stronger." "Oh, and I can hear a pin drop at 100 feet. "I don't understand," the colonel said, walking again. "Doctor." "Kanger doesn't either," Nicole sighed. "At first, he believed I was immune. But further testing revealed that the virus is active in my body. It just can't take full control." Blanchard shook his head as he walked. "I heard part of a discussion about your IQ. Your genius level?" "Yes," Nicole blushed slightly. "There was a theory that this was somehow protecting me, but there's nothing so far to bear it out. Dr. Kanger's current theory is that I'm genetically immune to the transmutational effects of the virus. It survives in my body, stimulates my endocrine system but cannot take over the limbic system." "I'm sorry, I don't know what that means," Blanchard said. "Endocrine are the glands that secrete hormones. strength, metabolism, and so on. That's what makes the infected so strong. Limbic is in the brain and controls base emotions and drives. Rage, for example, Nicole explained. So you're a carrier? In a way, yes. It hasn't been tested with a live subject, but laboratory experiments have shown that I'm shedding viral components. Infectious, if you will. They had reached the door and Blanchard paused a few yards away from the pair of rangers guarding the entrance. So, if I hadn't been vaccinated? Nicole met his eyes and nodded. Then being in my presence would pass the infection to you. But there's something else you should know. Something I'm not sure Dr. Kinger is ready to share. What's that? Blanchard asked, his stomach tightening in anticipation of more bad news. I think he's successfully created a Terminator virus. I overheard an argument between him and Joseph. Joe wants to tell you what they've found, but Conger is opposed to talking to you. Why? Blanchard asked, surprised. I don't know, Nicole shook her head. I was 2 rooms away and they forgot about my super hearing. Before they got to that part of the argument, they were interrupted, then the SEALs were running around yelling we had to pack up to move. Blanchard looked at her for several moments, then nodded his head. I think it's time to have a conversation with Dr. Conger. He spun on his heel and marched through the door. Nicole hurried to catch up, surprised that the power was on when they stepped inside. They were in a long, stark hallway. At regular intervals, chemical light sticks had been taped to the wall. They marked the path to the biolab, but would also provide light if the power failed. How is the power on? Nicole asked. Solar. There's a huge array on the side of a hill. We still haven't found the battery banks, though. Half the men are already speculating it's alien technology and there aren't any batteries. Maybe, Nicole said, reading the signs on each door they passed. I thought you were a genius, Blanchard said. How is it you believe in aliens? That's why I believe, Nicole answered, slightly offended. There are an estimated 100 billion stars in our galaxy alone. Astronomers and astrophysicists believe there are somewhere on the order of 100 trillion galaxies in the universe. Out of all of that, to think we are the only sentient beings is either ridiculously arrogant or foolishly naive. Do I believe in little green or gray men? I have no idea what an alien race might look like. But I'd be willing to bet the bank that there's more life out there. So you think aliens are visiting us? Have visited? I don't know about that. In fact, I kind of doubt it. If a species was intelligent enough to travel all the way here, it shouldn't be hard for them to conceal their presence from us. There wouldn't be UFO sightings and abductions. That's all kind of ridiculous. In fact, I've often wondered, and worried, that we just might be the most advanced species in the universe. We're really not that far away from making some real breakthroughs that could lead to interstellar travel. Well, we weren't. The colonel looked at her and she could tell he'd never thought in those terms before. Then maybe it's a good thing for the universe that we're finally succeeding in wiping ourselves out, he said as they arrived at the entrance to the biohazard lab. Nicole looked at him, hesitant to admit she'd recently had the same thought. 30. Because we can't do this. Dr. Conger exploded, angst clear on his face. Colonel Blanchard, Nicole, Joe and Conger were crowded into a small office adjacent to the biolab. The doctor had immediately become defensive when Blanchard asked about the conversation that Nicole had overheard. I don't think that's your decision, Doctor, Blanchard said as patiently as he could. It certainly isn't yours. Conger shouted. The colonel stared at him for a moment, mastering his temper. The virologist had been difficult to deal with from the very first moment. He was arrogant, condescending, and a prick in general. But Blanchard hadn't seen this side of him before. This was something different. Doctor, you are correct, he said, trying to pacify the visibly upset man. But I have to report up the chain of command on your progress. That's where the decision will be made. And if I don't know what the status of your work is, I can't make my report. That admiral in Hawaii. That's who you report to? Yes, Doctor. That's right, Blanchard fought the urge to sigh. He's military. The military doesn't decide something like this, Conger protested. Like what, Doctor? What are we talking about? Conger took a shuddering breath, visibly fighting to tamp down his anger. Or perhaps it was fear, Blanchard realized. Doctor, he gently prompted. I'm not asking you to do anything other than fill me in on what you've accomplished. No action will be taken without people far more senior than me being involved in the decision. Conger looked at him, shaking his head. Can you guarantee that Dr. Conger will be allowed to voice his concerns to the decision makers? Everyone turned to look at Joe Reverd. He had taken a seat in the corner of the small room, well away from the fireworks between the colonel and the virologist. Yes, Blanchard said after a moment's reflection. But I'll tell you right now, if you behave this way in front of the admiral, you won't be listened to. You want him to hear you, then state your case in a calm and professional manner. Do you understand? I understand, Conger said. I've worked with the military before. I know I have to dumb it down for you guys. Doctor, Joe scolded. After a moment, Conger nodded and dropped into a padded chair behind the desk, which was the sole furnishing in the office. He took a deep breath, then looked up at Blanchard. We made a lot of progress in Seattle, he began speaking. In fact, we successfully developed a Terminator virus. And a cure. What? Blanchard exploded. You have a cure and you're just now telling me, that. Wait, Joe interrupted before Conger could go on the defensive again. Wait and listen to everything. Blanchard looked at him, fighting hard to maintain his composure. He was shocked, incensed even, that these men were telling him they had a cure and this was the first he was hearing of it. Conger glanced at Joe, nodding his thanks. Let me tell it, he said to the colonel, motioning at a chair. Now, please take a seat. Hovering like that is making me nervous. Blanchard clenched his jaw, biting back the words that wanted to come out of his mouth. After a long pause he sighed and sat down, gesturing for Nicole to take the chair next to his. Once they were seated, Conger took a deep breath and started over. We have an effective Terminator virus. And we have a cure. I'm going to talk about the Terminator first. We engineered it to be transmissible. It is airborne, and can survive outside a host, on hard, environmental surfaces, for up to 36 hours. It lasts a few hours longer in warm, wet conditions. Body fluids, for example, if the temperature is above 20 degrees Celsius. Initial testing has shown it to be 80% effective. What that means is 80% of the test subjects exposed to the virus have contracted it. And died. 20% were resistant. Of course, this was a small, laboratory test sample of infected. Infection rates were consistent regardless of the gender of the subjects. Actual rates of infection in the real world will probably be lower. So, what's the problem with that? Blanchard asked. Even if it's only 50% effective, the opportunity to remove half of the infected is tremendous. It's the percent that are resistant, Conger said. We don't know why, yet, but the Terminator virus has the opposite effect on them. I don't understand, Blanchard said, looking back and forth between Conger and Joe. It strengthened them, Joe said when Conger didn't continue. It did what? Blanchard was shocked, completely unprepared for the answer. They were enhanced, Conger picked up the dialogue. Female test subjects showed a marked increase in intelligence. And, to a lesser degree, increased physical strength and endurance. How much smarter? Blanchard asked. Significantly. The ability to recognize and utilize a wide variety of tools. Cooperation amongst themselves beyond anything we've seen so far. Self-awareness and self-preservation. The ability to communicate more than basic concepts with each other. Wait, Blanchard held up a hand to stop Conger as he turned to Joe. I read your report on the events in Oklahoma. You and Major Chase pursued a group of infected females that had captured the survivors of a plane crash. They were communicating. Working together. This isn't anything new. Yes, it is, Joe said. You're correct about the behavior of that group of females. They worked together towards a common goal. But it was more in the way a group of animals would cooperate. Say a pride of lions, or pack of wolves. What we're talking about here is females that can manipulate tools. Open a door. Pick up and use a weapon. We put an unloaded pistol in the isolation chamber. One of them picked it up, pointed it at us from the other side of the glass and pulled the trigger. The room fell silent as each person tried to imagine the scenario where a group of incredibly strong and fast females were suddenly able to match the firepower of the survivors of the plague. With their increased intelligence, they still try to kill any uninfected person? Blanchard asked. The rage is still present. Magnified, even. It's just tempered with thoughtfulness. At least, that's what we've observed. I have no idea how this would translate into the general population of infected. Frankly, I'm terrified of what we might create. And that's not the worst, Conger said. It gets worse than that, The males. Up until now they've been dangerous, but nowhere near as deadly as the females. Slow and relatively uncoordinated as the plague has impacted their endocrine systems differently than it has the females. The ones that survived the Terminator virus are also enhanced. How much? On par with the females, Joe said when it became apparent Conger wasn't going to answer. We're still trying to identify the specific effects, but the ones resistant, the 20%, gain strength, speed and agility. They remain blind as the optic nerve has been severely damaged, but otherwise, they become as dangerous as the females are now. Blanchard stared at the two men, processing what he'd just learned. Glancing at Nicole, he saw the look of concern clearly etched on her face. 20%? He asked. In the lab, yes, Conger responded. It will be different in a larger population, but I can't predict the degree. Maybe 30, or only 10. We haven't been able to test a large enough control group. So you're telling me that if there are 1 million infected out there, and we release the Terminator virus, we'll kill 800,000, but turn 200,000 of them into an even bigger danger than they already are? Conger and Joe both nodded. And there's a whole lot more than 1 million infected roaming around the country, Nicole spoke up for the first time. What are the chances of modifying the virus so it doesn't turn some of the infected into super-infected? Blanchard asked. That's going to be the focus of our efforts as soon as this new lab is up and running, Conger said. But I'm not optimistic. You said you had a cure, Nicole prompted after several moments of silence. 90% effective, Conger sighed. But the results are less than optimal. How much less? The colonel asked. The cure successfully eradicates the virus. Initially, it causes severe, flu-like symptoms. Extreme fever for 48 hours as the host's body burns out the infection. A small percentage don't survive. If they do, they are infection-free when the fever breaks. Unfortunately, with a fever exceeding 108 Fahrenheit, there is permanent damage to their brain. When they wake up, they are severely disabled. Mentally, How severe? Nicole asked before Blanchard could speak. We haven't had the opportunity to quantify the deficits. However, if I were to guess, I'd say with an IQ of less than 40. That's horrible, Nicole said. Where are they? Blanchard asked before Conger could respond to her comment. What do you mean? The people you cured. What happened to them? Connor and Joe exchanged looks before the doctor faced Blanchard and answered. The infected killed them, he said. We had a test group in isolation and introduced the cure. We didn't think to separate them. When the fever burned out and those that were cured woke up, the infected attacked and killed them. It was horrific. They were aware of what was happening to them, though unable to understand that. Another long stretch of silence descended over the room as each person retreated into their own thoughts. See why we can't release either of these? Connor eventually asked. Blanchard looked at him for a long time, nodding as he mulled over everything he'd just learned. What are the chances you'll have more success? Develop a cure that doesn't do any harm in the process? Connor leaned back in the chair and blew out a deep breath. Very remote, he said. In fact, unless I stumble across something by accident, I'd have to say this is the best we can do. Wait, Nicole said. Is the mental deficit primarily a result of the extreme fever associated with the cure? Or is it damage done by the plague? We're not sure, Connor answered. All of our test subjects were violently killed by the infected. There was severe damage to their brains. That, and we ran out of time in Seattle. You have an idea? The colonel asked. Induced hypothermia, Nicole said, looking directly at Connor. Cool the subject's body before introducing the cure. Normal human body temp is 98.6 Fahrenheit or 37 Celsius. Lower it to 32 Celsius to combat the damaging effects of the fever. Connor and Joe stared at her for a moment, a broad smile slowly spreading across the doctor's face. That might work, he said excitedly. At least it should protect the brain against damage from extremely elevated body temperatures. I thought you were a physicist. I am, Nicole said. But that doesn't mean I don't read medical journals, . All three men stared at her for a moment before Connor turned to Blanchard. Colonel, I need more test subjects. I'll have Lieutenant Sam take care of that, Blanchard said, getting to his feet. What are you going to do about the Terminator virus? Connor asked, also standing. I'm going to speak with Admiral Packard. And I concur with you. The last thing we need is a population of superinfected running around. 31. What the fuck is that? Long whispered after the answering taps from the far side of the wall. Survivors? Rachel asked. Or infected, I said. Seen them do some pretty strange shit. Yeah, but they can't talk. Right? Long looked at me with his eyebrows raised. I shook my head. He nodded and leaned close to the wall. Hello? Can you hear me? He shouted. Nothing for a beat, then 3 more taps. But no answering voice. Infected? Long asked. Probably, I said. Looks like we're not going through this wall. No way to know how many of them are in there. I looked up to tell Johnson to find us another path, but he was already peering at the floor plans and examining a wall. I walked over to where he stood. Talk to me, I said. Well, sir, he began without looking away from the paper in his hands. We can go through here, which should get us into a room that adjoins the back wall of the elevator shaft. You don't sound like that's a good idea, I said, picking up on the tone in his voice. He turned so I could clearly see the map and pointed at a specific location. See that? That's the shaft. 2 cars right up and down. One for personnel, and a much larger one for freight. The shaft is reinforced concrete. See here? It's specified. We can get to it, but we can't break through. Not with what we have. I don't get it, I said, peering at where he was pointing and not understanding most of the symbols and cryptic labels. How are we going to get in from the armory? Freight elevator, sir, he said, tapping the paper. It opens directly into the armory. According to this, there's a set of doors we can force open to access the shaft. So there's no point in going anywhere else, is what you're saying, I grumbled. Afraid so, sir. Unless you've got a nice, big breaching charge up your sleeve to blast through the wall of the shaft. He looked up and grinned at me. Left it in my other suit, I smiled before turning to where Long was still standing by the wall. More tapping, sir, he reported when he saw me looking in his direction. Same 3 taps? He nodded. You said the infected were in the hall, like they had someone trapped. Right? Rachel asked. Yeah. Why? They wouldn't do that if there were infected in the room. Would they? Probably not, I acknowledged. But if they chased a survivor inside, and the door was still open, maybe they're just still all bunched up. We've seen that. So what's our options? Rachel asked. We breach, and that room is full of infected. We've got nowhere to go, Long said. They'll pour through and overwhelm us. Unless someone has a better idea, we're going through, I said, my decision made. Everyone turned to look at Johnson, who was still peering at the plans. When he realized we were waiting on him, he looked up and shrugged his shoulders. Okay, I said. Let's get moving. We've got people counting on us. Rachel, Long and I assumed our semicircle position, rifles aimed at the wall as Johnson began tearing out chunks of drywall again. He would pause occasionally, sometimes hearing the tapping, others, nothing but silence from the far side. Once there was a large enough opening on our side, he leaned into the void and placed his hand against the backside of the armory's wall. Before he continued breaking through, he turned to look at me. Sure about this, sir? If I was sure, I'd be a general, I said, paraphrasing the old joke about senior officers never being wrong. He snorted a laugh before turning back to face the wall. Using his knife, he pressed the tip against the surface and applied force until an inch of it sank in. He gave it a quick twist to make a small hole, then withdrew the blade and raised his light. Shining it through the tiny opening, he stuck his face close and peered with one eye. Don't see anything, he said after almost a minute. Room looks empty. Johnson didn't bother to check with me again to verify my order. Just reported, then began smashing through. Dust billowed into the air as chunks broke free, and soon he had an opening large enough to slither through. Pausing again, he aimed his light through the hole and froze. I wanted to ask what he saw, but kept my mouth shut. At the moment, he didn't need the distraction. Finally, he crawled forward, pulling back when the tapping sounded again. Twisting, he aimed the light to the side and stared for a moment before retreating into our room and looking up at me. One body and one infected male trapped under a heavy cabinet. That's the tapping. The infected can just reach the wall with one hand. Okay, let's go, I said. Long nodded, dropped to his belly and squirmed through the gap his buddy had created. I went next, then Rachel. Johnson brought up the rear. When I stood up in the armory, Long was straightening from having dispatched the male with his knife. The infected was an Air Force lieutenant and had been pinned to the floor by a heavy, steel cabinet with locked doors. Look at this, Johnson said, shining his light on the other body. It was a Russian officer. A Spetsnaz captain. Chunks of flesh were missing from his face and neck, a couple of fingers gone from his left hand. He lay in a large pool of blood, a long knife still gripped in his right hand. I looked around in surprise when overhead lights popped on, seeing Long standing with his hand on a light switch near the door. Turning back, I knelt and placed the back of my hand against the Russian's forehead. He's still warm, I said. No more than an hour dead. How'd he get in here? Rachel asked. I think we know where they are, I said, pointing at the freight elevator doors. They probably got in and fought their way to this room. The captain was mortally wounded, maybe already unconscious or dead. They left him here and went down. Probably planning on collecting the body on their way out. What the hell are they after? Long asked. I shrugged my shoulders and began looking around. The armory was well stocked with rifles, but unfortunately none of them were equipped with suppressors. We'd have to find a special operations armory to get our hands on those little goodies. At least we were able to replenish our ammo, each of us also loading up with several grenades. Ready, I turned my attention to the large set of elevator doors in the sidewall. I suspected all I needed to do was press the call button as the power was on. But the Russians might hear the car moving and realize they weren't alone. And that presented another dilemma. Did we go after them? Find out what they were doing, or just get the hell out of here? I was very aware that all the people at the airport were depending on us. At the same time, whatever the Russians were after couldn't be good for us. That tipped the scales in favor of doing some recon before we left. But where to start? Moving back to the dead Spetsnaz, I checked all of his pockets. All he had on him was a pack of cigarettes, an American brand if it matters, matches, and a small radio. Rolling him on his side, I removed his battle pack and dumped the contents on the floor. Rachel knelt down to help me go through them. A small leather-bound book, its pages filled with handwritten Cyrillic. I flipped through, but couldn't read it. As I rifled the pages, a photo fell out and fluttered to the floor. Picking it up, I recognized the dead man posing with an attractive blonde woman in front of what appeared to be a tiny farmhouse. Each of them held a small child, both smiling at the camera. I read Russian, Long said, extending his hand. I handed him the book and slipped the photo into the dead soldier's breast pocket. Rachel gave me an odd look. I met her eyes and shrugged, not feeling like explaining why I'd done that. I quickly went through the rest of the items, only finding 2 unopened packs of cigarettes, 3 loaded magazines for an AK rifle, a compact weapon maintenance kit, a whetstone for sharpening blades and a compass. Everything except the magazines went into my pockets. Make any sense of it? I asked Lon when I stood up. Personal diary, he said, continuing to turn pages slowly. He misses his family. Doesn't understand why he's here. Thinks if the American military is taking over the government, it's not Russia's problem. What the hell's he talking about? That's what the Kremlin told all their troops to justify the invasion. Said that they'd been asked for help by our president when we staged a coup, I answered. Seriously? Yep. I nodded. He shook his head and continued reading. Okay, looks like he's been here in the US about a month. They've been raiding our tech. And they got a lot. Then there's a page about our retaliation. He's from the southern Ural Mountains and fears for his family's safety. There's a large nuclear plant close to his home and he got word it was heavily damaged. There's several pages of this. Talking about the devastation in Russia that he's learned of. His certainty that his wife and children are dead. His anger at America for killing them. Long flipped a few more pages, pausing to read some more. Okay, this was just a few hours ago, Long said, clearing his throat as he began to read aloud from the journal. We are being sent to another American airbase. Offutt, this time. We are to find papers that detail an American secret project called Athena. The GRU says there will be documents there that will lead us to it. I do not understand why we want them. The world has ended. Everyone is dead, but we keep fighting. Orders are still coming from Moscow. Or we are told that is where they are coming from. Colonel Grushkov told me that we will be leaving soon. Home to fight. Kill our countrymen that the Americans attacked with their nerve gas. Just this one, last mission. Find the documents. Even the colonel does not know what it is. Only that we are to obtain it and deliver it to the GRU. I am tired of fighting. My family must have perished when the Americans bombed the power plant. The wind always blows from that direction. If the reactor was breached, they will have died in agony. I do not want to fight anymore. I only want to go home and bury my wife and children. Why are we still here? America is dead, and now so are we. That's where it ends, Long said, closing the book and handing it back to me. It was quiet in the room for several seconds. Despite myself, my heart went out to the dead man lying on the floor. He hadn't wanted to be here any more than I did. It was only because of one power-hungry, madman in charge of Russia. Sir, strike you as odd that a Spetsnaz officer would actually put something like that in writing? Johnson asked quietly. I nodded. It was very odd. And also very telling. The man was taking a tremendous risk. If the diary was found, he'd be summarily executed. But he was more concerned with the warring emotions inside than he was with his own safety. Doesn't matter, I finally said. Changes nothing for us. Good intel, but that's about it. What's Athena? Rachel asked. Ever heard of it? Don't know, I answered. All of us turned in surprise when a hum of electrical motors started up. The elevator was moving. 32. Lights, I snapped at Long, who was closest to the switch. He leapt and slapped it down, plunging the room into darkness. Johnson clicked his light on briefly so we could see to take cover. I pushed Rachel to the far side of the room and behind some heavy cabinets, taking a second to make sure Johnson and Long had both found good spots to fight from. As they settled in, I dashed forward and pressed the call button for the elevator. I was pretty sure they'd be coming here, anyway, to pick up their dead comrade, but wanted to make sure. Moving back, I retrieved 2 grenades, firmly gripping one in each hand with the spoons tight in my palms. I held them out towards Long. Pull the pins, I said. Oh shit, sir. He gave me a look, but did as I asked. Pins out, the spoons were held in place, which was the only thing keeping the fuses from activating. I put my back against the wall to the side of the elevator doors. Be sure you're behind something solid, open your mouth and put your hands over your ears. The instructions were for Rachel. Long and Johnson would know how to deal with a detonation in a closed space. I just hoped that the concussion didn't completely scramble all of our brains. Permanently. Then there was the problem of the time it takes a grenade's fuse to burn. Release the spoon and it's flung away by the striker, which is spring-loaded. As it's forced out, it strikes the primer, which ignites a 5-second fuse. And that 5 seconds was the problem. If I just tossed them into the elevator, the Russians would have 5 seconds to do any number of things. Dive out of the car into the room to seek shelter. Kick them through the open door. Pick them up and throw them back at us. None of those were good options, as far as I was concerned. They needed to detonate quickly when I tossed them. The hum continued, and now I could feel a faint vibration in my back where it was pressed hard against the wall. The car was coming. Taking a deep breath, I waited for the ding to announce its arrival on our floor. There is always a brief delay between that ding and elevator doors sliding open. That's what I was counting on. The instant I heard the ding, I was going to release the spoons. Then I had 5 seconds. At the most. The damn things are made by the contractor who submitted the lowest bid to the DoD, so I was placing a lot of faith in trusting that the fuses were made to spec. Cooking off, or using up some of that fuse time, is always a what the fuck am I doing? Event. But what would happen if I ran out of time? If there were more than 5 seconds between the ding and the doors parting? I didn't have a good answer to that. Once the spoon comes off, there's no going back. It's like saying the wrong thing to your spouse at the wrong time. Once it comes out of your mouth, you're committed, and you'd better be prepared to deal with the consequences. I briefly considered waiting. Timing it differently. Not letting the spoons release until the doors were standing open, then tossing the grenades in before they closed and the car departed. The problem with that was, what if the Russians hadn't pressed the button for the armory level and were curious about why it had stopped here? If they came out of the elevator to investigate, I wouldn't be able to use the grenades. It was dangerous enough to have them detonate within the same space we were in, but the car should absorb much of the shrapnel, even though it would funnel the concussion out into the room. That was going to be bad, but not as bad as if they went off in the room with us. The bell dinged before I was ready. My palms were sweating as I tried to make the right decision. With a grimace, I let the spoons fly. They're made of thin metal and clink like dropped forks when they hit the floor and bounced away. 1001. The doors didn't move. 1002. Still closed. My heart was about to beat out of my chest. 1003. What the fuck? 1000. The doors began to slide open. As I said 4 in my head, I leaned out and underhanded both grenades through the gap. 1005. There was the start of a shout from inside the car, then a brutal detonation. I had enough time to move away from the opening and slap my hands over my ears. Somehow, I wound up on the floor, the acrid odor of burned RDX and TNT all that my senses could detect. Well, that and a high-pitched ringing in my ears. My brain was working, telling me to make sure all of the Russians were down, but my body refused to cooperate. It had been pummeled and wanted to just lay there for a while. It finally responded when a hand grasped my upper arm. Turning, I tried to bat it away, reaching for a weapon. More hands grabbed me, holding my arms, and the light clicked on. Rachel's face was inches from mine, her mouth moving as she talked to me. I couldn't hear her. Slowly, with her help, I sat up and looked at the elevator. Johnson was standing at the entrance, shining his light inside. Blood was everywhere from the bodies that had been torn open by the twin blasts. And those bodies were in a heap on the floor of the large elevator. Still stunned from the concussion, I could only stare in fascination at the stream of blood that was steadily running from beneath the pile to drip through the gap between the elevator and the room. Lights came on and, like a drunk, I swiveled my head to see Long standing next to the switch. Only the back third of the room was illuminated, the fluorescent bulbs closer to the elevator having been shattered. Johnson turned away from the charnel house inside the car and stepped in front of me, extending his hand. After a moment, I understood what he was doing and reached up so he could help me to my feet. I swayed dangerously and Rachel wrapped her arms around my shoulders so I didn't crash onto the floor. We stood that way for some time, I have no idea how long, as the ringing in my ears subsided and my balance began to return. "He's fucking crazy," Johnson said to Rachel. "This is nothing," she said. "You wouldn't believe some of the things this big idiot has done." "After that, I'd believe it," Long chimed in. "I can hear you," I said, probably much too loudly as they all grinned when I spoke. "You're fucking crazy, sir." Johnson looked directly at me, a grin plastered across his face. "Can you stand on your own?" Rachel asked. I nodded, then wished I hadn't. One hell of a headache was starting to pound right behind my eyes. Slowly, she released me, but didn't step away in case I started to totter again. "How many?" I asked, gesturing at the elevator. 15, Johnson said. That made a total of 16 Russians accounted for, including the one we'd found dead when we entered the armory. A Hind can carry 8 troops, in addition to the flight crew, and there were 5 of the damn things sitting on the tarmac. If they'd all been fully loaded, that meant there were still 24 Spetsnaz running around somewhere. Unless the infected got them, but I wasn't going to count on that. "Need to check them," I said. The 2 Rangers looked at me for a moment, then sighed and stepped into the car. They began dragging bodies out, tossing them to the side after checking pockets and packs. Soon they were both bloody to the knees and elbows, but they kept at their grisly task. Quickly, the pile of items they were removing began to grow. Easing myself to the floor, I sat down to look through them. Soon, Rachel joined me. Cheap wallets with photos of families. More than a few of girlfriends or wives in a risque pose, reminding them of what was waiting at home. Lots of packs of American cigarettes. I paused when I picked up a brass Zippo lighter and saw the crest attached to its face. USMC. If I'd had any guilt over ambushing them, which I didn't, that find would have erased it. I slipped the lighter into a pocket and kept looking. Pocket knives. Occasional keychains. The hood ornament from a Mercedes-Benz. Really? A few pencils and lots of folded papers. The first several I spread out were in Cyrillic and looked like military orders or possibly even pay stubs. I couldn't tell and would have long looked at them when he was finished moving bodies. Then a file was tossed on the pile. It had a ragged hole all the way through from a fragment of one of the grenades, and the edges of the paper were stained red with blood. The cover was stiff, bright red cardboard. A thick sheaf of 3-hole punched papers were clipped inside. Diagonally across the front, in large letters, a warning: Top Secret, SCI. SCI stands for Sensitive Compartmented Information and means it is only authorized for individuals who have been specifically cleared. A heavy, elastic band held it closed. Across a small tab that stuck up from the edge was a small label. Project Athena. What the hell's that? Rachel asked. Something pretty damn sensitive, I said, staring at the folder. I wasn't worried about opening it. Didn't give a crap if I violated national security laws and read the information it contained. It was time to get our asses in gear and get out of there. I'd perused the documents once we were safely back on the plane and cruising at a nice, sedate 40,000 feet. Anything else? I called to Long and Johnson as they shoved the last 2 bodies aside. They hadn't bothered to move all of them, just cleared enough space to search and for the 4 of us to step aboard. That's it, Johnson said, slinging blood off his hands. Unless you want a copy of Hustler. He held the magazine up, more blood dripping off the glossy cover. Grinning, he tossed it onto the pile of bodies still in the elevator. I scooped up all the papers and shoved them into one of the dead Russians' packs. Rachel and I moved inside the car with them. Looking around, I was surprised to see that the control panel hadn't been destroyed. All I could imagine was that one of the hapless Russians had been standing directly in front, shielding it from the devastation with his body. Long reached out and pushed the button marked as surface. A few seconds later, the doors slid shut, squishing thick blood out of their track as they moved. The smell in the car was horrible, and when I looked at Rachel, she had pulled the front of her shirt up over her nose and mouth. From the look in her eyes, I didn't think it was helping. The ride up didn't take long. A moment before the car came to a stop, I heard the ding announcing its arrival. It was that instant that I realized the mistake I'd made. We had no idea what was waiting for us at ground level. This thought went through my pounding head and I reached for my rifle as the doors began to slide open. A female screamed and I fired at the leaping body. My shot killed her, but she was so close the corpse slammed into me. I was knocked back onto the pile of dead Russians, instantly getting soaked in their blood, and worse. Johnson and Long stepped close together, shielding Rachel and me. Both fired several shots as more screams erupted. I was surprised when their rifles went silent. Neither had fired more than half a dozen rounds. Clear, Long said a few seconds later, stepping forward out of the car with Johnson at his side. I gratefully extricated myself from the pile of bodies, wincing at the wetness I could feel soaking the back of my pants and shirt. Following the 2 Rangers, Rachel and I exited the elevator and looked around at the remains of a battle. We were in a large room with a massive security station that protected access to the elevators. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out onto a broad parking lot, 3 of the huge panes of glass broken out. What had to be several hundred infected lay dead, scattered across the floor. Many had been shot as they entered, piling up in the empty window frames. Many more had managed to surge in and reach the Russian soldiers that tried to hold them back. The Spetsnaz had racked up an impressive body count, but had succumbed to the unstoppable tsunami of the infected. Their bodies were shredded, many of them having been fed on. Get a count, I ordered after a pause to take in the destruction. Long and Johnson began moving around, checking bodies. Several times they had to shove the corpses of multiple infected aside to positively identify the Russian that was at the bottom of a pile. 18, Long reported a few minutes later after they compared notes. And all were out of ammo. There's a lot of infected with knife wounds. Looks like that's how they made their final stand. Both Rangers looked spooked. I didn't blame them. It doesn't matter if it's enemy soldiers. When you come across elite troops that were overrun and killed, it's sobering. Easy to put yourself in their shoes. Okay, I said. At most, there's 6 more Russians. That's if every helicopter was full. Unless. What? Long asked. Either of you know the normal size of a Spetsnaz platoon? 19, if I remember right, Johnson answered immediately. At least that's what it was a few years ago. 2 platoons, then? I mused. 38? And we've got 34 bodies. Take attrition into account and all that may be left are the pilots. That's a big, fucking maybe. Sir, Long said. Maybe's about all I got at the moment, I said. Long and Johnson both nodded in understanding. What are you thinking? Rachel asked, recognizing the look on my face. I'd really like to take those helos and pilots out before we leave, I said. We've got nothing that will damage those hinds, Long said. Didn't see anything in the armory other than light weapons, either. I nodded, having already forgotten how badly that movement made my head pound. 33. We moved out of the security building where the Russians had been slaughtered. Night had fallen while we were underground. It was cold, but nothing like what I'd endured on Ellesmere Island. My head was still pounding and I could feel that I wasn't as steady on my feet as normal. Definitely concussion symptoms from being too close to the blast of 2 grenades. But there wasn't anything I could do about it other than tough it out. And make the concession of having Long take point as we headed across a large, open parking area. We were headed for the flight line to see if the Russian helicopters were still on the ground. Maybe they'd left. I was sure the Spetsnaz at ground level had reported over a radio that they were under attack by infected. When the pilots lost comms with them, they would assume the worst. That left the men underground, but they would have been out of contact. The low-powered, tactical radios the Russian operators would have been using weren't capable of reaching out from beneath the surface. Between the concrete structure of the facility and the millions of tons of earth it was buried beneath, they would have dropped off the net as soon as they began descending. So the question was, how long would the pilots wait? There had almost certainly been a time specified. That's just how things are done, whether you're Russian or American. Valuable pilots and expensive aircraft aren't left sitting in a hostile environment indefinitely, especially when there's a loss of communication with the men on the ground. Part of me hoped that time had already arrived and the hinds were gone. Not that I wasn't interested in further bloodying the Russians' nose by destroying 5 of their front-line helicopters, but I wasn't sure how we were going to pull that off. Not without finding an armory that held heavier weapons than what we had. The Air Force would have won. After all, they have to defend airfields that are set up in war zones. The problem was, I had no idea where to start looking, and off it was a damn big base. I nearly ran into Long's back when I didn't realize he'd call a halt. Pissed at myself for not paying attention, I looked around when someone gripped my upper arm. It was Rachel, steadying me. With her hand holding on, I realized I was swaying. She gestured at Long and I looked at him, then turned to see what he was pointing at. In the distance, moonlight glinted off a chain-link fence. Beyond was row upon row of Humvees silhouetted in the dark. At the moment, I didn't see how they helped us. Looking at Long, I shrugged my shoulders. Look at the second row from the front, he mumbled close to my ear. About a third of the way down. See the outline, dot. I looked where he indicated, trying to get my eyes to focus. After a moment, they did and I saw what caught his interest. The vehicles were armed, the shape of heavy machine guns clear to see. Smiling, I motioned towards the vehicle park and he led the way. We didn't encounter any infected as we moved, which was a good thing. With only one suppressed rifle, we'd have been forced to make a lot of noise if attacked by even a small group. Our luck held and we reached the fence without incident. I was feeling better, the cold air seeming to clear my head. The fence was double reinforced chain link. 12 feet tall, but no coils of razor wire on top. Long moved close to me so he could speak in a low voice that wouldn't carry more than a few feet. "Can you climb, Dot?" "I'm good to go," I answered, hoping I really was. "But before we get too excited, you really think there's going to be ammo in any of those vehicles? You know as well as I do the Army would never let that happen. No reason to think the Air Force is going to allow a fully armed vehicle to sit in storage." "We can always hope for lazy, sir," he grinned, then turned serious. I had the same thought. "Johnson's going to take a look. No reason for all of us to go until we verify they're ready to rumble." I nodded, glad when the top of my head didn't try to blow off from the movement. I really was feeling better. As Johnson scampered up the fence, Rachel and I turned to keep watch on the open ground behind us. Long would keep eyes on Johnson to provide an early warning if he saw a threat the other man didn't. "We should cut our losses, find a fuel truck and go," Rachel said a few moments later. "What do we gain by blowing up a few helicopters and killing a handful of pilots?" I can't say I didn't agree with her, at least partially. But, as usual for me, when I decide on a course of action it takes a lot to change my mind. Mostly, this has served me well. I call it determination. Katie calls it stick up my ass, bullheaded stubbornness. We're probably both right. "Don't see a way to do that," I said after a moment's thought. "Any fuel truck we find is going to be too close to where those hinds are sitting. No way we can start one up and drive off without one of the pilots spotting us. And they aren't going to just sit there and watch our tail lights disappear over the horizon." Rachel was quiet for a moment before nodding her head. "Vehicles are empty. No ammo," Long reported after Johnson signaled to him. "Okay, pull him back," I said. "We'll have to hunker down until the Russians leave." "He's already heading deeper, sir." "Don't know what he saw, but he's checking something out." "You still have a visual?" I asked, without taking attention off my area of responsibility. "Negative. And comms are out. Haven't had a chance to change batteries in a while." That comment reminded me that I also had a radio Sergeant McCrary had given me. I reached to the side of my head, but the earpiece wasn't there. Feeling around, I found the thin wire that led from the body of the unit, but the small bud was missing from the end. Opening a pouch on my vest, I pulled the radio out and handed it to Long. "Try mine," I said. He fumbled with it for a moment, changing earpieces, then I could hear him mumbling. Silence for a few seconds, then he spoke again. "No go, sir. Yours has juice, but Johnson's must be dead, too." "Okay. We're secure for the moment. Maybe he'll find some goodies." We went quiet after that, waiting for Johnson. It had occurred to me that we might be wasting time. The Russians could have already departed, and we had a clear shot at finding a truck and getting the hell out of there. Then a bad thought hit me. If the Russian pilots headed north when they took off, they'd pass right over the airport where the big Navy plane was sitting. They couldn't miss it. Nor could they fail to see the Rangers and Canadians on perimeter security. One missile and our ride out of here was toast, as well as a lot of people would die. We needed to take out the enemy aircraft. "He's coming back, sir," Long reported, relief clear in his voice. Several long minutes later, Johnson's voice sounded from the far side of the fence. The area I was covering was large and still clear, so I turned to face him to hear his report. "Got a Hummer with a Mark 19, Johnson smiled. "Far side of the lot is an armory." I opened the door and there's plenty of ammo. I smiled back. A Mark 19 is a 40mm machine gun grenade launcher. Yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. A machine gun that fires grenades instead of bullets. The grenades will penetrate about 2 inches of military-grade armor, and the weapon can fire roughly 40 rounds a minute. It was more than capable of making Swiss cheese out of the Heinz. Sir? Long looked at me. Hell, yes, I said. We scaled the fence easily. Once inside, Johnson led the way down a long row of parked Hummers. Most were up-armored and sported some sort of heavy machine gun. All showed signs of heavy use. The kind of use that only comes from service in a combat zone. But they all appeared functional. Johnson gently tapped the hood of one as we passed, and I glanced up to see the Mark 19's covered muzzle. The cover was a simple sleeve of weatherized canvas to protect the weapon from rain and dirt while it was in storage. It would take about 10 seconds to remove it. Another couple of 100 yards and we came to a squat, concrete building. A large, steel door stood open. Even though he'd just been inside, Johnson carefully approached and cleared the building before waving us in. To the left of the door were 2 pallets, loaded with cases of ammo belts for the Mark 19. Each can weigh close to 50 pounds, and Long, Johnson and I grabbed 2, one in each hand. Rachel tried to copy us, but had to settle for only carrying one at a time. Moving as fast as we could, we loaded the first 7 into the Humvee, then made a second trip. 14 cases loaded, Johnson ran across the large lot to open the gate. While he was doing this, I climbed aboard the Hummer and into the gunner's position. Removing the weather cover, I hoisted one of the ammo boxes into the bracket mounted on the side of the weapon. Opening it, I grabbed the end of the linked ammo belt and loaded the first round. While I did this, Long and Rachel moved the vehicles that were blocking us in. By the time Johnson returned, they had a narrow path open and I had the weapon charged and ready to go. Rachel climbed in back as the 2 Rangers got in front, Long behind the wheel. A moment later the engine rattled to life and we started rolling. Long kept our speed down as we drove across the lot. With no lights showing, I was feeling good about our chances of moving into a location where I could engage the Heinz, unseen. The trick here was going to be getting all of them while they were still on the ground. The Mark 19 is a devastating weapon, firing a 40mm, high-explosive round. But it is absolutely worthless against an aircraft in flight. If one of the Russians got in the air, we would be toast. How close you want, sir? Long shouted to be heard from within the Hummer's cab. Close as you can, I yelled back. The grenades can easily reach 2,000 yards, but to hit anything at that distance with this weapon would be more luck than skill. And I needed accuracy if I hoped to take out all 5 Hellos before one of the pilots could react and get in the air. As we moved through the gate, Long turned left and accelerated. I flexed my knees to absorb the motion as he didn't bother to slow for a series of speed bumps. Driving through another gate, he entered the flight line and idled to a stop in the shelter of a large hangar. Johnson hopped out and ran to the corner, peering around in the direction where the Russian helicopters were sitting. He stayed in place for most of a minute, then ran back and hopped up on the outside of the Hummer to talk to me without having to raise his voice. "They're still here," he said. As we come around the corner, the first 2 are about 600 yards, then another 100 to the next pair. The final one is beyond that. Do I have a shot on any other than the first 2? Not a good one, no. We're going to have to advance as you shoot. I nodded and he jumped down and climbed into the front seat. Lowering myself into the vehicle, I opened and arranged several cans of the ammo and told Rachel to be ready to hand me the end of a belt when I called for it. "When we're in the open, floor it," I said to Long. "Don't slow down or stop unless I tell you. One of those gets in the air, we're fucked." "Copy that," he said. Getting myself situated behind the weapon, I double-checked to make sure it was ready to go. Satisfied, I shouted and Long hit the throttle. 34. The Hummer's engine roared as we rounded the corner of the hangar. Long held us tight against the large building. A full moon was shining brightly and he was keeping us in the shadows, getting us as close to the targets as he could before we were noticed. I held the weapon's vertical hand grips tightly. My head was ducked down so I could peer through the iron sights. They're designed for firing from a static position, with a blade that moves up and down to set the distance to target. That meant they weren't very effective in a moving vehicle that was rapidly closing that distance. But it was better than just eyeballing it and hoping for the best. We moved past the first hangar, into a well-lit stretch of tarmac between it and the next massive structure. Unless they were keeping watch with night vision, this was the first opportunity the Russians would have to spot us. But there was no reaction from any of the aircraft that sat dark and silent. Then we were in shadow again and our speed steadied out. The cold wind made my eyes water, but it felt good on my face. Selecting the closest hind, I pulled and held the trigger. Half a dozen rounds fired with heavy, thumping reports and I relaxed my finger. Swinging a few degrees to the right, I sent 6 more rounds at the next hello. As I finished firing them, the first 6 arrived. My aim had been true, several, if not all, of the grenades impacting the aircraft with bright flashes. An instant later it erupted into a ball of fire. The second one followed quickly, detonating with another shattering explosion and brilliant, orange flames. There was a whoop from within the vehicle and I looked for a shot on the next pair of hinds. I could just make them out on the far side of the fires, but not well enough to start expending ammo. Long had the throttle to the floor and we were moving faster. He steered well to the side of one of the burning aircraft and suddenly I had targets. As I lined up on the nearest, I could see the rotors on 2 of them beginning to move. Shit, these guys had reacted fast. Firing another burst, I shifted and sent a longer string of grenades at the hind sitting farthest away. A moment later, the one closer to me exploded. Ammo! I shouted down into the vehicle, Rachel instantly slapping the end of a belt against my leg. Grabbing it, I cursed when I saw all of my shots on the farther aircraft fall short. Its rotor was spinning faster as I yanked the breech open and slapped in the fresh belt. I still had to take it out as well as the other that was paired with the one I just destroyed. Pulling the charging handles back, I slapped them forward, grabbed on and pulled the trigger again. I was targeting the hind I'd missed and went through half the belt before letting off and swinging the muzzle to the one remaining hello. Its rotor was now spinning, though much slower. Before I fired on it, I spared a glance at the farthest. The rotor had reached full speed and it lifted off the tarmac. But it never gained more than 5 feet of elevation. The last, sustained burst I fired caught it, one round penetrating the windscreen before detonating. It slammed back onto the tarmac as all the doors were blown outward by the force of the explosion. I was lined up on the final hind when Long changed directions directly for it. Trigger already being pulled as I was thrown to the side, all of my rounds went wide as the weapon chewed through the remainder of the belt. Ammo! I screamed. It took a few seconds to reload and charge, and in that time the hind lifted off the ground. Pulling the trigger and holding it down, I tried to track the aircraft as it gained altitude and turned away from the incoming fire. The weapon thumped through the belt and ran dry, but I didn't bother yelling for more ammo. There was no point. Get us behind the hangar! I shouted at Long, banging on the roof of the Hummer with my hand. All of my rounds had missed and any second the hind was going to be turning and looking to avenge the death of the others. The Humvee's tires screamed in protest as Long held us in a tight turn. Straightening out, he barreled for the gap between 2 large hangars. I shouted for ammo, taking the end of a belt from Rachel's hand. Head turned, I watched the hind while I reloaded by feel. The pilot had banked sharply as soon as he'd gotten the big helicopter airborne, dropping the nose to put on as much speed as possible. Heading directly away from the flight line, I lost sight of the aircraft behind another massive hangar. A moment later, my mouth fell open in surprise when there was a rending crash from the direction it had gone. Several seconds passed, then there was the crump of an explosion and another fireball lit the night. What the hell? Hold on. Stop, I shouted to Long and braced myself as he hit the brakes. We came to a halt and both Long and Johnson jumped out of the vehicle to stare in the direction of the newest explosion. After a minute, they looked up at me. Someone else around? Shot him down? Long asked. Maybe, I answered after a pause. Let's go see. Whatever happened, it just saved our asses. Copy that, sir, Long said, getting back behind the wheel. He spun us around and headed across the flight line, avoiding the furiously burning hinds I'd destroyed. A large hangar on the far side of the runway was starkly outlined by a fierce, orange glow. As Long drove, I swiveled the weapon around, making sure there weren't any threats about to attack while we were distracted. Steering wide, we finally got a view of the crashed Russian helicopter. It was in several pieces, amidst a pile of rubble, and was burning furiously. In his haste to escape, the pilot had flown into the dark control tower. Maybe he only clipped it with the rotor, or perhaps he'd flown directly into it. Didn't matter. The result was the same, and I breathed a sigh of relief, happy to have something go in my favor for a change. Long brought us to a stop a safe distance from the flames. We sat there for a long moment, staring at the downed helicopter. About time we got some luck, Rachel said, squeezing into the gunner's position with me. Personally, I think we've been pretty damn lucky. We're still alive and fighting. Just because things haven't been easy doesn't mean we aren't very fortunate. My mind shifted to Katie as I said this, a feeling of dread descending on me. Rachel must have recognized this. She kissed me on the cheek, then dropped back down inside the Hummer. All right. Enough gawking. Find a fuel truck, I shouted to Long. As the Hummer began rolling, I swiveled through another circle. Far down the runway, a medium-sized group of infected was approaching. I focused on them for a moment, glad to see nothing other than males. Long drove slowly, pausing to check several ground support vehicles. None of them were fuelers. We found an old Ford truck with a built-in set of stairs that could pull up to the door of a large plane. An emergency response unit consisting of 3 trucks outfitted to battle a fire and provide first aid. Also a machine shop on wheels for making quick repairs on the flight line. But no tankers. Maybe a dumb question, Rachel shouted. But wouldn't they keep a truck full of fuel far away from where planes are landing and taking off? What if there was a crash and it hit a truck loaded with jet fuel? Long braked to a stop as she was speaking. Rachel had a very good point. Let's check behind the hangars, I yelled. 5 minutes later we found what we were looking for. Well removed from the runway was a fenced area with 6 large trucks parked inside. Numerous signs attached to the fence prohibited smoking, open flames, and the use of any electronic devices. A tangle of thick pipes stuck out of the ground. This was where the trucks would fill up from underground storage tanks. Make sure it's JP8, I said as the 2 Rangers got out of the Hummer. It took Johnson less than 10 seconds to open the heavy padlock that secured the gate. I remained in the Humvee, keeping an eye on the area as he and Long moved inside the fence and began clearing the area before trying to start one of the trucks. Rachel climbed behind the Hummer's wheel, ready to get us rolling if a threat appeared. The fuel yard was large and it took the 2 Rangers most of 5 minutes to make sure there weren't any infected, or Russians, waiting in ambush. When they were satisfied, Long gave me a wave and began checking over one of the fuelers. All of the trucks were identical, and relatively simple. A single cab, high off the ground, with a large, cylindrical tank behind. A big, generator-powered pump and several lengths of coiled hoses were at the very back. Long messed with the controls at the pump and I could see lights come on, illuminating several gauges. After closely looking at several of them, he turned and flashed me a thumbs up. Running to the cab, he pulled the door open and climbed in. Swiveling, I checked the area again. I was completing a circle when a shout from Rachel pulled my attention around. Emerging from between 2 hangars, a group of females was charging at us. They were still a couple of 100 yards away, but coming fast. Bringing the muzzle on target, I aimed at a point slightly in front of the group and held the trigger down long enough to send 4 rounds downrange. A couple of seconds later, the grenades detonated on the tarmac amongst the females. Bodies were shredded and dismembered, then tossed through the air. When the dust was cleared by the night breeze, I could see none of them were left alive. There was the whine of a starter, then a diesel engine clattered to life. Long had the truck started. Gears protested, then the heavy tanker slowly rolled through the gate and came to a stop next to us. Long was behind the wheel, Johnson in the passenger seat with his rifle sticking out the window. "We'll lead," I shouted to him, receiving an acknowledging wave. Rachel didn't need to be told we were ready to move. Putting the Hummer in gear, she got us rolling. It took several attempts and U-turns, but we finally found one of the gates that controlled access to the base. If it had just been the Hummer, I'd have told her to head across a field and directly for the fence, and I'd blow a hole with a grenade, but the tanker needed to stay on pavement. It was way too heavy to risk bogging down. The gate was secured as we rolled up, and at the last instant I stopped myself from just blasting through. Jagged metal could damage one of the fuel truck's tires and then we'd have a problem. Turning around, I pointed at Johnson in the cab behind us, then hooked my thumb over my shoulder. He got the message and hopped out, running past us to open the lock. Looking beyond the tanker, I saw another group of females in hot pursuit. They weren't close, so for the moment I resisted the urge to open fire on them. The ammo might be needed later, and if Johnson got the gate open in the next minute, we'd be able to just drive off the base without having to engage. A scream caused me to whip my head around in time to see Johnson backpedaling from the gate. While he'd been working on the lock, several females had arrived on the other side, thrusting their arms through the chain link in an attempt to grab him. Cursing, I turned back to our rear and used 3 rounds to take out the pursuing females. When I was satisfied they were down, I made another scan of the area, then turned to check on Johnson. He was standing near the front of the Hummer, rifle aimed at the gate. The volume of infected pressing against it had grown dramatically in the time it had taken to shoot up the infected to our rear. What had only been a few females was now a mixed group of at least 40, banging on the wire. "Can you get to the lock?" I shouted to Johnson. He moved to the side of the Hummer so we could speak without having to yell. "No." They chained the gate and put a padlock on the outside. Guessing someone escaped and locked it on their way out. Can't get to it without reaching through, and one of those bitches already took a chunk, He held up his left hand, a nasty gash visible on the back, blood dripping from his fingers. "How bad you hurt?" I asked, turning to scan around us for infected. "I'll live," he said, tearing a strip of fabric off the bottom of his shirt and using it to wrap his hand. "Okay," I said, taking another look at the gate. "Get back in the truck and button up. I'm going to clear the way. Tell Long to back up. We're too close to the gate for these grenades. And stay tight on our ass when we start moving." "Copy that," he said, running back to the tanker. I bent down into the Hummer to talk to Rachel. Letting her know what was going on, I grabbed a fresh ammo belt and moved back behind the gun. Replacing the partially used belt with a fresh one, I looked behind as the tanker reversed away from us. A moment later, Rachel followed, both vehicles moving backwards until we were 100 yards from the exit. A quick scan to make sure the area around us was clear, then I focused on the gate. Aiming at the point where it was chained, I pulled and held the trigger. The Mark 19 began thumping and I walked the barrel left to right, across the entire span. The first grenade arrived before I stopped firing, ripping the edge free from the heavy steel post to which it was secured. Metal framing, chain link and infected bodies were shredded by the high explosive rounds. Smoke and dust quickly obscured my view and I held my breath, waiting to see the final results of the 20 rounds I'd used. Slowly, the breeze cleared the air. Fragments of the gate and body parts were all that remained. The large guardhouse next to the exit was heavily damaged, leaning drunkenly to the side away from the area where the detonations had occurred. I wasn't happy to see the quantity of debris scattered across the asphalt, but there hadn't been much choice. Banging on the roof, I signaled Rachel to go. We were instantly in motion. Soon, there was the sound of everything from fragments of metal to human bodies being crushed under the Humvee's large tires. Behind, the tanker's engine roared as Long followed in our wake. I scanned with the gun as we passed through the gap in the perimeter fence, flinching at every sharp sound made when we rolled over something. Each time, I expected to hear a pop from a tire being damaged. But we made it through the worst without any mishap. Rachel turned right onto a frontage road for the freeway, slowly accelerating. Several males were battered aside by the Hummer's heavy front grille guard as she headed up an entrance ramp. Long stayed close and soon we were driving north at a steady 20 miles an hour. 35. The drive to the airport was uneventful. Well, maybe not by pre-attack standards, but the population of infected was sparse and we made good time. I stayed in the gunner's position, maintaining a constant scan of both the road ahead as well as the sky. Not that I was expecting more trouble from the Russians, but one of those pilots might have had time to broadcast an emergency message. Was I being paranoid? Probably. Rachel took the off-ramp marked for Omaha's airport and we slowly approached the terminal. Quickly, we began encountering more infected. Only males, initially, who turned when they heard the sound of our engines. Soon, females were charging us out of the dark. As more of them kept appearing, I decided to retreat to the safety of the Hummer's interior. Closing and securing the hatch in the roof, I dropped into the seat behind Rachel and leaned forward for a better view through the windshield. "Where'd they all come from?" she asked, swerving to avoid a large concentration of males. I looked out the back window to see Long blast through the group. The much heavier truck smashed the bodies aside like they were made of nothing more than straw. "Probably attracted when we landed," I said, turning back to watch the road ahead. "Took them a while to get here." Rachel didn't say anything else. She was focused on her driving, concentrating on keeping us moving forward without causing too much damage to the vehicle. Turning right onto a maintenance road, she slowed when she saw a small gate blocking access to the runway system. "Ram it," I said, after a second to look over the barrier. She pressed on the throttle and the Hummer surged forward. The gate was 6 feet tall, at the most, and clearly not reinforced. I was surprised that in the post-9/11 world, Homeland Security hadn't required the airport to install something that was capable of stopping a vehicle. But I wasn't going to complain. We heard, but didn't feel, the impact as the multi-ton vehicle crashed through the lightweight gate. Rachel made another turn, following the side of a hangar, then we emerged onto the tarmac. She hit the brakes, quickly checking her mirror to make sure Long was paying attention and didn't drive over the top of us. The plane was in the same spot as when we'd left. But the Rangers and Canadians were no longer surrounding it in a defensive perimeter. The door was closed and hundreds, perhaps thousands, of infected were clustered around the landing gear. Dozens of females had found a way up onto the wings and pounded on the skin of the aircraft. The only good news was that we were far enough away that they hadn't noticed us. Yet. Back up next to the truck so I can talk to them. There weren't any infected in our immediate area, so I popped the gunner's hatch open and stood up with half my body above the roofline of the Hummer. Rachel deftly moved us right next to the passenger side of the tanker's cab and Johnson rolled his window down. "We're going to draw them away," I said. "Shut your engine off so they don't notice you. Once they're far enough, move in and get that fucker fueled." "How are you going to get back without bringing them with you?" Johnson asked. "If they're on the runway." "I'll take care of it," I said. "I've got the equalizer. Remember?" I patted the muzzle of the Mark 19 and grinned. Johnson grinned back, then turned his head when Long said something. A moment later he reached out, a radio in his hand. It was my unit, which still had power, with one of their headsets replacing my damaged one. Taking it, I gestured for them to wait while I shoved the earbud in place. Damn good to hear your voice, sir, Sergeant McCrary said when I reached him on the radio. We're about 800 yards away, with a full load of fuel, I said. I can see the infected and we're going to draw them off. What's your situation? Been exciting, sir. Lost 5 men to the infected before we retreated inside the aircraft. In the past hour, 2 of the Canadian scientists and 1 of their military have turned. At the moment, anyone not vaccinated is restrained so they can't attack if they turn. Any resistance from the Canadians about that? I asked. No, sir. In fact, it was that lady that's in charge of the civilians that suggested it. She convinced Captain Dumas it was the right thing to do. They aren't too happy, but they're alive and safe. He stopped speaking abruptly as the scream of a female infected sounded over the radio. There were shouts and screams of frightened people, then an American accented voice telling people to calm down. Make that 3 scientists, sir, Creed said when he came back on the circuit. Okay, Sergeant. Sit tight. I'm in a Hummer and we're going to pull the infected away from you. When they're clear, Long and Johnson will move in. They've got a tanker and will probably need help. Copy that, sir. Rachel reached over the back seat and tapped my leg. I squatted down into the vehicle, telling Creed to stand by. Ask about Irina, she said. I don't see the SUV anywhere. Standing, I took a look around from my elevated position, but didn't see it either. Sergeant. The blonde woman, Irina, that went with me. Has she returned? Negative, sir. Haven't seen anyone since you left that wasn't infected. How long have you been inside the aircraft? I asked. Coming up on 2 hours, sir. If she showed up in that time frame, she couldn't have gotten to us. Shit. It had been much longer than that since Irina had led the infected away from us outside Offutt's fence. It shouldn't have taken her longer than half an hour to reach the airport. Son of a bitch. Irina's missing, I said to Rachel. Guilt and fear for her washed over me. I was the one who had sent her off. Was responsible for whatever had happened to her. Standing there, I started trying to think of the best way to find her. But we were out of time. The unvaccinated Canadians were starting to turn. They needed to be taken to Boise as soon as possible. Before we lost more of them. Creed, I said into the radio. Sir? You have a sat phone? We've got a couple. Okay, here's what I want you to do. I'm going to clear the infected out. While you're refueling, wrap one of them in something bright that's easy to spot and leave it on the tarmac. And be sure the number for Pearl is programmed in. Also, if you happen to have a vehicle charger, that would be good. Once you're fueled, get the hell out of here. You'd better have the pilot contact Pearl once you're in the air. Make sure the colonel hasn't had to move out of Idaho. You're not coming, sir? Not leaving anyone behind, Sergeant. I'll be fine. You just get those people to someone that has the vaccine before you lose all of them. Sir, we can wait. I've got enough men, some of them can help in the search. Negative, I said, shaking my head even though he couldn't see me. Your job is to take care of our guests. Understood? Understood, sir. I could tell by his voice that he wasn't happy about it. Oh well. He didn't have to like it, he just had to do what I told him. Thank you, Creed, I said after a short pause. Good luck, sir. And that sat phone will be waiting for you. You aren't serious, Johnson said, leaning out his open window. I nodded, meeting his eyes. Yep, I said. Wait for the infected to clear out, then get that thing fueled. Careful with the noise while you're doing it. I started to lean down to give Rachel instructions, pausing when Johnson asked me to wait a second. Soon he was handing me full magazines for my rifle and all of the grenades he and Long had taken from the armory. "Figure you might need these," he said as I took the items. I thanked him, then returned his and Long's salute. They were writing me off, saying goodbye, expecting me to perish in Omaha. I hoped they were wrong. 36. Lieutenant Commander Mark Vance yawned. A big, jaw-popping one. Shaking his head, he reached up and removed his oxygen mask and popped a go pill. Snapping the mask back in place, he took a moment to scan the instruments in the cockpit of the F-18. Everything looked normal. He was flying over central Mexico at 50,000 feet. Higher altitude meant less fuel consumption, which was exactly what he needed. He'd left Pearl Harbor several hours ago. Tanked up 100 miles from the island, then again just a few minutes ago over the Sea of Cortez. He still had a long way to travel to reach his target. Hopefully, the KC-135 tanker would be waiting over the waters of the Gulf of Mexico when he arrived. If it wasn't, his only option would be to head north to Texas and try to find a field where he could put the fighter jet down. Failing that, there was always a parachute. He didn't relish that option, but recognized it was a very real possibility. He just wanted to suck up some juice, finish his recon mission and head back to Pearl. He wasn't a soldier and had a healthy fear of having to punch out over hostile territory. Put him behind the stick in an F-18 and he'd take on anyone. And, as a graduate of the Top Gun fighter school in California, he'd most likely come out victorious. But despite survival training, he didn't like his odds if he found himself on foot in territory overrun by infected. That was for the morons that had joined the army. All he had to do was reach a tiny point in the ocean, 50 miles southwest of Houston. Make a few low-level passes while a surveillance camera mounted to the belly of his aircraft took pictures. Make sure the Electronics Intelligence Suite, ELINT, was on and sucking up every electromagnetic signal in the area. Once that was done, he could turn around and head home. Musing about his assignment, he again scanned the instruments. The fighter was performing flawlessly. The go pill hadn't kicked in yet and he yawned again. He'd been up for over 12 hours when he was told to get his ass in the air and head east. Now, after countless hours of staring at an empty sky, he was tired. But he knew that soon the drug would wake him up and keep him alert. He might not feel any better, but he wouldn't be in danger of drifting off in the cockpit. Continuing on, he daydreamed about things getting back to normal. The tourists returning to Hawaii. The girls from around the world that came on vacation, looking to let their hair down and have some fun. And what could be more fun than spending a couple of wild nights with an honest-to-God fighter pilot? His conquests were legendary among the naval aviator community. Single, and not interested in anything that lasted more than 48 hours, he lived the life that most of his squadron mates only dreamed of. As they were heading home to a wife and screaming kids with full diapers, he was strutting the sand near the tourist hotels along Waikiki Beach, looking for his next conquest. That had been his life. Before the attacks. Now. Duty around the clock. Preparations to first fight off a Chinese invasion, then the Russians. The only solace was the very infrequent breaks he'd gotten and the tourists that had been trapped on the island. Even with little time, he'd still managed to rack up an impressive body count. At least that's what he called it when he bedded a new girl. A couple of Aussies. A Brit. A Japanese girl and 3 Americans that were visiting from Denver. He'd been busy, not wasting his downtime on something as petty as sleep. Not when there were women to be had. As he rendezvoused with the tanker and hooked up to refuel, he was trying to remember which one had told him she loved him 3 hours after they met. For the life of him, he couldn't. But knew he'd better figure it out. He'd told her that he loved her too, but only so he could get her to come back to bed. Now he had to be careful in case he ran into her again. Refueling complete, he streaked away over the blue waters of the Gulf. Thought about women. Wondered if there was a way he could convince his wing commander to send him to Australia for a while. He loved Aussie women. In his experience, they were much less uptight than American girls. He set his fantasies aside as he approached the target. Still 100 miles away, he began descending. The sky was perfectly clear, not a cloud in sight for as far as he could see. Perfect conditions for taking photos of the target. At 50 miles, he passed through 30,000 feet, still slowly descending. Distance to target quickly closed, and at 25 miles he activated the camera and Ellen suite. He hadn't been briefed on what the target was, just told to start gathering data well before his arrival. He closely monitored the display for the Ellen equipment, shaking his head when it showed no EM emissions in the area. That suddenly changed at the 20-mile mark, one of the instruments suddenly surging to the max level it could monitor. Continuing to approach, he was at 5,000 feet when he overflew an almost impossibly massive oil rig. The camera was tightly focused and he watched the video feed on a small screen. It looked abandoned. An empty helipad. No boats tied up at the floating dock. No personnel outside. But if that was the case, why were the instruments that measured EM energy going nuts? Completing his first pass, he turned a wide circle to come in from a perpendicular angle. For this run, he throttled back to just above stall speed and dropped to 2,500 feet. As he passed over the rig, he jumped in surprise when a loud voice suddenly spoke in his headphones. He quickly verified it was transmitting on the guard channel. U.S. Navy F-18, this is U.S. Government Athena platform. You are in restricted airspace. State your intentions. Commander Vance made sure the voice recorders were working and answered the call. 37. Rachel drove to the far side of the runway, then turned and headed directly for the plane. Coming to a stop about 400 yards from the herd of infected, she turned on the Hummer's lights, then pressed and held the horn button. Under other circumstances, the reaction would have almost been comical. Every infected head immediately turned in our direction as every body froze in whatever position it was in when the sound reached its ears. For an instant, there was no movement, then as one, the herd began moving towards us. The females on the wings leapt off and hit the ground running, joining their sisters in pursuit of new prey. Quickly, the mass separated itself by gender as the much swifter females pulled away from the shambling males. I watched the leading edge for a moment, then turned my attention to the plane. I couldn't see any females still near the aircraft, and the males were departing the area as quickly as they could. Rachel stayed on the horn until the fastest females were within 100 yards. Releasing the button, she turned and began driving away, sounding the horn intermittently to keep their interest piqued. We lead them down the edge of the runway. I faced the rear, weapon aimed and ready, but I didn't want to start firing yet. The big jet had to take off, and if I left bodies or shattered asphalt lying in its path, well, let's just say I hadn't forgotten the disaster at Arnold Air Force Base. Only 2 infected females had caused a monstrous Globemaster to crash on takeoff, killing everyone on board. I didn't want to see a repeat of that. The similarity of the two situations didn't fail to register. Rachel and I in a Hummer, trying to clear infected so a plane load of survivors could escape. The only thing missing was Dog. Shaking my head, I forced myself to focus and looked over my shoulder in the direction we were traveling. Several thousand feet ahead, a large, grassy field stretched out from the edge of the runway. I remembered from the view as we landed that the field ended at a large, muddy river, though I had no idea which one. This wasn't a part of the country I was familiar with. At least it wasn't the Mississippi. I hoped. Head out into the field when we get there, I shouted to Rachel. She nodded to let me know she'd heard. While my head was inside the vehicle, I'd noticed the speedometer. We were driving a steady 25 miles an hour. Straightening, I looked at the pursuing females. They were staying with us. Not gaining, but we weren't pulling away from them. A couple of minutes later I felt the vehicle turn, then we bounced over a series of bumps as Rachel left the tarmac. Looking out across the field, I could see that we had several acres of open space to work with. Keeping half an eye on the approaching river, I opened fire on the leading edge of females when we had covered half the distance from the runway. The grenades did their job, the ground erupting amongst the infected. They were shredded, pummeled, and disemboweled by the force of the blasts. But more were right behind them, undeterred by the death of the leaders. I fired more rounds as Rachel steered us into a gentle curve, following the river bank. Another group of females fell and still more leapt over their corpses with screams tearing the night. Firing again, I paused to reload, then resumed pumping grenades into the quickly diminishing group. It didn't take long for the last of the females to go down. They weren't all dead. Some were still alive, somehow, but with mortal wounds. Legs shattered or missing. Torsos ripped open, their entrails spilling out onto the ground. But they didn't cease their efforts to catch us. Even as they expired, the females used the last ounce of energy in their shattered bodies to drag themselves another foot. Their determination was amazing. And terrifying. Verifying all of the females were either dead or dying, I banged on the roof and Rachel stopped. Far in the distance was a solid mass of bodies, slowly making its way in our direction. The males. The difference in speed between the genders still amazed me as I had time to watch the next wave of infected. "We're fueling." I recognized Creed's voice in my earpiece. "Copy," I said. "Clear of infected in your area?" "Mostly." Had a few males straggle in behind the tanker, but not enough to cause any problems. "How much more time you need?" I asked, eyeing the slowly approaching males. "We should be rolling in 10 minutes. The tanker has a high-volume pump and it's going fast. We're going to park it to the side and leave a sat phone and charger in the cab." "That works," I said. "Let me know before you start moving so I can sweep the runway. Don't need any surprises." "Copy that, sir." "Good luck to you. Hope you find her." "Safe flight, Sergeant," I said, ending the conversation. The bulk of the males were still on the runway, the fastest of them just stepping into the grassy field. And they looked like they were slowing. I wasn't going to guess whether they were getting tired, losing interest, or just acting like an infected. "Hit the horn again," I shouted. Rachel pressed the button, the strident blare immediately focusing the attention of the approaching herd. They sped up slightly, then their progress was impeded by the footing change. The series of bumps we'd driven over caused many of them to fall. Then the ones behind would trip over the body on the ground. "Jesus Christ," I muttered, chuckling despite myself. No, I probably shouldn't have been amused by all the poor bastards who had fallen victim to the virus. It was probably bad form on my part. But that didn't mean it wasn't funny. Even if they did want to tear me open and feast on my guts. Finally, they sorted themselves out and began making headway. I gave them another couple of minutes, then unleashed some high-explosive hell. Their slower speed meant I could be more selective with my targets than with the females. Instead of rapidly burning through a lot of ammunition, I took my time and placed one shot at a time where I thought it would do the most damage. Soon, only a handful of stragglers remained. I put a single grenade in their midst, all but two going down and staying still. After a quick check of the surrounding area, I let the Mark 19's muzzle drop, using my rifle to quickly dispatch the final pair. "I'm clear," I said to Rachel. "See anything?" "All clear," she called a moment later. I activated my radio and called to check on the status of the refueling. "Done and starting engines now," Creed replied quickly. "Copy. Sit tight while I check the runway." He acknowledged my order and I tapped on the Humvee's roof to let Rachel know to start moving. She turned us towards the runway and accelerated. After a couple of 100 feet, she gave up trying to avoid the bodies scattered across the field. The ride got rough as we bounced over corpses, then we reached the tarmac. It only took a few minutes to drive up and down, making sure there weren't any straggling infected that could cause a problem. At the far end of the runway, I could see the big jet swinging around and lining up for takeoff. Rachel pulled to a stop near the field where we'd slaughtered the herd of infected. After a moment, we got out of the Hummer to stand at the edge of the pavement. "You should go with them," I said. "You should shut the hell up," she replied without looking at me. A moment later she reached out and took my hand, giving it a squeeze. I moved a little closer to her, then called the all clear to Sergeant McCrary over the radio. He acknowledged my transmission and almost immediately the jet's engines began thundering. The plane started rolling, slowly at first, but rapidly building speed as it approached. I turned my head, checking the runway, then went back to watching the jet when I didn't see any infected. Before it reached the point where we were standing, the front landing gear left the ground. A couple of seconds later the rear tires lifted off the tarmac and the big jet climbed at a steep angle. It was no more than a few hundred feet in the air as it passed over where we stood. The noise was nearly overwhelming, vibrating internal organs against my rib cage. But I was smiling and so was Rachel when I looked over at her in the moonlight. She noticed me looking at her and leaned close, kissing me softly. "Much better than the last time we did this," she said. "The takeoff or the kiss?" I teased. "Asshole," she muttered, still smiling. "Yep," I laughed, squeezing her hand and heading for the Hummer. "Let's go get that sat phone and see if we can get an eye in the sky to help us find Irina." "What then?" Rachel asked as she got in the passenger seat and slammed the door. "Beats me," I said. "Haven't thought that far ahead. What if we don't find her?" "We'll find her," I said with more certainty in my voice than I felt. 38. "You've had an eventful day, sir," Jessica said. Rachel and I were parked next to the empty fuel tanker. I was standing on the tarmac, speaking on the sat phone, while Rachel occupied the elevated gunner's position in the vehicle to keep watch on our surroundings. "That pretty much sums up my life, Jessica," I answered, smiling. "Please tell me you've been keeping an eye on the area." "Not a close one, but I've looked in when I could," she said. "There's a lot of things going on that have kept me occupied." "Anything I need to know about?" "The Army and Marine units left Idaho. They're in Nevada now, at Groom Lake. I hope they're looking for the aliens. We could sure use some help." "What the hell are they doing in Nevada?" I asked. "Heavy Russian presence along the west coast. They don't have a clear path to make it to Hawaii. They took out the Russian ground forces in the northwest, then moved to a more secure location." "Do you know if my wife is still with them?" I hadn't forgotten about Katie for a second. But my concerns had been put aside while I took care of business. Now that I had a moment to think about her, the fear and worry threatened to take control of my emotions. "Yes, sir. She is. And the virologists from Seattle are there, too. I'm sure she's being taken care of." I was quiet for a moment, thinking about my wife. Then, again, I had to set those worries aside and focus on the task at hand. "Thanks, Jessica," I said. "Now, I've got someone missing in Omaha, and I need you to help me locate her." "I don't understand." "Aren't you on the plane?" I could hear a keyboard clacking over the open circuit. Assumed she was bringing up a real-time satellite image. "Sir? What the hell are you still doing in Nebraska?" "Not leaving a friend behind," I said. Jessica was quiet for a moment. "Where do I start looking?" she asked. I explained the situation to her. Described the location where I'd last seen Irina, the vehicle she was driving in her direction of travel. "Are you still recording? Can you go back and see what happened to her?" "Yes, sir. I can. But I wish you'd called me before staying behind." "What if she's dead?" "You'll have missed the flight for nothing." "Not for nothing, Jessica. There's some Canadians on that plane that haven't been vaccinated. They're starting to turn." The sooner they get to Colonel Blanchard's location, the sooner they stop dying. They couldn't afford to wait. Copy that, sir, Jessica said gently. I'll start looking right now, but it's going to take some time. Do you want me to call you back? Yes, but don't hang up. Can you transfer me to the Admiral? I've got something he needs to know about. Stand by, sir. I'll get you over to him, then call when I have something. There were a series of clicks, then a long stretch of silence. I was starting to think I'd been disconnected and was preparing to place another call when one of Packard's aides finally answered. He didn't want to let me speak with the Admiral, saying he was in a meeting with his senior staff. I got a little brusque, then a little colorful about what would happen to the man if he didn't get the Admiral on the phone. It wouldn't have surprised me if he'd hung up in my ear, but 30 seconds later the transfer was made. Major. We're in a bit of a crisis here. What's so urgent? Packard asked when he picked up the call. Sir, sorry to interrupt, but something you need to know about. I'm at Offutt Air Force Base. When we arrived, there were 2 platoons of Spetsnaz here, searching USSTRATCOM. I was aware of their presence, the Admiral said. They were looking for something called the Athena Project, sir. Say again? I could tell by his voice that I captured his attention. Took a personal diary off a dead Spetsnaz. One of the rangers with me reads Russian and translated the most recent entry. They were here specifically to find information on the project. There was a sudden, low babble of voices and I realized I was on a speakerphone. I remained silent as several discussions took place on the far end of the call. Major, what did the entry say? Packard asked when the hubbub died down. The Russian soldier didn't understand why they were being sent. It was just a passing reference to why they were here. He was more concerned about the damage the war has caused and wanting to go home and bury his family. Did they find what they were looking for? A new voice spoke up. I had no idea who it was, but if the Admiral was okay with them asking, so was I. Yes, they did. They had a top-secret, SCI file and were on their way out with it when we intercepted them. Packard spoke up before anyone else could chime in. Could they have transmitted the contents of that file before you stopped them? I don't believe so, sir. The troops that were conducting the search were neutralized while we were below ground, inside the old SAC bunker. There's no way they had comms to get a message out. We were several stories beneath the surface, surrounded by hardened concrete. Where's the file, now? In my possession. I probably should have found a way to get it on the plane, but had been more focused on getting those people safely in the air. Have you read it? An unknown voice asked. Haven't had an opportunity, I said. There was more silence for a moment. Anything else? I could tell the Admiral was addressing his staff, so I remained quiet. After a few moments of silence from the other end, Packard spoke again. What's your status, Major? Still in Omaha, sir. I've got a missing team member to find. What about our Canadian friends? On a flight west, sir. I didn't feel like going into details about me having stayed behind. It wasn't important at the moment, and it sounded like he had bigger things to worry about. Major, a different voice interjected. Is there any way for you to send us the contents of that file? No, I said, understanding the reason for the request, yet still irritated. I've got a sat phone and that's it. This is all paper, and it's a damn thick file, but I'm going to turn that plane around, Packard said after a moment. Sir, you can't do that, I quickly said. None of the Canadians have been vaccinated, and some have turned already. They need to get to Colonel Blanchard before we lose any more. Major, this is a priority. If this is something the Russians want, then we need to know what it is. Understood, sir, I said, forcing myself to remain calm and patient. But the Russians don't have the information. It's safe for the moment, with me. Turning that plane around will almost assuredly result in the death of more of the Canadians. Deaths that could be prevented. There was a brief, muted conversation before the Admiral spoke again. Very well, Major. The Colonel has some Ospreys at his location in Nevada. With auxiliary fuel tanks, you're within their range for a round trip. I'll have him pick you up. Flight time from Groom Lake to Omaha should be about 4 hours. Coordinate with Seaman Simmons. Packard out. There was a click, then the circuit went dead. Lowering the phone, I looked up at Rachel, who pointed toward the far end of the runway. A handful of slowly moving figures were stumbling around. They were too far away to have heard us, so I didn't worry about them at the moment. Rachel turned a slow circle, traversing the Mark 19, checking around us. Finding nothing, she looked down at me and smiled. You look happy, I said. I guess, in a strange way, I am, she said after a moment's reflection. In the middle of a dead country, with infected prowling around looking to have us over for dinner? We're alive and we're together, she explained, shrugging. I thought about that for a bit, pulling out one of the packs of cigarettes I'd taken off the dead Russian. Lighting up with the USMC Zippo, I leaned against the side of the Hummer to watch the males walking around the runway. Hard to argue with your point, I finally said. Stood there, thinking about things and tempted to pull out the file and start reading it. I didn't have enough light to see, and needed to be paying attention to other things, so I left it where it was. Tucked inside the back of my waistband. Why are they turning? The Canadians. I asked. Didn't you say that shouldn't happen, Dot? I said it was very unlikely. Apparently I was wrong, she said, still scanning our surroundings with the weapon. You have to remember that this is an engineered virus, not something normally occurring in nature. The Chinese must have found a way to harden it so that it can survive without a host. I shook my head, trying to comprehend something I knew nothing about. Think of it this way, Rachel continued when I didn't respond. They made it a weapon. Created something that can live in the environment for an extended period of time, waiting for a viable host to come along and breathe it in. The whole area was probably blanketed in it when we landed. How did that happen? It can't move around on its own, can it? No. No, nothing like that. A virus moves by being transmitted from host to host. That's why our modern world was so dangerous, in regards to a pandemic. An infected individual, not showing any symptoms, gets on a plane in Africa. Within less than a day, he or she can be in Asia, Europe, or America. Then they become infectious and begin shedding viral components. The virus just jumped halfway around the globe in a matter of hours. In this case, there was probably a significant outbreak here. There are infected roaming around right now. I have little doubt they're leaving the virus on every surface they touch. Maybe not even touch. Probably just by breathing, since it's airborne. So it was present on the runway when we landed. And that big plane probably stirred up everything when it landed. Created a viral cloud, hanging in the air. We opened the door, and, well. Yeah, I said, sighing. I get the picture. Think it will ever die out? No idea, Rachel said, turning another circle to check our surroundings. Joe could probably tell us. But I'm optimistic. The scientists said they were safe in the Arctic because it couldn't survive the cold temperatures. Perhaps the coming winter will wipe it out. At least what's in the environment, just waiting to infect someone. Then the infected just start spreading it again. Right? I asked. Rachel nodded after a moment. So, what are we doing? She changed the subject. Waiting for a call back from Pearl, I said. Jessica's reviewing archived satellite footage to see if she can find Irina, but... What do we do when we find her? Sorry, I know I already asked that, but we need to think about it. Admiral Packard is sending a plane to pick us up. We go to Nevada when we find Irina, I said. Then what? I shrugged my shoulders, crushing the butt out under the toe of my boot. Looking up at Rachel, I saw her completing another circuit with the weapon. Then the sat phone began vibrating, dancing across the Hummer's hood. I lunged, snagging it an instant before it would have fallen off and crashed to the tarmac. Found her, sir, Jessica said when I answered. 39. I brought the Hummer to a stop a mile short of our destination. Normally, I would have driven closer, but I was worried about alerting our target to our presence. Other than a low sound created by the wind blowing through the empty city, the environment was completely silent. The rattle of the vehicle's engine would carry a long way with no other noises to mask it. Our destination was an 8-story hotel in downtown Omaha. Jessica had successfully tracked Irina after she'd lead the infected away from us outside of the airbase's fence. She had driven north slowly, keeping the females interested enough to stay on her trail. Once she had covered 2 miles, she accelerated away from them and began looking for a way to get on the freeway that would take her back to the airport. She'd found 2 different on-ramps, both of them completely clogged with wrecked and abandoned vehicles. Continuing on, she began working her way north on surface streets that paralleled the highway, apparently satisfied with the slow progress she was making. She didn't seem to be in any hurry, which I could understand given the circumstances. As she pressed into the downtown area, the streets narrowed and she had to slow to navigate around roving bands of infected and abandoned vehicles. That's where she ran into trouble. Approaching an intersection, she'd been unable to see the waiting ambush. Slowing to steer around a wreck, she'd been unprepared for the pickup that suddenly roared out of a side street and slammed into the side of the Cadillac she was driving. 3 men dashed forward at the instant of impact from where they'd been hiding behind an overturned police car. While Irina was still stunned from the crash, they smashed out her window, opened the door and pulled her out of the vehicle. She had tried to fight, but they'd quickly subdued her. Restrained, she was loaded into a waiting SUV and driven directly to the hotel. Jessica lost sight of them when they drove into an underground parking garage, but she was sure no one had come or gone since they arrived. I should have been with her, Rachel said when I relayed what I'd learned. So you could be taken, also? I asked. I was feeling guilty, too. Guilty for having sent Irina off, but also for what I'd said to Rachel when she hadn't gone with her. Tactically, I'd been correct. But neither of them were trained soldiers. And if I was being honest with myself, neither of them were men. Yes, that's sexist as hell, and both of them would take offense at the thought. But it's also a sad reality in the new world we found ourselves in. A world not unlike the majority of human history. The strong will prey on the weak, and when it comes down to brute force, men almost always win a battle with women. Rachel must have read my mind. She gave me a look, then reached out and took my hand. It's no one's fault, other than her attackers, she finally said. Let's go get her back. I nodded, glad to have a target to vent my frustration on. I'd climbed behind the Hummer's wheel and Rachel joined me in front after securing the gunner's port in the roof. Jessica had stayed on the phone with me as I drove, guiding me to where Irina was being held. When I pulled to a stop, she had told me she'd be watching, wished me luck and disconnected. Rachel and I stepped out and I swapped rifles with her. There was no doubt she was becoming quite adept with the weapon, but there was also no doubt that I was the better shot. She agreed with me and willingly traded away her sound-suppressed rifle. I shot several males as we made our way deeper into the downtown area of the small city. They weren't close or necessarily even a threat, but I didn't want them to notice us and start following. I'd seen enough times how others would be attracted if even just one infected was on the trail of some prey. I didn't understand how it worked, but knew it would happen. So, when we came across any males, I'd pause and quietly dispatch them before continuing. I was surprised we weren't encountering females, but they had most likely all been drawn to the noise from the airbase and the airport. I wasn't going to look that gift horse in the mouth. We covered the mile in slightly less than half an hour. This was slow, but you can't move stealthily through an urban environment with any amount of speed. While I was antsy to get to Irina and make sure she was safe, it wouldn't do any of us any good if we alerted her captors to our approach by exciting every infected in a 10-block radius. The hotel occupied most of a city block, immediately adjacent to a large park. Across what was probably once a broad, manicured lawn, a small lake glistened in the night, reflecting the moonlight. We were crouched behind a low wall that separated the sidewalk from the entrance to some sort of municipal building and had a good view of the area. As I scoped out the hotel, Rachel faced the rear to make sure no one and nothing was sneaking up on us. Methodically, I scanned the roofline, searching for a sentry. I didn't see one, but that didn't mean they didn't have a man posted up top. He could have been on one of the other sides, taking a smoke break or a piss, or even a nap. There are few things in life worse than being assigned sentry duty, especially at night. It's damn difficult to stay alert and focused. Moving down from the top, I scanned each window. It took some time to check every one, and I found each to be completely dark. Again, this was only one side of a four-sided building, so I didn't put much stock in the results other than it didn't appear there was anyone to see us approach the structure. "We're moving," I mumbled to Rachel. "Keep an eye behind us, and for God's sake, don't fire that rifle unless you have no choice." "No shit," she sassed back, reminding me she might have done this a time or two before. Climbing over the wall, we hurried across a broad street and onto the hotel grounds. Dead, brittle grass crunched slightly under our feet, but we were as silent as we could be. Reaching the exterior wall, I put my back against it, Rachel doing the same right next to me. Catching her eye, I pointed to our left, the direction of the loading dock. Moving at a slower pace, I hugged the wall and came to a stop a foot short of the rear edge. Taking a moment to listen, I peeked around after hearing nothing other than the wind. A loading ramp, 3 large dumpsters and a stack of damaged furniture waiting to be disposed of. Beyond the pile was a set of steel doors that most likely accessed the maintenance and working areas of the large hotel. I briefly wished Johnson was with us to open them, then stopped myself from wasting time on frivolous thoughts. Reaching behind me, I tapped Rachel to let her know I was ready to move. I felt an answering touch on my arm and rolled around the corner, dropping a few feet to the concrete ramp. I heard her soft footfalls behind me and dashed across the open space and up a short set of steps. Avoiding the collection of broken chairs and tables, I pulled up next to the doors. Rachel was right with me. Easing forward, I placed my ear against the closest door and listened. Nothing. Complete silence. My own heartbeat was all I could hear. Cautiously, I grasped the knob and very gently exerted pressure. It didn't turn. Crap. There was a time when I'd been taught how to pick a lock. It came with the territory of being in special operations. But it had been a very long time ago, and frankly I'd never been very good at it. To successfully pick a lock requires a delicate touch and patience. I have neither. Especially when an ounce of plastic explosive will open most doors. But I didn't have any, and even if I did, it would have made too much noise. "Are you wearing a bra?" I mumbled to Rachel. "What?" "A bra. Are you wearing one?" I glanced over to see her looking at me like I'd lost my mind. "I need some thin wires to pick the lock," I explained, glad it was dark so she couldn't see me blushing. Without hesitating, Rachel lowered her rifle, reached under her shirt and 5 seconds later handed me her bra. How the hell do women do that? It's never been that easy when I was trying to remove one from someone who was wearing it. Using my knife, I cut open the bottom of the cups and ripped out the 2 lengths of underwire. I worked on one of them for a few minutes, putting the proper kinks into one so it could manipulate the lock's tumblers. The other would remain straight, and if I could manage to get all the pins to drop, would help me turn the cylinder. Setting to work, sweat was soon dripping off my brow from the concentration, despite the cold wind blowing across me. Several times I thought I had succeeded, only to find the lock wouldn't turn. Fighting frustration, I lowered my hands and shook them out. "What's wrong?" Rachel asked. Never been very good at this, I said. Then let's find another way in, she said. The more we prowl around looking, the greater the odds someone inside will spot us. Or we'll run into more infected than we can quietly handle. I'd rather go in this way if we can, but I'm about ready to admit defeat and move on. What's the problem? It takes the right touch. Have to be able to feel each pin drop. Can I try? I looked at Rachel in surprise. You ever picked a lock? No, she said. But I did a couple of surgery rotations. I know I've got good hands. Just tell me what to do and I'll give it a shot. What the hell? She couldn't do worse than I was. Okay, I said, changing places with her. The kinked wire is to trick the pins into dropping. There's 5, maybe 6, but probably 5 pins you have to control. Rachel looked at the bent wire as I spoke. Think of the bends as the points on the teeth of a key. When you feel a pin, push against it, and if you're in the right spot you'll feel it move into place. Get them all and use the other wire for leverage to turn the cylinder and unlock the door. She nodded, peered at the keyhole for a moment, then inserted the first wire. I let her work. Didn't try to offer advice, or critique how she was doing. It was damn hard, but I kept my mouth shut and maintained a scan of the open area behind us. About a minute later there was the snick of metal followed by the scraping sound of a retracting latch bolt. I looked at Rachel's beaming face with my mouth hanging open. She reached up and gently patted my cheek. I had a good teacher, she whispered. Shaking my head, I waved her behind me and took position. This time, the knob turned easily in my hand. Grumbling internally, I cracked the door an inch and paused. Looked and listened. It was completely dark inside and I didn't detect any sound, so I pulled slowly until the door was fully open. Still quiet, the air musty. I moved inside, quickly stepping out of the door so I wasn't silhouetted by the moonlight. Rachel followed a moment later and I pulled her away from the opening and reached out and shut the door behind us. We stood perfectly still for several minutes. Listening. Waiting. But we apparently had made it inside, undetected. Clicking on one of the lights the Rangers had left with me, I attached it to my rifle and scanned the space. We were standing in a long, wide hallway. The walls were covered with corkboards that held various papers attached with thumbtacks. Work schedules for the employees. There were the normal posters stating the legal minimum wage, the rights of the workers, and that the employer screened all applicants for illegal drug use. Walking forward, we passed 2 locker rooms, one for each gender, and a large break room with half a dozen tables and a scattering of chairs. Continuing on, a door to the left opened into a restaurant kitchen, then the hall ended at a pair of swinging doors. I probably should have cleared each room as we passed it, but if I did that it would take hours just to get through the first floor. The hotel was big, and there were only 2 of us. I was betting that the men who had taken Irina had holed up here because the building was secure and free of infected. If I was wrong, well. The swinging doors opened into a public area, and I turned off the flashlight before pushing one of them open a few inches. I looked out at a large, glass-fronted lobby. Plush carpeting, nicely upholstered furniture and a granite-topped reception desk. There was enough light from the moon coming through the windows for me to see most of the space. There were some dark areas where an infected, or sentry, might be lying in wait. But not many. All of the glass at the front of the lobby was intact, and nothing was in disarray. It was almost like every guest and employee had just calmly walked out. Maybe they had. Maybe there'd been an evacuation order before things got really bad. Pulling back, I let the door swing shut and described what I'd seen to Rachel. Where do we start? She asked when I was finished. Garage. Then the top floor, I said. Why? Garage in case they left a guard on their vehicle. Top floor because that's where I'd be, I said, having already thought this through. Less noticeable in case the infected happened to breach the lobby level. Also, best way to have a commanding view of the surrounding area. She thought about my logic for a moment, then agreed. We pushed through the swinging doors and stepped into the lobby. 40. We found the stairs easily. Moving through the door, we lost the moonlight and I had to turn on my flashlight again. Standing on the ground level landing, I paused to look over the area. To our front, the concrete steps descended, probably heading down to the garage where the captors had parked. To our right, a flight headed up. Stepping forward, I closely examined the stairwell, hoping to see signs of a bound woman being carried or dragged up the stairs. I didn't see any, but that meant nothing. Signaling to Rachel, I headed down. At the bottom of a long flight of stairs, I killed my light as we approached the door that opened into the garage. It was made of steel with a tall, narrow, wire-reinforced window running most of its height on the handle side. Sidling up, I peered through and saw a dim light on the far side of a vehicle. Jessica had said they'd been driving an SUV, and the outline I could see looked very much like a Jeep Cherokee. I watched the light for nearly a minute, not seeing any movement. It didn't guarantee there was a guard in the garage, but I couldn't think of a reason for it to be there otherwise. Standing post in a pitch-black, underground space would be a royal pain in the ass. Humans rely heavily on our sight. Take that away suddenly by thrusting a sentry into an environment completely devoid of light, and funny things will happen. Every noise and smell is magnified as the other senses try to compensate. The mind plays tricks. Imagination runs wild, inventing things that aren't there. A leaf blowing in the wind will sound like a monster slithering across the floor on its way to crush you in its slimy embrace. This induces fear, which triggers a huge adrenaline dump into the bloodstream. For a bit, you're hyper-alert. But when nothing happens, and the adrenaline burns off, you're left feeling tired. Sleepy. The military recognized this a long time ago and dealt with it in many different ways. Frequent changes of the guard. Shorter times on post. Two-man teams instead of solo. Today, night vision helps soldiers on sentry duty stay focused and alert. I had maintained watch as these thoughts tumbled through my head. Now, I was rewarded when there was the sudden flare of a match. I didn't see it, but saw the dancing, orange light on the walls and ceiling beyond the SUV. It went out a moment later and a cloud of cigarette smoke swirled in the dim light I'd first spotted. A second later, it went out, too. Continuing to watch, I saw the faint glow of the burning tobacco reflected on a smooth, concrete wall every time the man took a drag. This let me fix his position, even though I couldn't see him. He was at floor level, probably sitting with his back resting against the front tire on the far side of the vehicle. Leaning close, I mumbled in Rachel's ear for her to stay in the stairwell. I felt her hair brush my face as she nodded, then I slowly pushed on the crash bar that would release the door's latch. I wanted to take this guy out. Didn't like the idea of leaving him down here to come running if I couldn't silently disable all of Irina's captors. Also, this wouldn't be a bad escape route for us once we had her. Make a dash down the stairs and hop in the Jeep. Drive it out of the garage into the waiting Hummer, a mile away. It shouldn't be a problem finding the keys. In fact, they might be hanging in the ignition. I needed to check after I took out the guard. The latch released without making any noise, and I pushed on the door, hoping like hell the maintenance staff had kept the hinges well oiled. Apparently they had, as it swung silently. Moving through the opening, I paused to control the closing, making sure it was just as quiet. The Jeep was about 20 yards away, no other vehicles between us. I covered the first 10, stepping cautiously on the outside edges of my feet. I couldn't see a damn thing other than the occasional glow of the cigarette on the wall. If there was any debris on the floor and I stepped on it, or kicked it, I was in a bad spot. Nowhere to go to seek cover from the fire that would almost certainly start coming my way. Sweating again, I focused on each step. Made sure one foot was firmly planted before I lifted the other. Was careful as I put it down to feel for anything before transferring my weight onto it. This is a damn slow way to move, but the only way when you have to be as silent as is possible for a human being. The final 10 yards were covered an inch at a time. It was painfully quiet in the garage and I was sure I could hear my own heartbeat. I could definitely hear the soft sizzle of the burning cigarette when the man inhaled, as well as the low sigh when he exhaled smoke. I froze when he turned his light back on. This time, I could tell that it was a small LED lamp. He was holding it up and I got a look at it in the sudden brilliance. It was an inspection light used to see down the barrel of a weapon when you're cleaning it. Not bright at all, but compared to the perfect darkness it was startling. There was a scraping sound as he ground out his cigarette, and I quickly covered the final 2 yards to the side of the Jeep while he was occupied. I had already drawn my knife and started to step towards the front of the vehicle. Planned to get close enough to make a lunge and catch him by surprise when I buried the blade in his chest. I stopped when his foot scraped on the floor and he slowly stood. His back was to me as he extended his arms and stretched. Quickly sheathing the knife, I pulled my rifle around. If he was going to make it easy, I wasn't going to complain. The muzzle was aligned with the back of his head, my finger tightening on the trigger, when he began speaking. I was caught completely off guard when I heard Russian. At first I thought he was talking on a radio, then realized he was just mumbling to himself as he kept stretching kinks out of his back. Dismissing my surprise, I pulled the trigger. Even with the suppressor, the shot was loud in the still, echoing garage. The Russian's head snapped forward and he pitched lifeless to the floor with a muted series of thuds. I dashed around the front of the Jeep and put another round in him, just to make sure. Stepping forward, I avoided the blood and snatched up the small light, turning it towards the corpse. Russian Spetsnaz uniform. Until now, I'd only seen him briefly, outlined by the light. Hadn't realized who and what he was. Or that he was drinking. A 1/3 empty bottle of vodka sat next to the Jeep's front tire. That explained his carelessness. Rifling through pockets, I found several personal items, but nothing of interest. What was enticing was the suppressed AKMS rifle slung across his chest. Working it free, I grabbed 6 spare magazines out of pouches on his gear and stuffed them into my pockets. Leaving the body where it was, I headed for the stairs, then reversed course when I remembered to check for the Jeep's keys. Running up to the passenger window, I directed the light inside and saw them dangling from the ignition. Turning, I jogged back to the stairwell door. Rachel saw me coming and popped it open. "We good?" she asked as I came into the stairwell. "Yes and no," I said. "The guard is down, but it's not some locals like I thought. We found our missing Russians." "What? That was a Russian? You sure? Don't know anyone from Nebraska that speaks the language and wears a Spetsnaz uniform. Or carries one of these," I said, holding the rifle up to the light. "What the hell's going on? Do you think they're here for Irina?" "No way," I shook my head. "There's no way they knew she was going to be here." "Then what?" I thought about that for a beat before shrugging. "Doesn't matter. All that does is that we have a much deadlier opponent holding Irina than I expected." "But they don't know we're here," Rachel said. "That helps if we continue to catch them completely by surprise. But even then, they'll react a whole lot faster than someone who isn't trained. But we've got one big advantage." "What?" "They're drinking. At least this guy was. Hopefully, they feel safe and their guard will be down. Otherwise. So, how do we do this?" "Very carefully," I said, realizing how corny it sounded the instant it came out of my mouth. 41. We headed up the stairs, moving very slowly. I had given Rachel her rifle back and was carrying the captured Russian weapon. Finally, both of us were outfitted with suppressors, but in the tomb-like silence of the hotel it didn't make that much difference. It helped, but we still had to be careful. I held the small LED light in my left hand as we climbed. My fingers were wrapped around it, only allowing a couple of small slivers of light to escape. Just enough to see as we ascended so we didn't trip on the edge of a step or trigger a booby trap. Actually, I was fully expecting to find one of the latter. These were Special Forces soldiers. Unless they'd forgotten all of the training that had been drilled into them, they would have prepared a few little welcoming treats for uninvited guests. Now that I knew who was holding Irina, I was surprised that we had gained entry into the hotel and taken out the garage guard so easily. They had to know there were Americans in the area. There was no way they had failed to note the very large, and very loud, Navy jet when it had taken off. And the destruction of the 5 helicopters at Offutt hadn't exactly been subtle. But maybe that takeoff was exactly why they weren't alert and actively patrolling. As far as they knew, all of the Americans had left. Their comrades were all dead. Nothing was left to threaten them other than infected, and all of the hotel's exterior doors were locked. Time to imbibe and relax? But I wasn't going to lower my guard because we'd gotten this far with relative ease. As soon as I did, I'd make a mistake that could very well be fatal. We reached the 5th floor landing without finding any sort of trap. Rather than feeling more confident or relieved, I was growing more concerned. Was I wrong? Had they not taken up residence on the top floor? I'd made that assumption based on what I would have done. We were now only 3 floors beneath where I suspected they were hiding, and we'd yet to find any sign of something deployed to provide them with an early warning of an approaching threat. But there was no option other than to continue. The guard I'd killed was confirmation for me that they were indeed somewhere in the hotel. Otherwise, it didn't make sense to leave their transportation in the garage with a sentry protecting it. And he hadn't been worried about an attack coming from within the building. His back was to the stairwell door. He was prepared to defend against an incursion from the exterior. With those thoughts running through my head, I quickly checked out the next flight of stairs and continued up. There were no tripwires. No little electronic devices that would detect my movement and sound an alarm. Nothing. Just more steps. We paused on 6 as I checked the next flight, then resumed our painfully slow ascent. Still nothing, and I clamped down tighter on the lens to completely mute the light as we reached the 7th floor. The stairs made a turn at each landing and we were standing directly beneath the small platform outside the door into the top floor hallway. Absent any traps, I was worried that a man had been stationed inside the stairwell. Sitting in the silent darkness, waiting for some unsuspecting trespasser to come along. If there was a guard on the next landing, we had a problem. We were trapped inside a tall, narrow concrete box. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel for him if he opened up with his rifle. Pausing on the landing, I placed my hand on Rachel to let her know we were stopping. Standing there, I closed my eyes, even though it was pitch black, and listened. Calmed my heart and focused on the environment around me. I could hear Rachel's soft breath from only a few feet away. A faint sound of the wind sighing around the exterior of the building. But nothing else. Remaining perfectly still, I kept listening. Hoping to hear the scrape of a boot on concrete. Or the rasp of fingernails as a sentry scratched an itch. A soft snore would be most welcome. But I heard nothing. Either there was a very disciplined soldier waiting above our heads, or I was right and they were all well into a bottle by now. After nearly 10 minutes, I decided it was time to move. Now I had a problem. Just because I'd heard nothing, it didn't mean there wasn't a guard waiting at the top of the next flight of stairs. I needed to perform a visual check for traps. But, if I uncovered the small light, even a sliver, it would be like turning on a brilliant beacon in the perfect darkness. I stood there for another minute, evaluating the options and not caring for either. Use the light to check for a tripwire and give away our presence and location, or don't use it and risk being blown into a few dozen pieces by a waiting IED. The behavior of the guard in the garage finally swayed my decision. He had been careless, using a light, drinking, and smoking. Sure, he hadn't really been expecting to be attacked, but that was no excuse. It spoke volumes about his mindset. Frankly, I was more than a little surprised. Russian Spetsnaz are elite troops. Very well trained and disciplined. No matter what I'd like to think, they are probably every bit as good as any of their Western counterparts. And this was totally out of character for any special operator. But, just maybe, I'd run across some guys that were disillusioned and war-weary. Ready to toss in the towel and let the world do what it wanted. It can happen to the best of men. With a deep breath, I opened my hand and lit up the interior of the stairwell. If there was a sentry waiting, this would spur him to action. The door to the 7th floor was right behind me. If I heard even the slightest noise from above, I was prepared to yank it open and dash to safety. But there was no reaction, even when I waved the light around. Releasing a quiet breath, I moved closer to the stairs and looked them over. And found the trap I was worried about. It was on the 3rd step from the bottom. A length of clear, monofilament fishing line, no thicker than a strand of hair, was stretched from the wall to the railing. It was taut, suspended a few inches above the tread of the step, but below the next, so it was well hidden. If I hadn't seen a brief glint of reflected light, I might have missed it. Moving closer, I traced the line to a trigger inserted into a small block of Semtex. Stretch the wire more than a few millimeters and it would activate the circuit in the trigger and fire the blasting cap. A fraction of a second later, whoever was standing on the step would be turned into a large, red jelly stain on the concrete wall. Waving Rachel to a halt, I carefully disarmed the trap. For me, this removed all doubt that the Russians were on the top floor. Moving slowly, I kept climbing, carefully examining each step before placing my foot on it. Just because I'd found one booby trap didn't mean there wouldn't be another. In fact, I expected to encounter an additional one placed specifically to catch someone who had dropped their guard. It's human nature to think we're safe after finding and eliminating a danger. We don't want to believe there could be something else, just as bad, or worse, waiting around the next corner. I found the next one right after the stairs turned for the final approach to the top floor. It was the same as the first, and was carefully disarmed. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief when we reached the 8th floor landing. Using the light, I carefully examined the entire perimeter of the steel fire door. No window in this one. Just a heavy slab of layered steel set into a thick, concrete wall. I didn't find anything that shouldn't have been there. Now came the riskiest part. Opening the door. It could be wired with more explosives that would detonate before I even knew I tripped a wire. There could be a guard on the other side, ready to open fire. There are no easy ways around these little problems. At least not with the equipment I had. All you can do is go through and hope for the best. But there was no reason to risk both our lives. Turning, I lead Rachel back to the 7th floor landing and pulled her close to mumble in her ear. "Stay here until I get the door open," I said. "Why?" She wasn't privy to my thoughts, and having never trained for this type of situation, didn't understand my concerns. The door could be wired, or there could be a guard on the other side. If things go bad, you run. The keys are in the Jeep in the garage, and it should get you to the Hummer. As I spoke, I pressed the sat phone into her hand, then the Athena project file. "Jessica's number is programmed in," I said. "If you're on your own, call her. She'll get you to safety." "No," Rachel said. "We're not splitting up." "Only if something bad happens when I open that door," I reassured her. "No reason to risk both of us." The light was still on and I could see the fear in her eyes when she pulled her head back to look at me. After a moment, she leaned closer and kissed me. When our lips parted, I gave her a smile and climbed back to the 8th floor. 42. I took a deep breath and held it before depressing the release with my thumb. It moved easily for a short distance, then I felt resistance as the latch began to open. Using my other hand to grasp the sides of the small lever, I controlled its travel so it didn't make a click when fully engaged. The light was off, so I didn't have much hope of seeing a tripwire once I cracked the door open. I might turn it on once there was a gap large enough to peek through. Cautiously, I pulled and there was a soft, sucking sound as the seal at the bottom pulled free of the threshold. Pausing, I waited for any reaction from the other side. When there was none, I pulled again until there was a 1-inch gap along the edge of the jamb. I made sure to stay behind the protection of the steel door. Light spilled through the opening and, after a few seconds of careful listening, I pressed my eye against it to get a view of the hall. Across from the exit, a Russian sat sleeping in a chair that appeared to have been brought out from one of the rooms. A rifle was across his lap, chin resting on his chest as he softly snored. On the floor next to him was a battery-powered lantern, turned to its lowest setting, and a nearly empty bottle. Thank God for vodka. The presence of a sentry gave me confidence that the door wasn't rigged with a trap, but I still took the time to check as best I could. Not finding anything, I slowly opened it far enough to stick my head through. Looked both ways up and down the carpeted corridor. I saw nothing other than closed doors within reach of the light cast by the lantern, darkness stretching out beyond. Drawing my knife, I slipped through the opening and held the door with one hand until it silently closed behind me. Another quick check around, and I took a long stride across the hall. I didn't make a sound, but something must have alerted the sleeping guard. Perhaps a change in the air from the door opening and closing. Maybe the smell of the blood and sweat that soaked my clothing. As I reached out, he lifted his head and looked directly into my eyes. His mouth began to open as he fumbled for his weapon, then my left hand clamped across his face and I rammed the blade of my K-bar into his throat. His body went rigid, pain and fear reflecting in his eyes as I twisted the knife. Pulling it out, I stabbed into his chest, coming up underneath his sternum. Working the blade around, the steel pierced his heart and a moment later the light in his eyes went out. I held on as his corpse slipped out of the chair and onto the floor. Cleaning and sheathing the knife, I raised my rifle and scanned each direction of the hall. No doors suddenly burst open. No shouts of alarm. Nothing other than complete stillness. I knew there had hardly been a whisper of a sound when I killed the Russian, but sometimes that's all it takes to give away your presence. But it seemed like I'd managed to remain undetected. 4 to go, at the most, I reminded myself, even though Jessica had only seen a total of 4 men when Irina was captured. Stepping to the door, I gently pushed it open and waved the light around in the stairwell to signal Rachel. Seconds later, she was standing next to me in the hall. She glanced at the body, then ignored it. There had been enough death in her world for the past few months that one more corpse didn't even register. Now to find Irina. Turning the lantern off, I turned on the small LED lamp and headed to the right. The doors were controlled by battery-powered, electronic locks. I seriously doubted the Russians had been able to find a keycard that would open them. They would have chosen the most expedient method, which was to force their way in. That should leave a clear, visible sign to tell me which room they were occupying. 2 rooms down, I found what I was looking for. A door wasn't fitting properly in its jamb because the lock had been smashed free. I pointed it out to Rachel, but moved past. They might be using more than one room. I checked the rest of the hall, not finding any other signs of forced entry. Returning to the damaged door, I moved Rachel behind me and pressed my body against the wall on the lock side. She placed her hand on my left shoulder, ready to follow me through, but I took the time to put my ear close to the narrow gap and listen. After several minutes of silence, I withdrew. Considered my options. Go through hard and fast with the rifle up and shoot any figure that wasn't female, or go through slow and quiet and take out the Russians one at a time. Of course, the second choice would only work if they were all asleep. I hadn't heard any sounds, seemingly indicating that was the case, but it certainly wasn't assured. One of them could be an insomniac, sitting there staring at the wall. And I didn't know the layout of the room. Was it a suite with a separate bedroom? Were they awake and alert, having a conversation or playing cards or telling stories about past lovers and I couldn't hear their voices? There was only one way to find out. Decision made, I pulled Rachel down the hall, near the dead guard, to quietly fill her in. We were going in slow and silent. I would have my rifle up and ready, prepared to switch to the knife if circumstances allowed. Rachel would be right behind me and would provide fire support if the shit really hit the fan. Stacked up at the edge of the door again, Rachel placed her hand on my shoulder and I moved. In a crouch, so she had a clear lane of fire above my head, I rolled around the jamb as I silently pushed the door open. There was a short hallway that ran past a bathroom. Beyond was a living room and a closed door in the far wall that was probably a bedroom. The room was dimly lit by another lantern, but I didn't immediately see anyone and there was no reaction to the door opening. As the hall passed the bath, the main area opened out to the left, and while I was sure there was a sofa and chairs, they weren't visible from my location. I looked into the open door of the bathroom, bypassing it when I saw it was empty. Rachel moved to the side as I stood, then we both stepped forward into the room. Before we reached the open area, I signed for her to stay focused on the closed door ahead of us. She nodded, rifle steady on her area of responsibility. Moving faster now, I swiveled around the corner, leading with my rifle. A figure was stretched out on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. I hesitated for a moment, unable to tell if it was Irina. Crossing the small room, I got a look at short, dark hair. Lowering the rifle, I drew my knife and stepped to the couch. Noted a bottle on the table. The Russian was facing away from me, asleep on his side, and I thrust the blade into the back of his head. He twitched once, but made no sound. Wiping the steel on the blanket, I sheathed it, raised my rifle and headed for the bedroom. I didn't like the possibilities of why Irina was behind a closed bedroom door with some of her captors, but tamped down the thoughts before they could distract me. When Rachel was ready, I gently turned the knob to release the catch. The door shifted slightly open and I moved my hand to lay flat on its surface. I was on the hinge side and had the best view of the room as I pushed. Rifle up, I looked for a target. At first, I could see a bedside table, then the bed itself as the door swung farther open. There was the lump of a human form beneath the covers, but again I couldn't identify the target and wasn't going to take a shot. Still pushing, I scanned farther right as more of the room came into sight. A chair, facing the bed. Another form, slumped with its head to the side. A glimmer of moonlight on the side of the face. A masculine face with a neatly trimmed beard. I pulled the trigger and the Russian rifle spat out a suppressed round that shattered the man's skull. Taking a big step, I moved into the room and pushed the door the remainder of the way open with my shoulder. It bumped against the wall, telling me there wasn't anyone hiding behind it. The figure in the bed shifted and began twisting. I pointed at it as I did a quick scan of the rest of the room. Other than a dresser with a TV on its surface, there was nothing to see. Rachel had covered the bed with her rifle and now we spread apart. Checking to make sure she was ready, I turned on the LED lamp and aimed it at the struggling figure. I was standing near a bottom corner of the mattress, and grabbing the large comforter, ripped it clear. Irina, bound and gagged, stared into the light with terror in her eyes. "It's us," I whispered, her struggles immediately ceasing when she heard my voice. I turned to cover the room entrance with my rifle as Rachel snatched the K-bar from my vest. She quickly cut Irina free, the two women hugging briefly. "How many were there?" I asked when Irina stood up next to me. "6," she said, rubbing her wrists where she'd been tied. "Shit. That left 2 more wandering around somewhere." "I've taken out 4, I mumbled. "Any idea where the rest might be?" "No. They tied me up a few hours ago when they started drinking, and I have only seen the one that was keeping watch in the room." "Okay. We need to get out of here before the other 2 realize there's something wrong," I said. The man who'd been sleeping in the room with Irina also had a suppressed AKMS rifle. And an empty bottle on the floor beneath his chair. She wasted no time in relieving his body of the weapon and several full magazines. As soon as she had it in her hands, I led the way out of the bedroom and towards the front door. Carefully sticking my head out, I checked the hall to find it empty other than the dead guard. Leading the way, I headed for the stairwell. Opening the door quietly, I moved onto the landing, waiting for the women to come through before silently closing it behind us. We started down, reaching the 7th floor landing before a noise from below brought all of us to an abrupt stop. It was the sound of a door being opened, then a voice speaking rapid Russian echoed as heavy boots began climbing. I leaned out, seeing a faint light swing across the walls several stories beneath our position. Another voice answered the first I'd heard speaking, then both men laughed at something. They kept climbing, and I heard the sound of glass bottles clang together. They'd been raiding the hotel bar. Pulling open the fire door to the 7th floor, I held it with a foot and waved Rachel and Irina out of the stairwell. Keeping my foot in place, I stretched out and peered over the rail. The Russians were just passing the 4th floor landing. Turning, I signaled for the girls to stay where they were before quietly closing the door. I put my back against the wall and raised the rifle. And waited. I'd thought about dropping a grenade down the stairwell, but my head had endured enough for one day. It didn't need to be exposed to any more blast waves for a while. The two Spetsnaz kept talking and laughing as they climbed. It's hard to tell when someone is speaking a foreign language, but I was pretty sure they were half drunk. Had probably been sitting in the bar the whole time Rachel and I had been prowling around the hotel. Finally, they began climbing the flight to the level where I waited. Stepping away from the door, I suddenly appeared several feet above them at the top of the stairs. The alcohol they'd consumed had dulled their reactions, and for a moment they stood there gaping at me. Then I fired. 2 rounds into each chest. When the bodies dropped, I dashed down the stairs and fired an insurance policy into each of their heads. Kicking one of the bodies out of my way, I ran back up and retrieved Rachel and Irina. 43. What the hell was that all about? I asked Irina. We were in the Humvee, driving west on a small state highway. I wanted to get away from the city so there wasn't the constant threat of attack by the infected while we waited for our ride. They were a squad that got separated from their platoon. There was a big battle with the infected when they first arrived at the base. After they escaped, they started talking and decided they were done. We're not going back. Why did they take you? Rachel asked, turned sideways in the passenger seat to talk to Irina who was in the back. They had already found the hotel and were out scavenging. When I came along in the Cadillac, they thought I was a local woman. They were disappointed I was Russian. I did not fit their fantasy of finding an American. Everything cooled off and was fine for a bit. I thought they were going to release me. Then the senior sergeant in charge of the squad started asking questions. He was already drunk, so it had taken some time for him to think things through. I told him I had been taken prisoner and managed to escape. But I made a mistake. I told him my real name and that I was a GRU officer. I did not expect that he would know who I was. They tied me up and were planning to contact their command and tell them they had captured me. Explained that they had left their platoon to pursue me. They had visions of being given medals and promotions. We were now far enough out of the city that I felt it was safe to stop. I pulled into a gravel turnout and came to a stop next to a large field. Did they hurt you? I asked, unsure how to phrase what I really meant. No, Irina smiled at me. They were more excited about the prospects of being heroes for capturing me. I nodded, trying to hide my embarrassment at having asked the question. It wasn't any of my business. Shutting off the engine, I stepped out to have a smoke and call Jessica. Rachel and Irina joined me, Irina immediately wrapping her arms around my neck and squeezing me tight. Thank you for not leaving me, she said. You're welcome, I said, feeling a little awkward. I hugged her back, tentatively at first, then really wrapped her up in my arms when she didn't let go. After several seconds, she stepped back, kissed me on the cheek, turned to Rachel and pulled her into a tight embrace. When the love fest was over, I got the sat phone and file folder back from Rachel and placed my call. As normal, Jessica answered on the first ring. Glad you found her, she said immediately. How do you? I stopped, looking up at the clear, night sky. Never mind. I see everything, sir, she chuckled. Can you see where my ride is? I asked. They're on the way, sir, she said, a smile clear in her voice. A pair of ospreys left Groom Lake 2 hours ago. They should be overhead in about 2 more. Jessica, you're amazing, I said, relieved that I'd soon see Katie flooding over me. Yes, sir. I am. And, there are a bunch of Marines on each, but it looks like you don't need reinforcements. We talked for several more minutes, about nothing in particular. I was just so happy that we were going to be picked up that I was in a chatty mood. When I disconnected, I filled in Rachel and Irina. Oh, thank God, Rachel said, smiling. I'm so looking forward to a hot bath. Irina seconded that, and I couldn't help but laugh at both of them. Soon they were describing the details of the bath each wanted, and I had to walk away before I said something completely sexist. Walking and smoking, I slowly circled the area. Thought about Katie. Remembered how we'd met. Our whirlwind romance and sudden marriage. A marriage that had saved me. Injected some humanity into a life that was little more than all the death and destruction that came with my chosen profession. My heart ached as I remembered all of the good times we'd had together. I guess I'd been fortunate, as there had rarely been a bad one. Sure, we had occasionally gotten on each other's nerves. What married couple doesn't? But at the end of the day, each of us had always put the other first, and it had worked well. We'd had a great life together. You okay, Dot? I was startled, looking up at Rachel. She'd walked over to where I was still walking in a small circle as I thought. Yeah, I said, trying to smile. Just thinking about Katie. Good things, I hope. I looked out across the dark landscape before answering. Yes, I said. But I just realized I was thinking as if she were already gone. She's not gone. I stood there staring at Rachel. A moment later, tears began running down my face. Wiping them away, I realized my throat had gotten tight. She stepped forward and held me close. We stood like that for a long time, the wind whipping her hair across my face. I'm cold, she said after several minutes. Let's get in the Hummer to wait. I followed her over, getting behind the wheel and starting the engine so we had some heat. My maudlin mood killed their enthusiasm at the prospect of a hot bath, so the three of us sat in silence. Rachel held my hand while we waited. Close to 2 hours later I was startled out of a nap by the vibration of the sat phone. It was resting on the dash where it had a clear shot at the sky. Sitting up, I grabbed it and accepted the incoming call. Sir, Jessica said. The Marines are getting close. I'm guiding them in, but they're trying to contact you on the radio. Is yours working? I reached for my ear to check, finding the earbuds still in place. Removing the main unit from my vest, I saw it was dead. Out of power, I said. How close are they? 10 miles, she said. They're looking for verification the LZ is clear. Stand by, I said. Popping my door open, I stepped out, then climbed in back and into the gunner's position. This gave me enough elevation to see for a long distance across the flat terrain. I turned a complete circle. Nothing moving. LZ is green, I said to Jessica a moment later. Tell them to sit down on the road to the east of my location. It's clear of any debris. Copy that, sir, she said. Safe flight. With that, she was gone. I climbed down and lit a cigarette, slipping the sat phone into a pocket. Ride's here, I said a couple of minutes later when I heard the sound of approaching aircraft. Rachel and Irina got out, standing next to me. We watched 2 ospreys approach, slowing as they transitioned from flight to hover mode. One stayed well to the side and orbited the area as the other touched down on the highway with a hurricane of wind from its pair of giant rotors. We walked forward as the rear ramp began lowering. It was dark inside the aircraft and I didn't see the shape streaking across the asphalt until the last minute. I barely had time to get my hands up before Dog slammed into me and both of us tumbled to the ground. He was frantic with excitement, tail whipping side to side as his whole body shook and he tried to lick every inch of exposed skin. I started laughing, wrapping my arms around his thick, furry neck and holding him tight. After almost a minute of his assault, he realized Rachel was there and she received a similar greeting. When I looked up, Igor was hugging Irina, lifting the much smaller woman completely off the ground. Not exactly the proper way for a sergeant to greet a captain. But, who the fuck cares? Setting her on her feet, Igor extended his hand and pulled me to mine. Dog danced around my legs for a bit, then ran to do the same to Rachel, then back to me. "Good see you," Igor said, clapping my shoulder with his big hand. "You, too, my friend," I smiled. 44. We all loaded onto the waiting Osprey, the pilot getting us in the air before anyone had time to find a seat. I wound up with Rachel next to me and Dog stretched out across my feet with his chin on her boots. He wasn't about to let me go anywhere without him knowing it. Igor and Irina sat behind us, catching up on events in their native tongue. "Do you really think they're going to be able to help Katie?" I asked Rachel after we were settled in. She was quiet for a long time, staring down at the top of Dog's furry head. "Look," I said after it didn't seem she was going to answer. "I'm not asking you to tell me what I want to hear. I'm asking your opinion." Rachel turned and looked into my eyes for a few moments. "I just don't know," she said, squeezing my hand. "I really don't know anything about the virus or how it works." "That's not much of an answer," I grumbled. "It's the best I can give you," she said with a sad smile. "I'm not going to get your hopes up, or paint a doom and gloom scenario, either. I just don't know, . I sat there thinking, absently listening to the animated conversation in Russian from behind me. Tried not to dwell on the topic of my wife, but failed miserably. Pulling out the Athena project file, I removed the elastic band that held it tightly closed and opened it on my lap. The interior of the Osprey was lit by a dim, red light to preserve the passenger's night vision, and I quickly gave up trying to make out the text. It would have to wait. Putting it away, exhaustion took over and I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Rachel shook me awake some time later. I opened my eyes and stared around, unsure where I was for a moment until my brain started functioning again. Dog hadn't moved and both feet were numb from the weight of his body. "We're landing," Rachel said. I nodded, then leaned forward and poked Dog with a finger until he shifted enough for me to retrieve my feet. He grunted his displeasure, but sat up and put his chin in my lap. I ruffled his ears as the Osprey transitioned into a hover and gently came to rest on the ground. The squad of Marines were already on their feet, the back door whining as the ramp lowered. Cool, dry air flowed through the opening, flushing out the funk of too many fighting men crammed into a tight space. It also woke me up. The Marines were down the ramp and out of the aircraft quickly, the rest of us following more slowly. I was anxious to see Katie, but at the same time wasn't in a hurry to continue the nightmare. Dog squeezed between Rachel and me, walking down the ramp with us. At the bottom, waiting on the tarmac, was Blanchard and Joe Reverd. The colonel smiled when he saw us, stepping forward to shake my hand. "Good to see you again, Major." "Good to be seen, sir," I said, shaking his hand before passing over the unread folder and the pack full of papers we'd taken off the Russians. "I believe Admiral Packard is rather anxious to see this. I've already heard from his aide. 3 times. Blanchard grinned as he accepted the file and pack. I glanced around at the stark landscape that reminded me of Arizona, then focused on Joe. "Hello, Injun Joe," I said. "Stupid fucking white man," he grinned, stepping forward to shake my hand. "How's my wife?" I asked, the question wiping the smile from his face. "Let's talk," he said, gesturing towards the entrance to a low building 100 yards away. I told Dog to stay with Igor, but he was having none of it. Refused to obey. just stuck to my side as I began walking with Joe. I paused and turned when Rachel didn't follow. Coming? I asked. I don't think so, she shook her head. I'm here if you need to talk. I looked at her for a moment, nodded and followed Joe towards the building. Dog hesitated, looking between Rachel and me. I told him to stay with her in a firm voice, and this time he listened. So, tell me, I said as we strode across the tarmac. Let's find Dr. Kinger, he said. It's bad, isn't it? I asked. It's not bad, but it's not good either, Joe answered. Sorry. I'm not trying to be evasive, but we didn't have anything else to say. Entering the building, he led me through a maze of corridors, then we took an elevator several levels down. Stepping out of the car, we were in a well-lit hall with a shiny linoleum floor. Through here, he said, indicating a large door labeled Conference 7A. I stepped through and recoiled, whipping my rifle up when I came face to face with a female infected. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Joe shouted and grabbed my arm, pulling the rifle off target. She's not an infected. I glanced at him, then back at the woman. She had the blood-red eyes, but shrank back in fear when I'd pointed a weapon at her. She's okay, Joe said, still holding my arm. Trust me. I'm not dangerous. Really, the woman said. I stared at her for a moment, slowly lowering my rifle, but not taking my eyes off of her. What the hell, Joe? I asked. Long story, he said, taking a deep breath. She's got the eyes, and is strong as hell, but there's no mental impairment or rage. We're still trying to figure out why. I see you've met Nicole, a voice said from behind me. I didn't look, not ready to take my focus off the woman. After a moment, the new arrival pushed past and turned to face me, extending his hand. I'm Dr. Kinger, he said. After a long moment I shook his hand and let myself be directed to a seat at the table. Kinger, Joe and the woman took seats at the opposite end, all facing me. Where's my wife? I asked. She's in an isolation room under heavy sedation, Kinger answered. It's better for her, and much safer for us when we need to perform an examination or run a test. Is she okay? She's being well cared for, if that's what you mean. Being fed intravenously. But she's infected. Can you cure her? Help her? I finally succeeded in tearing my eyes away from the woman and focusing on Kinger. The group exchanged a glance, then Kinger began talking. Told me about the Terminator virus he'd created. And the cure. So if you cure her, she'll be brain damaged. Is that what you're saying? That is a distinct possibility, he nodded. However, we have some hope. It was actually Nicole's suggestion. Induced hypothermia. We cool her body in advance of administering the cure. The belief is that this will prevent the damaging fever from reaching a level that can cause a deficit. Have you tried it yet? I asked, hope flaring anew. No. We haven't had an opportunity. Test subjects have been brought in and are currently in the cooling phase. It takes several hours. But I have spoken with some eminent physicians in Australia and Hawaii over the past few hours. They believe that as long as the cognizant deficit is not the result of damage from the plague virus, there is a good chance this will work. When will you know? I asked. Several days, I'm afraid. The subjects' bodies are almost cool enough. Once they reach 32 degrees Celsius, I will administer the cure. It will take 48 hours for it to burn out the plague. Then another 4 to 6 hours to slowly raise the subject's body temperature back to normal. I took a deep breath, trying to restrain the hope that was surging in my chest. John. I looked up and met Joe's eyes. You need to understand. We have no idea if this will work. I'm sorry. I just don't want you to get your hopes up prematurely. At first I was angry at Joe for the admonishment, then realized he was right. After a bit, I nodded. I want to see her, I said. She's unconscious, Conger said. I don't care. Take me to her. He nodded after a pause, looking over at Joe, who got to his feet. I'll take you, he said. 45. Katie and I held hands as we walked across a grassy field. It was a glorious, sunny day. Birds were singing in the trees and butterflies were flitting from flower to flower. Ahead, Dog nosed along the ground, following the scent trail of some animal who had passed through earlier. Just beyond where he hunted, a crystal blue lake reflected a handful of small, puffy white clouds. We should build a cabin here, Katie said, stopping and looking around the meadow. There are probably fish in the lake, and I'll bet there are deer in the woods. I looked around, agreeing with her. It was the perfect spot for a home. And a garden right over there, she continued, pointing out the location. Easy to water from the lake, and we'd have fresh produce in the summer. Canned in the winter. She was excited, her mood infectious, and placing a big smile on my face as I pictured the two of us living here. Well, more than the two of us. Facing her, I placed my hand on her swollen belly. Was sure I felt the baby kick. I turned when Dog barked, seeing him jump in the air as a large, yellow butterfly flapped around his head. Katie laughed at his antics, then pulled me down into a long kiss. Dog ran over and began shoving his muzzle against my hand. I tried to ignore him, but he was insistent. Opening my eyes, I came face to face with him. With a start, I looked around the Spartan room deep beneath the Nevada desert. I was lying on a single bunk, Dog having awakened me from a dream. The hypothermia method had worked on the test subjects. They had awakened after the cure had time to work, apparently with all faculties intact. But they were damaged. Not in any physical way, but emotionally. Psychologically. Some part of their minds remembered what they had become and the things they'd done. It wasn't long before each fell into a catatonic state. Prior to slipping away, several of them begged Connor and Joe to kill them. They were unable to live with the memories of having been in an infected rage. Dog nuzzled me again, then grabbed the thin blanket covering my body in his teeth and dragged it onto the floor. He needed to go out. Should have taken care of that when I told you, dumbass, I grumbled, swinging my feet to the floor. I dressed quickly, laced up my boots and grabbed my rifle. Dog was already standing at the door, dancing in urgency to go. He raced out the moment it was open far enough for him to fit, stopping at the elevator down the hall. Taking pity on him, I hurried to where he waited and pushed the call button. It came quickly, and we rode up, then worked our way through the maze and out into the darkness of a cool, desert night. As soon as we stepped out of the building, Dog raced away, heading for a broad stretch of sand that bordered the tarmac. Taking a look around, I noted the Rangers and Marines spread out on sentry duty. One of them waved before turning back to his area of responsibility. Lighting a cigarette, I slowly strolled across the pavement in Dog's wake. It was chilly, a breeze blowing from the north. The cloudless sky was filled with stars, and my mind quickly went to all the times Katie and I had sat outside at night, watching the heavens. Not talking, just enjoying being close to each other. Can't sleep? I jumped when Colonel Blanchard spoke behind me. Probably better I don't, I said, remembering the dream. Besides, somebody had to go. I gestured in Dog's direction and he chuckled. Just got off the phone with Pearl, he said, moving to walk with me. We're pulling out tomorrow. Hawaii? I asked. Yes. The Russians have retreated. They're consolidating their forces, and it looks like they're getting ready to go home. I thought we hit them with the infection, I said, surprised before I remembered the entry in the diary I'd found on the dead Russian. No. Just the nerve agent. It's only viable for 48 hours. Their country is decimated, corpses filling the streets, but the agent is burned out. Other than radiation from the reactors we destroyed, the environment is safe. So what now? The VIPs live in luxury in Australia while their troops go in and clean up the mess at home? And they get away with it? Above my pay grade. Blanchard shrugged. We had reached the edge of the pavement. I could faintly see Dog as he nosed around. Never satisfied with just taking care of his biological needs, he'd taken to hunting the small ground squirrels that populated the area. I didn't think he had a chance in hell of actually catching one, but he never gave up trying. Maybe that's why I love dogs so much. They're the ultimate, eternal optimist. What are you going to do? Blanchard asked in a tentative voice. I don't know, I said. Thought I'd have more time to decide. Did you talk to the Admiral? I did. And the answer is the same. No known infected person will be allowed to enter Hawaii. The medical community is firm in their opinion that it poses too great a risk. They're concerned about a mutation in the virus that would negate the protection of the vaccine. We're going to be in isolation and decontamination for the first 30 days once we arrive. They've prepared a special location, just for us. So Nicole can't go either? I asked. Blanchard shook his head. I checked on Dog, then lit another cigarette. I was smoking too much, but didn't really care. Lieutenant Sam and Master Chief Gonzalez are staying behind with her. Hoping Kanger can come up with something new once he gets set up in Hawaii, and there's also people in Australia working on the problem. They aren't optimistic, I groused, having been updated by Joe after dinner the previous evening. No. They aren't, Blanchard agreed. We looked when the door into the building across the tarmac banged as someone closed it too hard. A figure stood in the dark, looking around, then began approaching. I recognized the walk, the long hair blowing in the night breeze. It was Rachel. Well, I'd better get some rack time, Blanchard said. He turned and headed for the building. Rachel exchanged greetings with him as they passed at the halfway point. Dog flashed past me a second later, running to escort her the rest of the way to where I was standing. She walked up and took the cigarette from my hand. You could just ask for one, I grumbled. I prefer yours, she smiled. I humphed and pulled out a new one. I don't know what to do, I said after getting it lit. Especially now. Everyone's pulling out in the morning. Heading to Hawaii. You can't keep her sedated, Rachel said. I know that, I snapped, taking her hand and apologizing for my tone. We stood there for several minutes, smoking. Dog, bored with hunting, sat near us and kept watch on the closest sentry. Let her go, Rachel finally said in a timid voice. What? You mean? No. I didn't mean that. I was being literal. Set her free. She's at the top of the food chain. She'll survive. If the researchers come up with something, then come get her. Until then, what other choice do you have? Is that what you'd want if you were infected? I asked. It doesn't matter what I'd want, Rachel said. This isn't about me. That's not an answer. You don't want my answer, she said, field stripping the butt of her smoke and shoving it in her pocket. I wouldn't have asked if I didn't, I said. Rachel stared off into the darkness for a bit, then heaved a sigh before facing me. If I ever become infected, I want you to put a bullet right between my eyes, she said with total conviction. After seeing those poor women that fell into a catatonic state, I don't want to live if I'm one of them. Why? They remember what they were. That most likely means there was a part of them that was aware of what had happened. Was horrified at the raging monsters they'd become, but were unable to do anything other than witness the hideous acts they committed. I don't want that. I was quiet for a long time, thinking about what Rachel had just said. Putting myself into the scenario, and realizing I agreed with her. I wouldn't want to live with it either. Can they save her? I asked, trying to hold back tears. Rachel heard it in my voice, turning and gently rubbing my upper arm as she looked in my eyes. They have the cure, she said softly. It's the psychological part that is the problem now. Maybe, before the attacks, with the right therapist, drugs, and enough time, the damage could be managed. Not undone. The human mind doesn't work like that. But if a person was strong enough, emotionally, perhaps they could eventually be helped and have a chance at a normal life. Now. I stared at her for a long time, processing what she'd said. Knew she was right. Then the tears began to flow and I fought to suppress a sob. Started to turn away, too prideful to allow her to see my pain. Grabbing my shoulders, Rachel pulled me around and wrapped me in a hug. Held me as I cried like a child. 46. You sure you know what you're doing? Rachel looked up and gave me a reassuring smile. Yes, I do, she said patiently. Plus, Joe and Dr. Connor made sure I was well versed in the procedure before they left. We were standing in an isolation room. Katie, unconscious, was strapped to a gurney between us. Colonel Blanchard, the Rangers and Marines had left several hours ago, just after sunrise. Connor had started Katie's cooling process before he boarded a C-130, and Rachel had been closely monitoring her since he departed. Now, Katie's body temperature was approaching the target. 32 degrees Celsius. Rachel had turned off the sedation drip that was keeping her out. Connor wasn't sure, but had cautioned that it might interfere with the effects of the cure. She's waking up, Rachel said. I hadn't needed the heads up. My attention had been focused on my wife. I'd noticed that her fingers had begun twitching. A moment later, she slowly turned her head to the side. I wanted to reach out and touch her face, but it was still covered with the mask that had protected the researchers. I settled for taking her hand in mine. Suddenly, she gripped my hand hard enough to hurt. I endured the discomfort as her eyes snapped open. Her horrible, red eyes. They darted around the room, pausing briefly on me before locking on Rachel. She began struggling against the restraints, a scream erupting from her throat. The leather cuffs that held her wrists and ankles were more than adequate to keep her in place, but she tested them as she bucked against the belts around her chest and hips. Rachel did her best to ignore Katie's struggles and continuous screaming. Shouldn't she be calmer with a lower body temperature? I asked. Not according to Joe, Rachel answered, preparing a syringe. She'll be slowed down, but her body can sustain itself during hypothermia much better than ours. I nodded, maintaining my grip on Katie's hand. She ignored me, her full attention focused on her efforts to reach Rachel. I'm ready, Rachel said, holding up a large syringe for me to see. Are you sure about this? I nodded, unable to speak. John, she said, her voice barely audible over Katie's screams. I looked up and met her eyes. If this works, but she's left catatonic. I have to try, I said, looking back down at Katie. Rachel nodded, inserted the needle into a port on the fore tubing and depressed the plunger. Nothing changed, immediately, but then I didn't expect it to. Rachel quickly cleaned up and headed for the door. Katie's eyes tracked her every step of the way. I'll be close if you need me, Rachel said, then pushed out of the room. It was several minutes before Katie stopped screaming. When she did, hope blossomed in my chest and I leaned over her face, talking to her. I thought I saw recognition in her eyes, but I also saw an uncontrollable fury. Then she screamed and I sat on the stool I'd pulled close to the gurney. 48 hours. That's how long it took the cure to work. If it was going to work. Sitting there, I started talking to my wife. Told stories about vacations we'd taken. Road trips we'd been on. Talked about the dream house we'd never had the chance to build. The river cruise in Europe she'd wanted to take, but I kept putting off because I was too busy. Sometime later, I looked up at the clock and realized I'd been talking for nearly 6 hours. That had to be a record for me. I've never been a big talker, and more than a few sentences at a time was unusual. But as I sat there, everything had poured out. I looked at the equipment monitoring Katie's status. Her heart rate and blood pressure were high, but her body temperature hadn't changed. The machine that was cooling her blood hummed away in the corner, doing its job. I wish I'd asked how soon she would develop a fever, but I hadn't thought to pose the question. Katie had calmed, her eyes frequently closing for long stretches of time. At first, I thought she was lapsing into unconsciousness from the hypothermia, but the grip on my hand never wavered. Stayed solid, her fingers like iron. I didn't know if it was because she knew it was me, or because that's what an infected does when something is in their hand. I was numb to the elbow from the pressure. But I wasn't going to let go. If the cure worked, and she came back to me, I wanted my hand in hers to be the first thing she felt. The first thing she was aware of. The door opened quietly and Rachel stepped into the room. I glanced up, noting 8 hours had passed. We were in one of the stretches where Katie's eyes were closed, so there wasn't an immediate, screaming reaction to Rachel's presence. "You need a break," Rachel said quietly in my ear, her hand resting gently on my back. I shook my head. "Look. I know you plan to stay here with her the whole time. But you at least need water, and some food wouldn't hurt. I made you an MRE. It's on the desk outside the door. Go eat and get something to drink. Have a smoke. I'll stay with her until you come back." "Shouldn't her temp be coming up by now?" I asked, ignoring what Rachel had just said. Some of the test subjects responded right away. Others, not for almost 18 hours, Rachel said. I nodded and only pried my hand free of Katie's grip because I badly needed to use the restroom. "You'll stay here?" I asked Rachel as I stood. "I'll be right here," she said, moving to the far end of the room so Katie couldn't see her if she woke up. I took another look at my wife, then left the room. Took care of business and gobbled down the MRE Rachel had left for me. Standing where I could see through a glass observation window, I smoked a cigarette. Returning to the isolation room, I resumed my seat and took Katie's hand in mine. This time, there was no iron grip, just a gentle closing of her fingers around mine. Rachel looked like she wanted to say something, but apparently decided to keep whatever it was to herself. The time passed slowly, probably even more so because my eyes were glued to the monitors, waiting for a change in Katie's internal temperature. At the 18-hour mark, it was still solidly on 32. Rachel came in, checked the displays and started to leave. "It's not going up," I said, hearing the anguish in my voice. "Give it time," she said, then left. At 20 hours, there was still no change. I caught a glimpse of Rachel standing outside, looking through the window. At 24 hours, she came back in the room. "Why isn't it changing?" I asked. "The cure may not work on her," Rachel said, looking anywhere other than at me. "Dr. Conger said it was 90% effective. She may be one of the 10% it doesn't work on." Despair took me at that point. I'd had hope. Belief that my wife could be saved. I knew how strong she was. Didn't believe for an instant that if the infection could be beaten that she'd succumb to the psychological effects. That wasn't her. She was too strong and too fucking stubborn to sit in a corner and give up. But if the cure didn't work on her. 47. I sat in the sand with my knees pulled to my chest, forearms resting on them, and stared at a point between my feet. Dog lay in the sun, a few yards away, panting softly. A pistol was in my right hand, but I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it. Pain, rage, and despair all coursed through me. I guess I'd decide what the weapon was for once one of them won the battle for control. It was mid-afternoon and the sun baked my shaved head and shoulders. It was warm enough for sweat to form on my scalp and slowly run down to drip off my nose. Each drop made a small, dark splotch on the sand until the moisture completely evaporated. I was fascinated, watching each spot and counting how long it took for it to disappear. Several minutes later, a small, yellow scorpion crawled by. It was apparently on a mission and not interested in me. Up and over the toe of my boot, then on about its business. I let it go in peace. I looked up when a large shadow blocked the sun. It was Igor, a bouquet of wildflowers tightly gripped in his rough hand. He stared at me for a moment, looked at the pistol I was holding, then sat on the sand by my side. We sat there for a long time, neither of us speaking, each lost in his own thoughts. Finally, I couldn't take the distraction of his presence any longer. "What?" "I pay respects," he said, wiggling the hand holding the flowers. I nodded, then resumed watching my sweat dropping onto the sand. "What you do with gun?" Igor asked a few minutes later. "Haven't decided yet," I said, watching the last of a dark spot evaporate. Igor grunted and went quiet. We sat there for nearly half an hour before he spoke again. "Rachel worried for you," he said. "Woman love you." "I know," I nodded. "She not your wife, but you love her?" "Yes," I said after several minutes had passed. Igor didn't say anything, and after a few more minutes I asked him a question. "Are you in love with Irina?" "She no like men," he said, a slightly wistful tone in his voice. "Not what I asked." I looked over at him, seeing him staring down the length of the runway. Far in the distance, several figures were standing in the sun, apparently watching us. I caught a glint of gold as light reflected off Irina's blonde hair. "Not matter," Igor finally said. "She officer." "Big fucking deal," I snorted. "Tell her. All she can do is say no." "That hurt worse than bullet," Igor chuckled, and for a moment, I did too. "Put gun away. Say goodbye. Go to woman who loves you," he said. "Maybe. Then we go Australia." "Why?" I asked. "We kill men who cause this." He stood and moved in front of me, extending his hand. After a long moment I holstered my pistol and let him pull me to my feet. Moving past, he knelt at the mound of soil where I'd buried my wife. A loaded syringe, prepared by Rachel and administered by me, had ended her suffering without her regaining consciousness from the hypothermic state. I'd sat with her the full 48 hours, but her temperature had never budged. No fever. The cure didn't work for her. After the machines indicated that her heart had stopped, I gently removed her restraints. I was in a daze that was a combination of 2 straight days of sitting by my wife's side, and the shock that she was gone. Gently, I'd scooped her into my arms and carried her lifeless body out of the isolation room. Igor placed the flowers he'd gathered on Katie's grave, said something in Russian, then stood and faced me. Uncharacteristically, he pulled me into a bone-crushing hug, then walked away. He called Dog, who raced after him as he headed for the small group that had stayed behind. Stepping closer, I looked down at my wife's final resting place. Tears rolled down my face as I told her I loved her and said I was sorry I couldn't save her. After several minutes, I walked away. Australia. Time for Baranov to die. Want to learn more about the Athena project? Turn the page to read a sample of my new thriller, 36. It's available through Amazon in both Kindle and trade paperback editions. Sample of 36. 1. Trevor Solverson sat watching the massive white and green ferry slowly approaching Pier 52 on Seattle's waterfront. The sun was shining brightly, gleaming off the boat's bridge windows. It was another glorious, summer day in the Pacific Northwest, the waters of Puget Sound almost impossibly blue under the clear sky. All around, cars and trucks were lined up, waiting to board the ferry which would transport them across the open waters of the Sound to Bainbridge Island. It was a short trip, taking no more than 35 minutes from dock to dock, and was one of the busiest routes served by the Washington State ferry system. Trevor lit a cigarette with nervous hands, his stomach threatening to rebel. He was only 17 years old, and this would be the first time he had ever driven a vehicle onto one of the massive ferry boats. For that matter, it was the first time he had driven beyond the confines of his well-heeled, suburban neighborhood other than a few practice runs with the truck. Navigating the maze of freeways and surface streets had been nerve-wracking for the young driver. Doing it in choking traffic had nearly caused him to abandon his quest. But he had persevered. Pushed on. Reminded himself that he was doing God's work. That thought had given him the strength to calm his racing heart and keep pushing the large GMC truck to the docks. Now he sat, waiting as vehicles began streaming off, sweating as he puffed on the cigarette. He jumped when his cell phone rang. Snatching it out of a cup holder between the seats, he sent the call to voicemail after checking the caller ID. His mother. Checking the time, he realized why she was calling. Trevor was on probation with the King County Juvenile Court, and she had probably tried calling him on their home phone. He wasn't supposed to be anywhere other than at his residence. No school. He'd been expelled after what his father had taken to calling the incident. He hated that term. Somehow it trivialized not only what he'd done, but everything he believed. It made light of not only him, but the global cause in which he'd gladly become a soldier. A holy warrior. 4 months ago, halfway through his junior year of high school, Trevor had slipped out of the house late one night. Sneaking through his quiet neighborhood, he had arrived at his school in the early morning hours. Getting in had been simple. A window in one of the classrooms had broken easily and he was able to reach through and unlock it. Trevor well knew the consequences of what he was doing. Both of his parents were attorneys, his father practicing criminal defense law and his mother working as part of Microsoft's legal team. He'd heard enough stories at the dinner table about his father's clients to realize the seriousness of what he was doing. But he was only 17 and knew he could still commit many crimes that would never go beyond the authority of the juvenile court system. Short of a violent felony, he was confident he'd get nothing more than a slap on the wrist and could look forward to his record being sealed when he turned 18. So he'd moved through the dark hallways, heading for the large vestibule where visitors first entered the school. There, in a glass display case, was a well-worn, leather-bound Bible. It had belonged to Luke McRedmond, the founder of the small city of Redmond in which Trevor lived. The Bible, and several other historical artifacts, were on loan to the school district from the Historical Society as part of an effort to foster interest in local history among the younger generations. The presence of the Bible, and several writings that prominently featured Bible verses, were offensive to Trevor. He had been raised in a Catholic home, but his parents were far from devout Christians. Mass on Easter and Christmas Eve had been enough for them, and as he had grown into his teens, Trevor had begun looking for something more than what his parents professed to believe. Like most middle and high school-aged children, he'd turned to the internet. Surfed the plethora of websites devoted to different religious beliefs around the world. For a time, he had identified with Shinto, then quickly moved on to Buddhism. But neither sparked his interest the way Judaism did. For several months he devoured everything he could find about the history of the Jewish race and faith. Accounts of the Holocaust fascinated him, and as he learned about the formation and struggles of the nation of Israel, he decided he wanted to emigrate and become a Jew. It was during his searches for information on how to do this that he began to encounter sites and chat rooms where the visitors were calling for the destruction of Israel and the annihilation of all the Jews. At first he was horrified and incensed, but for some inexplicable reason he kept reading. Reading eventually became posting questions. He didn't understand the hate-filled speech being directed at such a small population. Many of the posters responded vehemently, calling him a Jew lover or an infidel. He was taken aback at the level of animosity directed at him for simply asking questions. There was one man who responded articulately and with extreme courtesy. They began talking each night. Trevor's new online friend patiently explained the plight of the Palestinian people at the hands of Israel. He had slowly and meticulously drawn the impressionable teen into his dialogue before carefully branching out into examples of how the United States and its Western allies were keeping their boot firmly on the throat of the Arab world. Within a month they were having deep discussions about Allah and his prophet Muhammad. Trevor withdrew from his friends and family as he learned the truth of what Christianity and Judaism were really all about. He soon came to believe that all of the death and despair in the world that he saw on the internet was coming directly from U.S. foreign policy. A policy intended to hold down any non-Judeo-Christian nation. 2 months after meeting Abdul in the chat room, the man suggested they move their conversations to a more secure forum. Trevor had a PlayStation and happily began using it to communicate. They would both log into an online game at the same time each evening, speaking directly over headsets connected to the gaming consoles. Trevor was surprised the first time he'd spoken to Abdul. With nothing more than movies and caricatures to draw on, he'd expected a voice with a thick, Middle Eastern accent. The last thing he'd been prepared for was a man with a quiet, cultured tone who spoke with a slight English accent. They talked for hours at a time, Abdul telling him about the struggle against the great Satan. Trevor reveled in the stories, feeling envious of the soldiers fighting and dying in the global jihad. Soon, with Abdul's instructions, he was praying multiple times a day, prostrating himself before Allah as he faced Mecca. Desperate to belong to a cause, any cause, and wanting to impress his new friend, Trevor had decided to take action when the McCredmond Bible went on display at his school. If he had told Abdul what his plans were ahead of time, he would have been talked down, but he had wanted it to be a surprise. As he entered the vestibule, he'd noted with disgust that a small spotlight was on, illuminating the Bible in its display case. Prepared for the moment, he'd brought along a hammer, a homemade stencil and a can of fluorescent red spray paint. Smashing the glass, he put the cardboard cutout in place and carefully began working. He sprayed the words Allahu Akbar, first on the cracked leather binding, then on dozens of the internal pages of the antique book. Finished, he looked around and smiled when he saw the large American flag standing in the corner. Pulling it down, he spread it across the floor. Using the stencil again, he defaced it with the same words across the white stars on the blue field. He was standing over his work, mumbling a Muslim prayer under his breath when a brilliant flashlight spotlighted him. He hadn't known the school had an alarm system. Several court appearances later, and the calling in of multiple favors by his father, Trevor was placed on supervised probation until his 18th birthday. He'd been expelled from school and his parents had taken away his computer and PlayStation. Most 17-year-olds would have been lost without the conveniences of modern technology, but he had retreated into his newly acquired faith. With approval from his parents and his probation officer, Trevor had enrolled in an online high school. While they thought he was showing promise, he had no intention of wasting another moment on his education. He just wanted to regain access to the internet so he could talk to his friend. Abdul had praised his jihadist zeal, but had also cautioned him to do nothing more without first discussing it. For several weeks he continued Trevor's indoctrination, finally steering the conversation to the rewards given to the faithful in the afterlife. Never even having had a girlfriend, Trevor was enthralled with the thought of a small army of virgins, waiting just for him. The discussions were carefully steered until Abdul felt Trevor was ready. When he began talking about an opportunity to strike at the heart of the infidels, Trevor's heart had beaten faster and his breath had grown short in excitement. Abdul elegantly painted a detailed portrait of what the young man's life would be in paradise. When Trevor asked how to make it happen, the hook was set. Events accelerated rapidly from that point. Abdul, a top recruiter for the Islamic State, was in Turkey. But one of numerous teams spread across North America were quickly moved to the Seattle area. Trevor was given a method to contact them upon their arrival. Late at night, he climbed out a window and slipped into the dark forest that backed to his parents' property. 5 minutes later he reached a quiet residential street and was picked up by a man no more than a couple of years older than he was. The driver didn't speak. Staying below the speed limit and carefully obeying every traffic law, he drove them from the quiet enclave of Redmond to a commercial area of nearby Kirkland. There, in a hastily rented warehouse, Trevor was introduced to the team leader and got his first look at the white GMC box truck he would drive. It was only a couple of years old and adorned with signage for a plumbing company that he'd never heard of, complete with a local phone number and website. The number works and will be answered if anyone checks, and the website is good, too, the team leader assured him. They spent the next 2 hours driving around the Kirkland area, getting on and off the freeway. Trevor was behind the wheel, getting the feel for the vehicle. The team leader sat in the passenger seat, giving him occasional tips and repeatedly cautioning him to hold his speed slightly under the legal limit. He was driven home and was back in his room before the sun came up. As he had been leaving the warehouse, each of the members of the team had hugged and kissed him on the cheek. His heart swelled with pride as he realized they were showing him great respect. "Be ready in 2 days," the team leader had said in parting. "Allahu Akbar." Trevor responded in kind, smiling all the way home. Time had passed slowly. The hardest thing for Trevor had been containing his excitement. But he was an only child and both of his parents were busy. They didn't notice anything different about him. Daydreaming to pass the time while he waited, he briefly considered killing them before he left. It would have been simple. Take one of the large, razor-sharp knives from the kitchen and creep into their room while they were sleeping. He knew his mother would be out from her nightly Ambien. His father would be sleeping soundly from the 5 scotches he consumed every evening after dinner. They wouldn't even know he was there until the blade slipped home. But he had taken Abdul's warning to heart. No further actions without discussing them first, and Abdul had gone dark leading up to the strike. He had explained it was necessary to maintain operational security, which was something Trevor thought he understood from watching spy movies. He had let them live, but still experienced a visceral thrill in the knowledge that he could have ended their lives so easily. On the day of the strike, they left for work early. Each of them were already talking on their cell phones before they were out the door. As soon as it closed, he texted the number given to him by the team leader. Even though he was assured they hadn't drawn the attention of the infidels' law enforcement, he had been instructed to only send a simple, generic message of WhatsApp. If he had received anything back, it would have told him that the operation was compromised and he should do nothing further until contacted by Abdul. He didn't get a response, and 3 minutes later the same car and driver from before pulled to a stop in front of his house. When they arrived at the warehouse in Kirkland, the team leader met Trevor at the door and greeted him warmly with hugs and a kiss. Leading him inside, he steered the young man past the truck's cargo area to the front driver's side door. "Drive carefully, just like you practiced. The GPS is already programmed and will take you to the dock. Here is money for the ferry toll." Trevor accepted the cash and shoved it into his pocket. He was nervous and excited, his heart threatening to beat out of his chest. The leader recognized this and with a smile, placed his hand on Trevor's shoulder. "You are a young lion and I am very proud of you. Abdul sends his love and respect. Would you like to pray before you depart?" "But it's not the right time," Trevor said after glancing at his watch. "It is permitted for lions going into battle," the team leader said, nodding his head. "Allah will be pleased." Trevor nodded and together they spread prayer rugs on the concrete floor and faced to the east. As they prayed, Trevor felt his mind begin to calm and his resolve harden. By the time they were done, he was steady and prepared to go. "Turn the headlights on high beam to activate the trigger," the team leader said, making sure Trevor understood the instructions. With additional praise and reminders to drive carefully and not draw attention, the young lion of Redmond was sent on his way. Trevor's phone rang again, his mother still trying to reach him. He declined the call and powered the device down. There was nothing he had to say to her, and nothing she had to say that he wanted to hear. All around him, people had returned to their vehicles and started the engines in anticipation of loading onto the ferry. The last car drove down the ramp and onto the dock, turning sharply and heading for the exit from the terminal. Traffic control cones were moved, and a worker waved the first 2 lines of waiting vehicles forward. They moved, each line being sent to opposite sides of the cavernous car deck. Most of the passengers were locals and they drove quickly to the locations indicated by crew on board the ferry. There were tourists who didn't know the routine and slowed the process. They were quickly identified by the men and women overseeing the loading and given assistance in getting their vehicles to the correct location. Trevor glanced in the mirror at the sounds of a commotion. A person on a motorcycle was driving between two rows of waiting cars and the drivers were shouting and honking their horns at the severe breach in etiquette. He watched long enough to satisfy himself it wasn't a cop on the bike, then the line ahead of him began moving. The truck was already in gear, Trevor holding it in place with the brake. As soon as the Toyota sedan in front of him moved, he lifted his foot and followed. The GMC's tires thumped as he drove onto the ferry. The Toyota was directed towards a ramp that swept up to a second car deck, but the crewman pointed at Trevor and waved him to continue straight forward into an area at the center of the large boat. He pulled to a stop behind another box truck and shut off the engine. The nerves from earlier had turned to steely resolve. He had the power of life and death over everyone on the ferry. He was in complete control. He was a lion. The loading continued for several minutes. Vans and medium-sized trucks filled the empty spots around the GMC. Soon the vessel was fully loaded and Trevor jumped slightly when the captain sounded the horn in preparation for sailing. Moments later the diesel engines roared and he could feel their power vibrating the floor and seat of the truck. Checking his watch, Trevor noted the time. He had been instructed to turn the high beams on 3 minutes after the ferry left the dock. The huge boat would still be within Elliott Bay and close enough to the Seattle docks for the disaster to be clearly visible from shore. Maximum exposure, the team leader had called it. Looking around, Trevor noted a crewman working his way through the parked vehicles. He was looking inside each one, pausing to speak with the driver of a truck parked 200 feet in front of the GMC. After a moment, the crewman stepped back and the driver climbed down. They're making drivers leave their cars, Trevor thought to himself, panic threatening to take over. He checked the clock again. 1 minute gone, 2 to go. The crewman said something else to the truck driver, who headed for a stairwell that led to the passenger decks above. Trevor's eyes flicked to the clock as the crewman continued his inspection, quickly approaching. 2 minutes gone. Trevor's eyes were glued to the crewman now, watching as the man drew closer. He knew when he was spotted, knew it was only moments before he would be told to get out of the vehicle. Reaching out, he moved the turn signal lever forward until it clicked, setting the headlights to high. On the dash was a small switch that rotated left to right with 3 stops. Off, parking, and headlights. He placed his hand on it and checked the clock, prepared to turn the lights on the instant the clock showed 3 minutes had passed. The crewman paused at the window of the box truck directly in front of his, speaking with another driver who had stayed with his vehicle. Trevor checked the clock, but it wasn't time. He jumped and turned to his right when the passenger window suddenly exploded in a shower of glittering safety glass. A woman with long, red hair met his eyes, thrusting something through the opening she had just made. She was wearing a black leather jacket and black helmet with a clear face shield. The motorcycle rider that had been cutting in line on the dock. As her hand came into the cab, he recognized the object she held. A gun. Her eyes were locked on his as she gripped the weapon. He saw it come in line with his face, the round hole in the muzzle appearing huge. Then her finger was moving onto the trigger. All Trevor could think to do was turn the switch. So he did. His brain registered a flash from the muzzle of the weapon, then nothing else. When the GMC's light switch was turned on, electricity from the battery flowed through the vehicle's wiring harness, but was diverted before reaching the bulbs behind the lens covers in the front grille. Newly installed wires carried the current to a series of blasting caps embedded in 16, 55-gallon drums riding in the back of the truck. Each drum contained the same explosive combination of chemicals that had been used by Timothy McVeigh to bomb the federal building in Oklahoma City in 1995. In total, the bomb driven by Trevor was the same size, weighing in at slightly over 7,000 pounds. The resulting explosion tore the ferry boat in half and shattered windows all along the Seattle waterfront. In less than 5 minutes, the two halves of the devastated vessel sank beneath the calm waters of Puget Sound. Over 2,000 passengers and crew lost their lives. 2. She failed, Ian Patterson said when the large clock reached zero. The clock was mounted high on a wall, above a set of thick windows that looked into a small chamber. A round dais was in the middle of the room, surrounded by curved glass panels that slid open for access. A powerful, low-frequency hum came from beneath the floor. Turning, Patterson studied a muted TV screen. It was tuned to CNN and footage of multiple Coast Guard ships spread across Seattle's Elliott Bay was being broadcast live. "Run the security footage from the docks," he said to another technician. "If she got close, we should be able to see it now." The TV screen went dark for a moment, then the image of Pier 52 in Seattle appeared. "There's the truck," FBI agent William Johnson said. Patterson nodded, intently watching the display. He watched as more cars arrived and took their place in the queue to board the ferry. Soon the arrivals had completed driving off the boat and boarding began. "There." Agent Johnson pointed at a slight figure on a motorcycle, slowly driving along the back of each row of waiting cars. The rider was dressed in all black with a black helmet, pausing at each space between rows and looking for something. "How are you sure?" Patterson asked without turning his attention away from the screen. "She loves bikes, and I recognize her hair." Patterson didn't say anything, looking closer at the thick mane of red hair that spilled from under the helmet and down the rider's back. "She sees the target," Johnson said softly. On the screen, the rider had cranked the big bike to the side and accelerated down a gap between two lines of vehicles. Arms were being waved by the waiting drivers and both men cursed softly when they saw the door of a pickup open suddenly, directly in the motorcycle's path. The rider barely stopped in time, a large man wearing jeans, work boots, and a flannel shirt stepping out and yelling at her. By the time she had backed up and squeezed through a gap between two cars, the white GMC truck had disappeared onto the ferry. Weaving through moving vehicles, the rider chased after, having to stop again when a crewman stepped in her path and waved a minivan onto the boat ahead of her. As soon as it was clear, she gunned the engine and shot forward, swerving around the crewman and going out of sight aboard the ferry. The two men stood watching the footage as the last cars were loaded. The ramp was retracted and minutes later the large vessel began moving away from the dock. Patterson started a stopwatch function on his phone and looked at the timestamp on the screen as the ferry left the dock. It was departing 2 seconds later than the last 10 times he'd watched the same video. "She caused a 2-second variation," he said. "How?" Johnson asked. "Maybe the commotion during the loading." "No way to know," Patterson said. The two men continued watching as the boat sailed out of the visual frame of the security camera. Workers adjusted the traffic cones and cars began to queue up, preparing for the arrival of the next ferry. When the stopwatch reached 2 hours 54 minutes and 38 seconds, the camera violently shook, then the image blurred when the lens shattered from the pressure wave of an explosion. "Almost 6 seconds early," he said, turning to look at Agent Johnson. "She affected it." "Yes, it appears so. But she didn't stop it. And the window has closed." "Don't forget she just died," Johnson said, anger creeping into his voice. "So did over 2,000 other people," Patterson said, turning fully to face the FBI agent. "And frankly, I'm a little concerned that you may have grown too close to the asset. Should I be worried?" The two men stood staring at each other for a long pause. Patterson noted a light sheen of sweat forming on Johnson's forehead. It gleamed brightly against his ebony skin under the fluorescent lights. "She was a person, not an asset." "If you'd ever had a conversation with her, you'd know that," Johnson said. "It's not my job to have conversations with assets," Patterson said sternly. "It's my job to make sure this project does its job." "Perhaps you are having too many conversations with them." "You know better than that," Johnson said. Very well. Just make sure you keep your relationship with the next asset strictly professional. What is his status, by the way? Johnson took a deep breath, calming himself before answering. My team is in place to interdict. They should have him in hand within 24 hours and will bring him directly here. I'm not happy about this one, Patterson said. We don't have much choice. He's all that's available, Johnson replied, earning a curt nod of agreement. Get started on him the moment he arrives. We're out of assets until he's operational. The way things are going in the world, I'm afraid it won't be long before we need him. Agent Johnson nodded, turned, and left the room. Table of contents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Sample of 36. Table of contents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Sample of 36.